in Gaza, and the threat of rocket fire towards Israel certainly still exists, and people should be aware.
Now, you're also keeping in touch with what's happening with the IDF. The IDF has done an operation just recently where they struck yet another target.
Yes, there are ongoing strikes in the Gaza Strip at this very hours, very moments. We saw the elimination of that PIJ member that the Prime Minister was talking about. And what is very important here is the IDF continues its pressure on the Islamic Jihad until it eventually says, yes, we're ready for a ceasefire. Right now, we are holding our fire. Until then, the IDF continues constant pressure, both on the rocket launchers, but mainly on the heads of this organization, on the heads of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. If you do not surrender, you will be next. This is what the Prime Minister said as well. You will be doomed. They've taken out 5 of these senior officers, and more could be, definitely are on the list.
So our viewers know, we're just getting word into the I-24 newsroom that 3 rockets were now intercepted over Rehovot, that 3 rockets were intercepted. Rehovot is what, maybe a 30-minute drive from Tel Aviv, 35-minute train ride, I think, from Tel Aviv. It's very close. So obviously they're getting closer and closer and closer with these rockets, including the Barak 85, which you just mentioned. You also make mention, Guy, of arrests that occurred in the West Bank. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes. We mentioned earlier the fear that the activity of the Islamic Jihad will linger into other arenas. Well, the prime suspect, of course, is the West Bank. Overnight, the IDF and the Shin Bet arresting 25 operatives of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad across the West Bank. These were terror operatives that Israel said were planning terror activity inside Israel. That was the fear once those rockets are being stopped by the Iron Dome, by the David Sling, that the Islamic Jihad will find or try to find other means of harming Israel inside. Well, a terror from the West Bank that could reach Tel Aviv, could reach central Israel, is one of those fears. And as a precaution, the IDF has been arresting 25 of them just overnight.
So just to get our viewers up to speed, the Prime Minister Netanyahu just moments ago released a statement saying that they will do as best they can to knock out the heads of all of the PIJ. It's a strong statement. And now I'm joined by Neri Zilber. He's a journalist and an adjunct fellow from the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. Neri, the Prime Minister's position is strong. He came out last night with a strong statement. He's come out today with a strong statement. This is making many people will say this is showing leadership, that he's finally stepping up.
Well, he is showing leadership alongside the defense minister, alongside the chief of staff and the other security chiefs of the Israeli defense establishment. And that's to be expected. Israel is in the midst of a significant military operation in Gaza. In and of itself, that's nothing new. But for this government, it is. We have to remember Netanyahu was reelected just late last year. This government is about 4 or 5 months old. And as many viewers likely know, it hasn't gone great for this government over the past 5 months, primarily due to the domestic internal unrest, but also in terms of the security situation. Terror attacks are up, fatalities are up, rocket fire from the Gaza Strip had been up as well. And so a few days ago, Netanyahu, along with his government, chose to take this action and to strike at the heart and the heads of the Islamic Jihad organization in Gaza. It had a strategic rationale to restore deterrence on Israel's part vis-a-vis its enemies, whether in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Syria, and beyond. But it also had likely a political dimension as well for Netanyahu, given the sorry state of his government and even his poll numbers.
Let me just we are now getting word into the I-24 newsroom that there was a direct hit in Rehovot, that the Iron Dome missed, was not able to intercept one of the missiles that came in. Guy, you and I had talked about.
I certainly hope the viewers were watching us and going to shelter as they're instructed by the Home Front Command. Yes, we are hearing this report about a direct hit to a home in Rehovot. No information as of yet about any injuries there. And of course, the big difference between those cities in the center and many of the communities in the south is the fact that thousands of the residents in the south have fled, have gone on vacation and on a relief to the center of Israel. So many of these communities, their houses are not occupied, and that also saved a lot of lives. That is of course not the case when it comes to Rehovot, when it comes to Tel Aviv, when it comes to central Israel. A very high highly populated country, as we all know, and therefore the importance of running to shelter.
Just so our viewers know around the world, that Israel happens to be one of the densest population centers in the world. In terms of square kilometers, how many people are in square kilometers, it's probably one of the densest areas. I want to go back to Neri Zilber for one moment. There have been talks, from what we understand, the Egyptians wanted to get involved to try to get a ceasefire going. There's also been discussion of whether or not the Americans want to get involved in here too. What do you know about that?
So the Americans are involved, but Egypt, along with Qatar and the UN, are taking the lead, as they have in previous rounds and previous years, to try to bring a ceasefire between Israel and the factions in Gaza. But the U.S., obviously, as Israel's closest ally, is also involved. Last night, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin spoke with his counterpart Yoav Gallant here in Israel. Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, spoke with his counterpart Tzachi Hanegbi last night. And I'm sure, and according to the readouts that we received, there was clear public support by the Biden administration for Israel and Israel's right to defend itself, and at the same time urging de-escalation and likely urging their Israeli counterparts to bring this latest round to a halt. I personally believe that is likely the plan of the Netanyahu government, despite the tough rhetoric that we heard earlier and even in previous days by Netanyahu and his deputies. I believe this Israeli government would like to put an end to this round. They've achieved many of what they set out, many of the objectives they set out at the start of this operation, hitting Islamic Jihad very hard, killing at least 5 of their senior commanders. And so now it's likely time to bring it to an end. Ceasefire talks so far have not proven fruitful.
We'll hold up for just one second. I just want to let our viewers know around the world that there was a direct hit in Rehovot at a house, at an apartment. Some of the early pictures are coming in, don't show any of the damage onto the building itself, but it seems to be a pretty large scene of shrapnel and such.
We'll get the image very shortly. It's a 3-story apartment building, and we are hearing of one female woman, that is wounded. We do not know her condition just yet.
And by the way, Albert, on that point, Netanyahu would like to put this to a close sooner rather than later, precisely for the reasons like a rocket striking a building in central Israel and causing fatalities. Up till now, 3 days of warfare, hundreds of rockets, not one real injury on the Israeli side.
Right. Let's keep our continuing coverage going on. We have all our I-24 news correspondents are out in the field. Pia Stachabak is actually right now in Tel Aviv, and she's going to join us in just one second to tell us about what's happening over there. Pia.
Right, Albert. We're in Tel Aviv, which is only about 10 kilometers away from Rehovot, where that house that was directly hit. As of now, here in the city, it is still quiet. People are out and about. It is a Thursday night. It is the day before the weekend. People are still also here spending time at the beaches. Here in Tel Aviv, people have about 1.5 minutes to run to the shelter. Here, people who are spending time at the promenade next to the beach, they would run to the closest hotel. There is a chain of hotels which is located right across from the beach. These hotels here will open up for the public. They will open up their shelters for people to run from the beach inside of those hotels. If they will not make it within 1.5 minutes, they are advised to lie on the ground and protect their heads with their hands. But Tel Aviv, when you're here, it feels a bit disconnected from what is happening in the rest of the country, because you can see that people are out and about. They do not seem too worried. We also had the chance to speak to some tourists beforehand, a business delegation from Kenya. They were saying that they spoke to Israelis in Kenya. They said that they calmed them down, that it is relatively safe also in these situations in Israel. And they said, Hakuna Matata, they feel fine here in Israel these days even. But, Albert, we are awaiting a response from the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And throughout the day, they were threatening to target specifically the central area, specifically Tel Aviv, as this is considered a new level or another level of escalation in the Israeli security establishment when the center is targeted. And we see that the alerts come closer. Ramle, Rehovot, there were alerts just a couple of minutes ago. Palestinian Islamic Jihad threatening retaliation for the killing of at least 5 of their senior officials. The death toll in total, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health, is above 25 people, also among them women and children, more than 80 people wounded. So retaliation is still to be awaited. We are hearing that there are many sirens in the south throughout the day. Here in Tel Aviv, everything has been quiet since yesterday in the late afternoon or early evening. That was when the last alert was here in the city. But of course, we're still awaiting a larger response from the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Albert.
Great. Pia Stechelbach, just stay with us right now. You're a part of our live team coverage of all the I-24 correspondents out in the field at the moment. Let me go back to Guy Azrael for 1 second. We're getting some more details coming on that hit in Rehovot.
Yes, the info is coming out. We are seeing the pictures. I hope we can finally see them on our screens now. It's a about 3-story apartment building, and there was a direct hit on that building. We know of at least one woman that was wounded, and there's also reports on a group of people that are trapped in the security room, just in the floor above the hit. We certainly hope they are okay, as they are in the safe room, but there's no information yet about their condition.
We're getting a report in right now that the building was heavily damaged to the point where it's possible collapse, and we're going to wait to see if we can get that confirmed 100% as we get our folks there on the scene. This is a direct hit in Rehovot, which is about 30 kilometers southeast of Tel Aviv. It's about a 20-minute train ride, a 30-minute car ride. We're also being told that the people were in that save room. Just so you know, so that everyone knows, what generally happens is there's an alarm. People are told to go into the safe room. The safe room has no windows. It's blocked in, and that's where they are to remain. So this direct hit of this building here in Rehovot is kind of is quite a situation right now. We're getting some word in now from the Magen David Adom, which is the Israeli Red Cross, that they received a report of an elderly woman who is injured inside the building. The teams have not been able to get to her yet, but they have not, at this time, have not been able to determine whether or not there have been any injuries. Now, this is just coming in right now into I-24 from Rehovot. Guy, this goes back to your point that they are trying to get a lot of the targets taken care of in Gaza to prevent these incidents from happening.
I think a very important point is that 3 days into this operation, the Islamic Jihad so far luckily had no major achievements. Yes, much of the country is at least in the south, the daily life has been disrupted, and obviously rockets are flying. But luckily, until now, no major bodily damage, no human casualties. That is the main thing for Israel. So far, and we hope this continues, there have been no achievements. And this is part of the reason why, as Neri just explained, Israel is, or at least wanting to end this operation as quickly as possible, but under its terms. The Israel would not agree to a ceasefire as long as the rocket fire continues. It has its conditions, and it's applying as much pressure as possible on the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And as we saw in many previous escalations, the ceasefire can come very quickly, even within an hour or two after massive barrages like this. Once the okay comes from both sides, they can just happen at a certain time, but it can also take days, and that all depends on what the Islamic Jihad decides, on what its operatives do, and what there are the instructions from Iran, for example, that has such a major influence on this organization.
Let's talk Iran for a second, Neri. This is, if you go back 30,000 feet, this is Iran seems to be the one with the puppet strings making this happen.
Yes, Islamic Jihad is a Iranian proxy. It's funded and supported and armed by Iran. It has been now for well over 3 decades. Having said all that, Islamic Jihad is a Palestinian militant organization, a terror group, and it has its own more local concerns. Now, the local concern that started this escalatory round was last week when one of its senior leaders and figureheads died after an 86-day hunger strike in Israeli prison.
Right.
Islamic Jihad last week fired 100 rockets into southern Israel. The response by the Israeli military was fairly restrained because they were likely setting up what we saw 3 nights ago, which was the targeted assassination of those 3 leaders.
If I interrupt for 1 second, you're looking at a rocket right now being lobbed. We're trying to get, these are live pictures coming in to I-24 News. This is a rocket being launched from the Gaza Strip that's headed into Israel. Don't know yet which direction it's headed. Guy, go. We're being told now that it's aimed for Netiva HaSara, which any moment now we'll be getting an alert. This goes back to our discussion about once that alert happens, they've got about 15 seconds, especially in that area of the country, to make it into their bunkers to make sure that they're safe. Let's go back a little bit to your point about Iran.
So my point was, yes, Iran would very much like Islamic Jihad to keep firing and to keep trying to kill Israelis and disrupt life in Israel. But Islamic Jihad has more immediate concerns, like the fact that its senior leadership is getting hit one after the other. And it also lives in Gaza amongst Gazans. And the group who actually controls Gaza is the Hamas militant group, a much larger and more capable group, and would likely have a say in whether Islamic Jihad continues to fire or doesn't continue to fire.
But yet not be involved.
Yes, Hamas, as it has done now in 2 previous rounds, going back 4 years, chose to sit this one out as well, letting Islamic Jihad fight the IDF on its own. That in and of itself is highly controversial inside the Gaza Strip, inside Palestinian society. Why is Hamas staying out of it while Islamic Jihad is getting hit? Yep.
Yeah, so
yes, we are hearing from emergency services about the woman that was injured, that was wounded in this rocket hit. She's about 65 years old. She was wounded in her head as a result of that impact. She's fully conscious, and they're still assessing her condition beyond that. I'm sure she will be transferred to a hospital very soon. But the worrying situation is also about regarding this building. I'm sure it is going to be evacuated completely, as there is a threat that the building will collapse. And anyone who sees the pictures, and there's more and more pictures coming in, the front wall of that apartment has disappeared completely. You can see inside the house. Just another emphasis again on how important it is to go into your safe room, because anyone who was sitting in that living room, if they would not have survived this rocket strike.
That's absolutely true. One of the things that you and I have talked about in the past is the fact that when Israel strikes into Gaza, into one of those apartment buildings, they are told, get out of the building.
Yeah, that is a common procedure of the IDF. It's called knock on the roof, and it happens when the IDF wants to send a message rather than assassinate anyone. It's part of applying pressure on the terror group, so that is something that does happen in certain operations. We've seen quite a few examples of this as well over this operation. Knock on the roof, a very small rocket hitting the top of the building. That's when people know they need to leave, and then a bigger one destroys the building. It's part of the pressure that Israel imposes on these terror groups.
Stick with us just a few minutes. Let me just give a recap to our viewers just joining us around the world. There has been a direct hit by one of the rockets into Rehovot, Israel, which is about 30 kilometers southeast of Tel Aviv. A 65-year-old woman has been injured. It appears that the building where she was injured will have to be torn down because it's in danger of collapsing. There are 2 more wounded, we're being told now. It seems to be some sort of a serious scene there. This is coming in from our I-24 correspondents that are on the way there. A long-range rocket also landed in the sea. We'll have more details as I-24 continues right after the break.
It's a living, breathing organism that pulsates through millennia. Touch it, listen to it, smell it, taste it. Experience the Holy Land like never before. Holy Land Uncovered, every Sunday, only on I-24 News. discover I-24 News Radio. Now you can listen to I-24 News anywhere, anytime, for free. I-24 News Radio is the audio live stream of the television network with world headlines every 30 minutes starting from 7 a.m. Tune in for top news, magazines, editions while in the car, in your office. Join us from your smartphone, tablet, or desktop to stay connected in the Middle East and around the world. Don't wait any longer. Head to our website or mobile application and click on I-24 News Radio to subscribe.
The Pixel family continues to grow into the most dynamic mobile hardware portfolio in the market today.
Hey, it's you again. Ready? Let's go. One show, a whole lot of perspective.
He is part of the problem.
You want to talk about deplatforming? People are losing their lives.
Not just what happened, but why does it matter?
I'd like to finish my point.
You're the one stretching terms here.
You could be a fantastic CNN reporter.
Join us every night, 8 p.m. Eastern on Global Eye. The global conversation starts here.
The Middle East is changing. Old alliances make way for new partnerships.
Bigger threats lead to new relationships, and shared goals mean new opportunities.
We speak to those who know the inside story and are at the heart of the changes.
Don't get caught up with the same old story.
Find out what's happening in Middle East Now.
Middle East Now on I-24 News.
I'm Albert Lewitton in the I-24 newsroom, continuing our live team coverage of the Operation Arrow and Shield. There has been another red alert. We're getting it on the phone right now. The Ashkelon Southern Industrial Area is now under a red alert for a missile headed that way. Now there has been a direct hit right now in Rehovot, which is about 35 minutes southeast of Tel Aviv. There are reports of injuries. There are reports of at least 4 injuries, with some being trapped in there. Another one now. Another report for Zikim and for Reim, and this, it looks like another barrage, Guy.
Yeah, it's a major barrage, and all these communities that are being mentioned, Zikim, Netiv HaSara, Ashkelon, Yad Mordechai, Karmia, they are all communities right next to each other, just on the coast, just north of the Gaza Strip. Netiv HaSara is the one closest to the border with Zikim, Karmia, and Ashkelon further north, a matter of just 10 kilometers for all these communities. So we are seeing a barrage of rockets towards these communities. Look, as the conversation about a ceasefire continues, so do the Israeli strikes and the I would say even desperate efforts of the PIJ to reach an achievement of some sort, to hit Israelis. This is the goal of this terror group. This is the goal of terror groups, to shed blood of Israeli people. This is what they're doing. They're firing rockets towards civilian areas, towards populated areas, and their goal is to kill Israeli citizens, to injure them, and to terrorize them.
Right, that's more
they
the
have
point.
Been terrorizing them, for sure.
Right.
Luckily, so far, no fatalities in Israel, some injuries.
And now the barrage you're talking about, we're looking at live pictures coming into I-24 News. This this is another barrage of rockets headed from Gaza into Israel. Neri Zilber is joining us with this as well. He's a journalist and adjunct professor for the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. We were talking about Iran earlier. We were talking about the fact that PIJ happens to be a puppet, a proxy for Iran. What about the other countries in the region? Where are they? They've quietly, you don't hear from UAE, you don't hear from our friends, so-called friends in that area.
We have heard some statements. Initially, they condemned Israel for the collateral damage and the tragic loss of life in the initial strikes, the 4 women and 4 children that were killed. And Egypt obviously is trying to broker a ceasefire, as is Qatar. And so the entire region is obviously looking on very closely at what's happening in Israel, what's happening in the Gaza Strip. It's wall-to-wall coverage in the Arabic satellite news channels. And so, as it has been for many decades, Israel-Palestine and the conflict surrounding it is very much near and dear to their minds, if not their hearts. And so it has a political dimension. But everybody, whether inside Israel, inside the Gaza Strip, or regionally in the Middle East, does expect this round, like all previous rounds, to end sooner rather than later. It's just a question, as Guy mentioned, how many rockets Islamic Jihad chooses to fire, how much it chooses to at least pat itself on the back and present some kind of achievement to its own people before it stops firing.
Right. The question is whether or not PIJ, the Islamic Jihad, says at some point, okay, we've done what we've done. We've accomplished the goal of stoking the fire, and that will stop.
Yes, and revenge also for the 5 senior commanders that were killed. So if the idea was yesterday afternoon and yet last night that a ceasefire was actually quite close, even just within a few hours, the fact that another senior commander was killed overnight, followed on by another senior commander, his deputy, killed this afternoon, Islamic Jihad would find it a lot more difficult to restrain itself and to not fire, including what we've seen now over the past half an hour, longer range barrages that can be a lot more difficult, a lot more lethal if they get through.
Now, if there was an issue with the Islamic Jihad feeling desperate that they were in that point, then why would Israel strike again? Then, if we know, what's the idea?
The point that Israel wants to make is that it will only agree to a ceasefire once the PIJ stops firing rockets at Israeli citizens. That is very clear. Israel has been very clear about that. A ceasefire cannot exist in a one-sided manner. And another thing that is important to think about is the strategy of the PIJ in the amount of rockets that it fires. It depends on how they evaluate the length of this operation. They've fired well over 550 rockets already. According to some assessments, the PIJ holds between 6,000 to 8,000 rockets in Gaza. The Hamas holds at least another, I would say 20,000. These are a lot of rockets, and we're seeing live images because this particular barrage right now, just over the past 10 minutes, has been incredible. A very heavy barrage of rockets. We're seeing the images from Sderot, but it is overlooking to the west, towards the coast. This is where the major barrage of rockets is going right now, to these Israeli communities, those kibbutzes, those moshavs, and Ashkelon. That stretch of coast from the northern part of the Gaza Strip, near the Erez crossing, and all the way to the north, through the communities of Netiv Asara, Yad Mordechai, Karmia, Zikim, and Ashkelon. These are the communities that are being targeted now. Obviously, the effort here is to make it difficult for the Iron Dome to intercept those rockets. When you have so many rockets fired at the same time, there's only a limited number of interceptors that could be fired at a certain time, and when it is such a short range, they have to be very quick in reaching those rockets.
Let's talk a little bit about the idea of terrorizing Israeli life. I mean, this is an aim, a goal of the PIJ.
It is very much so. Look, their primary goal is to kill Israelis. Let's be clear about that. Whether civilians or military, it doesn't really matter to them. We also have to keep in mind that from the Gaza Strip in particular, in recent years, Israel has done a very good job of cutting down other tactics and other weapon systems that the Palestinian factions in Gaza have tried to deploy. In the past, they've tried to dig tunnels under the border for cross-border infiltration attacks. They do have a naval commando unit that hasn't been quite successful. They have drones that they tried to fly over the border. Those are shot down. And so what they're really left with, as we're seeing now in a very vivid way, are rockets. Rockets fired from Gaza into Israel, into populated areas, with the goal of either getting through and killing Israelis, or if they can't do that, to terrorize Israeli lives, to disrupt life, especially in southern Israel, but now up to and including central Israel, the more populated areas of Israel. And so that has been true now for many years. It's a tactic that they deploy because it has been quite successful in terms of disrupting Israeli lives. But in and of itself, the Iron Dome does keep Israeli lives safe.
Guy, you have an update?
We do have an update, an unfortunate update out of Rehovot. The emergency services are reporting 5 Israelis injured in that rocket strike on that building. 5 wounded, among them, one of them in critical condition.
Neri, let's go back a little bit about the fact that this is Rehovot. This is very close to Tel Aviv. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of people on a Thursday night going out. There's a big concert in town. I mean, what happens there?
Yes, as we were discussing earlier, a concert here in Tel Aviv, outside in a big park in North Tel Aviv. 40,000 people at least bought tickets for this concert. It is supposed to go ahead. Somehow the Home Front Command and the authorities allowed it to go ahead, or are allowing it to go ahead. That may change. We still have a few hours until it's
right, but the idea being is if they cancel it, or if people say I'm not coming, then in a lot of ways they'll say, well, Islamic Jihad has won.
Yes, but look, the fact of the matter is that Israel is involved in the midst of a military operation. It's a military campaign. This isn't a child's game. Human lives are on the agenda here, whether inside Israel or, by the way, inside Gaza as well. And so I think that should take precedence over some optics and the perception that Israel is succumbing to terror threats. The fact of the matter is central Israel is now, in a very real way, under rocket fire.
Just to update our viewers watching from around the world, Israel is once again under attack by a barrage of missile fire that's headed this way. There have been about 500 missiles that were sent over for the past couple of days now, but it looks like within the past hour there have been dozens and dozens of missiles that have been sent to the area of Ashkelon, Rehovot. We're now getting word into the I-24 newsroom that there has been 1 death in the Rehovot attack and the strike that hit directly into the building. This is the first fatality in this operation. Just to repeat now, there is 1 death now in Rehovot for this direct strike into an apartment building in Rehovot, 30 miles southeast of Tel Aviv. We're now also getting more rocket attacks that are coming in. The red alerts are going off in all different towns all across the southern part of the country. Guy, this is
still critical. We do not have confirmation about the death, but that person is certainly in a very serious condition, critical condition. We will update when we have more information about his condition. Obviously, there is a big hospital in Rehovot, and we hope that the emergency services will be able to get him there to get the treatment that it requires.
Just so you know, I-24 is headed there. We should be getting an instant.
The confirmation has come, apparently, so unfortunately, one Israeli killed. This is the first victim from Israel in this operation. Obviously not what Israel wanted before the end of this operation. Of course, we still don't know how long will it take, and it can take hours, it can take days. This is one thing that the PIJ certainly wanted, what they would call an achievement, as Neri mentioned. It's their goal to kill Israelis, to shed Israeli blood. Here they did it.
And I'll just add to what Guy said. Yes, it's an achievement for Islamic Jihad. On the Israeli side, this is very much the reason why, in Netanyahu's part and his government's part, they would have much rather it ended last night after they achieved their achievements. On the Israeli point of view, this could prolong this round of violence. Israel will have to respond quite forcefully to the dead citizen.
If you're just joining us now, we're getting word into the I-24 newsroom. There has been one death in a rocket attack, a missile attack that struck directly into an apartment building in Rehovot, Israel, which is about 30 miles southeast of Tel Aviv. We are now going to go to Pia Stachelbach in Tel Aviv. She has more details on this. Pia, go ahead, please.
Right, well, Albert, Rehovot is about a 40-minute drive away from Tel Aviv. One person dead in a direct hit on a house, the first victim on the Israeli side in that recent escalation. Here in Tel Aviv, Albert, everything is still going on as per usual for Thursday evening. The city might be a little bit emptier, but also here in Tel Aviv, we have heard throughout the day warnings and threats from the Palestinian Islamic Jihad saying that they are in possession of long-range missiles that can reach even more north from Tel Aviv, that they also warn the residents specifically of Tel Aviv to get ready for rockets, that they will target Tel Aviv as well. Now we have seen that Rehovot was targeted city, really not far away from here. We are waiting possibly also rockets here, although in the city life goes on as usual. There is also a concert of the famous Israeli artist Aviv Geffen planned in an open area in the north of the city in the park HaYarkon. That one has not been cancelled yet, although the alert is getting closer, and we have seen the first victim on the Israeli side really not far away from here. But as of now, here in Tel Aviv, everything is quiet, and in case of an alert, people here have about 1.5 minutes to run to public shelters. Now, the injuries that we have seen on the Israeli side are mostly people sustain them when they run to shelters or from anxiety. But as of now, here in the city of Tel Aviv, it is quiet, Albert.
Pia, thank you very much for joining us. Just a quick question for you about this. Now, in the event that there was an alert, how do you get 40,000 people in a concert into shelter in 30 seconds?
Well, the visitors of the concert have received the instructions to just lay on the ground and cover their heads with their hands. That is in an open area in a park, so there wouldn't be enough time to really get that many people inside a shelter. Now, people who are out and about in the city, they're advised to run to public shelters. As I said, they have about 1.5 minutes, and there are also many apartments in Tel Aviv that have a safe room within the apartments.
Great. Pia Stachelbach joining us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much for joining us. And just to recap for our viewers, there has been one death in a missile attack.
I do have to say it is yet to be confirmed, and Israeli media is still reporting him as critical. We'll keep it at that, I think.
Okay. Any other updates from the alarms are going off from all these different areas all across the southern part of the country? Every 5 seconds we're getting another one.
The recent barrage, according to the Ashkelon municipalities, 20 rockets that were fired at Israel, at Ashkelon, at the city of Ashkelon and its neighboring communities just within several minutes. Again, maybe last-minute efforts of the Islamic Jihad to take Israeli lives. Maybe it worked in Rehovot. They're trying their best efforts. This is what they attempt to do, and this is why it is, again, cannot stress this enough, so important for people to remain in shelters. And it's not for nothing that in Ashkelon, in Sderot, we have seen, despite so many rockets, we have not seen casualties because people are used to this situation, whether they moved out of their homes or they know to remain in shelters as much as needed, and this saves lives.
Great, Guy Azrieli, thank you very much. We're going to live team coverage continues now with Pierre Klosander. He's in Sderot right now, where that area, the southern part of the country, remains to have a large barrage of rockets headed that way. Let's go to Pierre.
Right, there was a barrage of rockets about 7 minutes ago. A barrage, like a bad wind, started north of Sderot toward Ashkelon, toward other villages and localities which are north of Sderot, and then there was an alert on Sderot with interception, but there was one rocket, or maybe debris of a rocket, that crushed a public building in Sderot in this direction, north of us, and there are no casualties but damages on the building. Now that bad wind went on and went toward the central sector of the Gaza Strip facing Israeli territory, and then the southern sector, and then back in the northern sector. So there's been like a wind from south to north and north to south of rocket fire, of rocket salvos, which for most of them have been intercepted by the Iron Dome anti-missile missile system.
And when this happens, I mean, are there people behind? You're wearing your flak jacket, you have helmets you're about to put on. What else? What are the people there on the street doing?
People that are on the street are just rushing to a public shelter, just like this one. They're not protected. They don't have a flak jacket. They don't have a helmet. You can see some of them. There is an alert now.
Go.
There is an alert. We're going to get close. Oh, you can see now the Iron Dome. There was a spark. I don't know if Ahmad El Alami. Now there is an interception. You see the black smoke. There's been an interception. Another one that we haven't seen. 3 booms. And that's about it for the moment, but we don't know. We see only one spot of black smoke, but we've heard 3 booms of interception. So I suppose there was a salvo of 3 rockets. Now you can hear the alarm system of the cars that have been jumping because it's been ignited by the explosions. And that's the reality here now. Ahmad is going to show you, we're going to see the shelter. People are already going out of the shelter. There are some officials here. Some of them are still in the shelter, but not all of them. Most people are not protected. They don't have a vest. They don't have a helmet. Another one. Another Iron Dome. Another interception. A second one. And you hear the boom. There is a helicopter. There is 2 helicopters in the sky that are probably trying to spot the rocket launchers. 2 Israeli army helicopters that you can maybe see in the sky, and these are probably trying to spot the rocket launchers in order to neutralize them. Now, people here are just crowding next to the shelter. Ahmad, the people are just next to the shelter. You see them here. Some of them are taking pictures with their cell phone or looking at their application to see if there is any other area that has been hit. And that's the reality here, Albert.
So, Pierre, the people who are there, it doesn't seem as though they have some sort of false sense of security, that they're okay if they are outside as long as Iron Dome takes care of it.
There is a false sense of security on 2 issues. There is the Iron Dome, and there are the mobile, the public shelters, and you have shelters at home, in the house, in your private home. So basically, people are protected. Maybe it's fake because of the Iron Dome, but the shelters that are just behind us, the protected areas, are fine. They're safe, and even if a rocket would explode 10 meters away from that public area, or even 5 meters away, they'd be protected. So I think that sense of protection is embedded into some rationale. It's not just a feeling.
In case you're just joining us now on I-24 live around the world, just to let you know that there has been another barrage of rocket fire that has been aimed at Israel, at Sderot, at right where Pierre Clochender is right now. There were 3 interceptions you saw moments ago here on I-24 News. Pierre is going to stay with us throughout the entire evening to give us updates as they become available. Let me go now to Guy for just 1 second here. There are some people around the world who are going to say, as long as Israel has enough rockets to counterbalance the PIJ, then they'll be fine.
The situation is that the PIJ terrorizes Israel. It terrorizes Israel for not a few days, not a few weeks, not even a few months. Rockets have been fired out of the Gaza Strip into Israel from early 2000, and they've been only growing in numbers every few months, every few years. Israel goes into an escalation that tries to put an end to the rocket fire, not a long-term solution, and nothing close to that, because these terror groups control the Gaza Strip. Hamas controls the Gaza Strip. The Islamic Jihad operates from the Gaza Strip, and both of these groups have thousands of rockets that are ready to be launched at Israeli citizens at any given time. Yes, the Iron Dome, which Israel invested billions of dollars into, protects Israeli lives. It is not 100% accurate, but it does give a sense of confidence to the Israeli people, although they need to remain to follow the Home Front Command instructions and go to shelters. But this is not a reality in which a country can live with. The mere fact that Israel has the Iron Dome to protect itself is not an excuse for these terror groups to be launching rockets and for the world to say, well, that is okay. It is not okay. And I have to say something here,
please,
because the fact that Israel has this Iron Dome is the one that prevents not just casualties in Israel, it prevents a lot more casualties in Gaza, because if these rockets were hitting dozens of buildings as they were, unless the Iron Dome would have stopped them, we would have seen dozens, hundreds, maybe thousands of Israelis killed from so many rocket launches. And then the situation in Gaza would be completely different, because Israel would not go for some sort of a mild operation. That would be the end of these terror groups, because Israel would have to go in and take over the Gaza Strip. This is not something that Israel wants to do. It's not something that Gazan people want to happen. Perhaps they do want to relieve themselves from being taken hostage by these terror groups. But the Iron Dome is the one that prevents more casualties in Gaza. Nonetheless, this situation cannot last forever.
Neri, we have about a minute and a half left. I just want to ask you, at what point does the Prime Minister Netanyahu say, okay, you know what, we've accomplished, we've knocked off everybody we want to, we're good?
They already said that yesterday. Basically, the sense coming from the highest echelon of the Israeli government was quiet will be met with quiet, which is the refrain you usually hear when they want a ceasefire, when they want to end this round. From the Israeli point of view, they've achieved a lot, striking Islamic Jihad commanders and other military assets. Islamic Jihad took a very heavy hit, but there's two sides to any conflict, including this one. Islamic Jihad, for its purposes, felt that it needed to keep fighting, to keep firing rockets. That's what we're seeing right now. The expectation is it'll likely continue into this evening. Hopefully tomorrow this will end.
Great. One quick update from you guys.
There were so many mixed messages about the condition of that person that was wounded. And now police does say one man has lost his life in that rocket strike in Rehovot.
So let's give an update to our viewers before the end of the hour. Just so you know that there has been one death in a rocket attack that struck an apartment building in Rehovot, Israel, 35 miles southeast of Tel Aviv. This is the first fatality. A gentleman has died. There are continued. Our I-24 team is on the way there, and we should be getting an update from them shortly about it. Now, just to give everyone an update, this is now 500 plus rockets. In the past hour, there have been about 300, let's say more like another 100 rockets that have been aimed towards Israel, mostly in the south, Sderot, where you saw moments ago here on I-24 News. Pierre Croslender was there when there was three interceptions. This continues through the day and through the night. Right now, there's no discussion and no word from whether or not there will be any sort of ceasefire discussions at play. We will keep you monitored and in full detail as it happens. I-24 News is throughout the area right now, have our reporters fan throughout the area. We'll give you an update as soon as we get them here at I-24 News. You can update yourself on i24news.tv on the I-24 app. For everyone here at I-24, I'm Albert Lewiton in Tel Aviv.
This week in Mallard at Large, my guest will be John Bolton, former NSC advisor to Donald Trump, former number 2 of the White House.
And the prospect that if Iran had nuclear weapons that Hezbollah could deliver, that Israel would be subject to a nuclear holocaust. So I don't think the Israelis will allow that to happen.
Mallard at Large with Christian Mallard this week on I-24 News.
The I-24 News team of talented correspondents are working hard for you. They're in the markets, on the streets, in the battlefields, getting the pulse of the story. Tune in for Beyond the Headlines to see how the top stories of the week are affecting real people. No commentary, no debate, just the best stories presented by our best journalists.
Strictly Security, your weekly look into security, intelligence, and strategic affairs. Our team brings the latest on the major international conflicts, analysis of the major security issues right here in the Middle East and around the globe. Saturdays, only on I-24 News.
Discover I-24 News Radio. Now you can listen to I-24 News anywhere, anytime, for free. I-24 News Radio is the audio live stream of the television network with world headlines every 30 minutes starting from 7 a.m. Tune in for top news, magazines editions while in the car, in your office. Join us from your smartphone, tablet, or desktop to stay connected in the Middle East and around the world. Don't wait any longer. Head to our website or mobile application and click on I-24 News Radio to subscribe.
If you could travel to the Middle East right now without packing and without a plane ticket, would you? We are in Tel Aviv, Israel. Welcome to I-24 News Digital.
Here, we bring Israel and the entire Middle East right to your social networks.
On your phone, on your desktop. Here, I-24 News creates videos especially made for social media. And believe me, we are out there working hard.
Right here.
Israel and Nepal.
For the very first time.
Is how they begin. Making original content. Streaming live, even in the hard moments.
There are literally rockets going off. I'm in a bomb shelter.
And filming docuseries. With us, you will find all the big stories you missed on television. So join I-24 News on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. And discover the Middle East with us.
We're on the inside of political and religious passions in Jerusalem, breaking down the financial trends shaping the global economy, giving you key context, not just headlines. With the stories from Israel that touch the U.S. and those across the region with impact far beyond its borders. Sunday to Thursday on I-24 News. Catch the rundown, where the Middle East meets the world.
Welcome to Middle East Now with breaking news. It's another day of heavy shelling on Israel and massive airstrikes in Gaza. A short while ago, a residential building in the city of Rehovot in Israel was hit by a rocket. 5 civilians were wounded, 1 killed. We'll go first to I-24 News correspondent Pierre Clochandler in the southern town of Sderot. Pierre, what's the latest?
Well, there's been a salvo of rockets, and some of them were deadly rockets, from the north in Rehovot to Ashkelon. Then the bad wind went to Sderot, and then further south facing the central sector of the Gaza Strip and the southern sector of the Gaza Strip. In Rehovot, 1 person died in her 40s, a direct hit on a building, 5 wounded, and in a village nearby Sderot, there's been one Palestinian worker who's been moderately injured by shrapnels.
Alex, what did you say before?
I just said one Palestinian worker has been wounded moderately in a locality which is nearby Sderot from shrapnels. Here in Sderot, there was a direct hit on a public building. There's only damage. The building was not in use because kindergartens, schools, and other buildings are closed since the onset of this operation. We hear rumors, which are not confirmed, of another hit on another house with only damage but no wounded, but we cannot yet confirm that. In brief, this was quite a deadly salvo of rocket that crossed in an array of over 60 kilometers between Sderot, south and north of Sderot, toward Rehovot, near Tel Aviv already.
All right, Pierre, thank you very much. We'll get back to you soon. Also, we'll be live in the city of Rehovot momentarily. It was a chain of reactions, and a very typical one, we should say, of one event leading to another. Here's a reminder how this round has begun.
It's been 3 days since Israel launched Operation Shield and Arrow, beginning with the assassination of 3 senior members of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad in the Gaza Strip. The airstrikes come a week after PIJ spiritual leader Khader Adnan died in Israeli custody after a nearly 3-month-long hunger strike, and a month after rockets were fired on Israel from multiple fronts during the tense month of Ramadan, becoming the catalyst for the most recent round of violence between Gaza and Israel. After Adnan's death, Gaza-based militants fired more than 100 rockets into Israel, with the Israeli Air Force responding with strikes on Hamas terror infrastructure in the Gaza Strip that ended without casualties. After the brief flare-up, a week of calm returned, but after Israel's targeted killing of PIJ leadership in Gaza, the violence sprung back. In retaliation to the Israeli strikes, the PIJ began firing barrage after barrage of rockets into Israeli territory, with Israel again responding with more airstrikes against PIJ rocket launch and manufacturing sites. As mediation efforts involving countries such as Egypt continue, so does the fighting. As of today, more than 500 rockets have been fired from Gaza towards Israel, and Israel has struck more than 150 targets throughout the Strip. When will mediation efforts prove to be a success? And when will the tense calm return to Israel's southern frontier? As these questions remain open, and both sides seeming unable to agree on a ceasefire, the latest bout of fighting will continue.
We'll go to Gaza right now. From Gaza Live now is Sophie von der Tann, correspondent for ARD, German television. Thank you very much for joining us from there. What do you see, what do you hear in Gaza right now?
So I'm standing here in the northern Gaza Strip, north of Gaza City, not very far from the border to Israel. And it was fairly quiet during the afternoon, but then fighting kept picking up again. We heard Israeli fighter jets bombing the Gaza Strip again, and we also saw a barrage of rockets being launched towards Israel and then being intercepted, as far as we can tell, largely by the missile defense system, Iron Dome. And so far, it's 28 people dead in these past 3 days. Right now, you're hearing more fighting going on. I don't know if you can hear it in the background. And this morning, Israel killed in an airstrike another Islamic Jihad leader. His deputy was killed this afternoon, and you can hear explosions maybe just right in the background. So this is all happening while ceasefire talks are underway, but the fighting obviously is continuing.
According to Israel, the strikes are very precise. Do you see a major disruption of life over there in Gaza?
So what I can tell from here is that the streets are totally empty. People are staying at home. Shops are closed. The border is obviously closed. Also, for those few that can leave, that means a lot of people who are seeking urgent medical treatment are right now in Gaza and cannot leave. This also means that goods cannot enter the Gaza Strip. There's reports that the Gaza power plant might soon run out of fuel. Public life is basically at a standstill right now.
Do you hear anything from Hamas organization, which controls Gaza?
So far, they seem to be staying at the sidelines. The statements that are being made are usually joint statements of the different militant factions, and the rockets are being launched by Islamic Jihad. That is our understanding. This is done in coordination with Hamas, but Hamas seems to be not willing to let this further escalate. That's at least the assumption, because the assumption is that Hamas is not interested in a fully fledged escalation, knowing what this could mean. Further days of escalation, more casualties, more damage, more suffering in the Gaza Strip that would ultimately undermine popular support for Hamas. So there's also political interest in how this is going to develop, but we'll have to see what actually is going to happen on the ground, because especially after these few killings that just happened now, there is retaliation to be expected, probably.
Right. So, Sophie, thank you very much. In Gaza tonight, now we'll switch live to the city of Rehovot, the city which, as we have seen before, one of its buildings was hit directly by a rocket just a short while ago. I-24 News' Nicole Tzedek is live over there in Rehovot.
Yes, in fact, that building was just hit within the past hour, and we still are learning more information. But according to the most recent update from the police spokesperson unit, they have confirmed that one person has been pronounced dead in this direct hit to a residential building. You can see really a scene of chaos out here as dozens, if not hundreds, of residents are coming out of their apartment trying to get really as close as they can. This is actually as close as we can, so I haven't actually seen the damage to the building firsthand, but it is quite the scene out here. According to the police spokesperson unit, along with the one person who is pronounced dead, there were 2 moderate casualties and 5 victims who have been evacuated with anxiety. And that is definitely the feeling that we are getting out here, really a sense of high anxiety out here. I'm going to show you, kind of pan over here through some of these people so you can see where the scene is and more of the building. We are hearing reports that it was really a direct hit, and police right now are trying to evacuate as many people and searching to see if there is anyone still left in the building, because it could really collapse at any time. That's what we're hearing right now. But you can see the police are trying to maintain order as much as possible, but it is very chaotic out here as residents are trying to find out exactly what happened, to see if any of their friends or neighbors were kind of impacted in this hit. It is, as far as what we're seeing out here, also just from the response from not only police, but the medics also out here. When you're driving through the town of Rehovot from about maybe a half a mile away from this scene here, that's when you're starting to see some of this active police presence, active medical presence, active fire and rescue presence. So there is very much a heavy sense of security out here, as we are still trying to learn more information about exactly what happened and if there are any more casualties or injuries as far as that direct hit here to a residential building.
Right. Thank you very much, Nicole. We'll get back to you later. Basically, it's not a good idea for civilians to hang out like this outside, but that's the situation over there in Rehovot. We'll take a break. We'll be right back with more live coverage here on I-24 News.
Imagine being able to see into the future.
What innovations will change the world as we know it? Join us as we meet the people changing our planet and discover the inventions shaping tomorrow.
Israel Business Beat, Sundays and Wednesdays, 9:30 p.m. GMT.
The I-24 News team of talented correspondents are working hard for you. They're in the markets, on the streets, in the battlefields, getting the pulse of the story. Tune in for Beyond the Headlines to see how the top stories of the week are affecting real people. No commentary, no debate, just the best stories presented by our best journalists.
We're on the inside of political and religious passions in Jerusalem, breaking down the financial trends shaping the global economy, giving you key context, not just headlines, with the stories from Israel that touch the U.S. and those across the region with impact far beyond its borders. Catch the rundown where the Middle East meets the world.
Welcome back to our special coverage here on I-24 News. Rockets were fired at Tel Aviv last night, but they were intercepted. I-24 News correspondent Pia Steckelbach is now live in Tel Aviv. Good evening, Pia. What's going on?
Good evening, Jacob. Exactly. Yesterday, there were 2 rocket alerts here in the city of Tel Aviv. So far today, it has been quiet. And when you walk through the city, you get the feeling that there are less people out and about. Consider it is a Thursday evening. Although there are no special instructions in place, there were threats that rockets might also reach Tel Aviv. And when they do reach Tel Aviv, people have about 1.5 minutes to reach a shelter. And as you can see here, this is the Great Synagogue in Tel Aviv, and it has a public shelter where people can go in times in case of an alert. But as you can see, and I want to show you, people have 1.5 minutes. But for example, here the entrance is partially blocked with trash. So the public shelters in Tel Aviv are open already since the day before yesterday. But not every shelter is really prepared for the worst case scenario of rockets, as you can see. And I want to show you how long the way to the actual shelter room is. We're entering the basement of the Great Synagogue in Tel Aviv right now. This is the way that people will have to take in the case of an alert. We are going through the hallway right now, and we still haven't reached the shelter yet. We're talking about the scenario when there is an alert, and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad has threatened with rockets on Tel Aviv. Specifically, they have issued a warning that residents of Tel Aviv should be prepared for another round of rockets as a retaliation. Now, we have now reached the bunker room. This is the shelter underneath the Great Synagogue in Tel Aviv. As you can see, quite a lot of trash, no facilitations for people to sit. And in the worst case scenario, in the scenario of an attack, people here, we are in an area of a lot of restaurants. Allenby Street with a lot of restaurants and bars is very close. People have to gather here in this room in the scenario of alerts, which the Palestinian Islamic Jihad has threatened with, and that people can expect also throughout the night.
Pia, thank you very much for this report. Here in the studio, we have Major General Eitan Dangot, formerly from IDF. Thank you very much for joining us. So where are we standing almost 48 hours into this?
I think we are more or less on the same strategic way that Israel is taking on attacking this kind of escalation. First of all, it's against only Jihad Islamic, and Israel declare it, and from time to time it's repeated. Secondly, Israel succeed in targeted association to kill 5 people from the Jihad Islamic, and it has a lot of meaning for the structure of the Jihad Islamic in Gaza. It means the connection between high level of senior commanders and those who are giving the policy in Gaza had been killed, and this is a very serious, I think, punishment to the organization that is using only in the last hours the launching as it has started from yesterday lunchtime. What we see is that there is also efforts on the most of these launchers were defended by the Israeli air defense system, but as you see now, after what happened today, the 2 senior commanders of the rockets structure has been killed. It was like the Jihad Islamic is looking for revenge or for something they can show it as a small victory from their point of view. And what happened, unfortunately, recently in Rehovot has been something that used their targeted that issue. On the other end, we see that the Egypt is making a lot of effort from it has started already to bring for a ceasefire under discussion between Egypt and Jihad Islamic. The big question mark is the Hamas. On one end, Israel is emphasizing that Hamas is outside on this kind of escalation. Hamas is fulfill this kind of policy, but on the other end, Hamas, in my opinion and my experience, involved deeply in what's going now in Cairo. There is a tension between Hamas and Jihad Islamic in Gaza because Jihad Islamic is looking for Hamas as to push them to this kind of the battlefield, and there is a tension in Jihad Islamic organization between the outside leadership by Ziad Nakhaly and Ajuri from Damascus to those who are inside Gaza in order those demands from Damascus to continue. So it's unclear situation. My estimation, we are already inside the very sensitive last between 12 to 16 hours. If something is not going to change it dramatically,
we'll have a
it will be a ceasefire.
Okay, we'll talk about the Israeli side as well, but speaking of which, in the center of this round, as was said here, is the Palestinian Islamic Jihad and not the Hamas, which is the bigger organization and the one who is controlling Gaza. Senior correspondent Owen Alterman reports on that.
Funerals in the Gaza Strip for 3 senior figures from Palestinian Islamic Jihad and civilians killed with them in an Israeli strike. Another chance for the Palestinian Islamic Jihad organization to show its strength.
We confirm that this sinful crime will only increase our faith in God and accept His fate and make us persistent in the path that the martyrs had taken, this path that will end with the defeat of the enemy.
For Palestinian Islamic Jihad, or PIJ, that's the rhetoric. Religious, nationalist, and uncompromising. In a sense, not much different from Hamas or other Islamist groups. But in another sense, Palestinian Islamic Jihad is different, even more focused on fighting and terrorism, and less on governance and welfare, more focused on building a small cadre of fighters, and less on winning broad public support. And with close ties to Iran going back decades, and shown as PIJ marks year in and year out Iran's Jerusalem Day.
Our message on this day, Jerusalem's International Day, is to call for Palestinian unity, first and foremost, and for the unity of Arab and Islamic nations, and to support our resistance and the steadfastness of our people.
Iran's 1979 Islamic Revolution was an inspiration for the founding of PIJ. Since the 1990s, Iran has funded PIJ as Iran's main project in the Palestinian arena. And Palestinian Islamic Jihad has returned the favor by praising Tehran. In a Middle East riven in the last decade by Sunni-Shia rivalry, PIJ has straddled the divide, proving that money matters, and ideology does too.
Meanwhile, PIJ source tells I-24 News in Arabic that the rocket that hit Rehovot city and killed one citizen at this point was an Iranian-made rocket. That's an interesting piece of information as well. With us now, here is Dr. Fadi Ismail. I want to ask you, what is the strategy of Hamas here? Because that's a big question mark.
Hamas is in a very interesting place because, in a way, PIJ it is its competitor, which is what Iran wants it to think as well. And also Israel wants it to think that PIJ is a possible competitor to the leadership of Hamas. It's an interesting, by the way, intersection of interest between Israel and Iran, believe it or not, just to keep some kind of counterbalance inside Gaza. On the other hand, Hamas cannot really come out against PIJ full-blown. That's for obvious reasons. By the way, about the missile that PIJ says is from Iranian sources, this is not the first time. In 2020, Ziad Nakhaly has already declared that he received missiles from Iran, and he has already shot them at Tel Aviv several times.
But I guess some people would wonder why do Iran need two organizations competing, both answering to them in Gaza?
Okay, because first of all, ideologically, PIJ is closer, given the history of Fatih Shqaqi, that basically, if you read his has a book that explains everything. But you have to understand, the Iranians are not stupid. They want to keep some kind of competition because there are some tensions with vis-a-vis Iran's policies during the Arab Spring. Even PIJ became really upset with Iran's involvement in Syria, in Yemen, in other countries. So to the extent that PIJ actually left Damascus for many years, their headquarters were in Damascus, and in protest against Iran, they left them. So the relationship is not so linear as some people might let you think. It's actually much more complex. So therefore, the Iranians are keeping that counterbalance inside Gaza because they basically telling Hamas, we have an option, we have an alternative to you, and they're also doing the same to PIJ. Same thing that Israel is trying to do as well.
Right. Eitan Dangal, just briefly, we are seeing here some sort of a contract between Israel and Hamas. You don't fire, we don't touch you. This is a new honeymoon.
I think it's not. It's very far away from honeymoon, but it's the circumstances that the main strategic interests of both sides are meeting on the stage that non-Israel, non-Hamas is now looking for escalation between the both sides. It's very clear it will be probably later. Hamas worked very hard to create the arena, let's say, coordination of terror between the movements, and they are not going to give it up for this prisoner who died in the jail. It's not the main reason for them. I think
they will do it at their own time.
At their time. And last but not least, Jerusalem Day was the main target of Hamas for a week from now, and I think the Jihad Islamic destroyed it.
They had plans, you're saying. All right, let me bring in now Esther Marcus. She's a manager of a resilience clinic, resilience center in southern Israel. Thank you very much for joining us. Good evening. What do you do, Esther, in those resilience centers?
Oh, wow. At the moment, we are crazy busy, working 24/7, answering hotline, answering calls all the time, families calling in. On the one hand, unfortunately, it's a situation that I don't even like to use the expression gotten used to, because we don't want to make it sound as if it doesn't have any meaning. But for over 20 years now, this has been our reality, which means that we've learned a lot. People are absolutely fantastic with their ability to be resilient. Generally, what we're busy doing, on the one hand, we give therapy to those who are already in some kind of sense of anxiety or traumas coming in. But also we're very busy helping to prevent the trauma through workshops, working with families, working with the communities, basically trying to do everything we can to help prevent post-trauma. We don't always succeed, obviously, because, well, just looking at this picture today, I have to say my heart goes out to the family. Wow, it's just shocking news. And just the fact that it's happening there in Rehovot is just incredible. I can't even absorb it yet. A few years ago, I remember a reporter coming and interviewing children here on our kibbutz in Alumim, and the reporter saying to one of the children, don't you get upset that people in the rest of the country don't know what you're going through? And the child, who was maybe 11 at the time, said, no. She asked, would you want them also to be hit? And she said, no, why would I ever want anybody else in our country to be under attack like we are? I just want it to stop here. And now, after all these years here, Rehovot, Yavne, it's terror. It's hard. It's really hard. But we keep working through what we can work through, and helping and preventing.
And as you can say, this is not something you can get used to. Nobody can get used to living under shelling all the time, obviously. Esther, I thank you very much for that. We're going to take a break now, and we'll be right back with more live coverage of the fighting between Gaza and Israel. Stay with us.
This week in Mallard at Large, my guest will be John Bolton, former NSC advisor to Donald Trump, former number 2 of the White House.
And the prospect that if Iran had nuclear weapons that Hezbollah could deliver, that Israel would be subject to a nuclear holocaust. So I don't think the Israelis will allow that to happen.
Mallard at Large with Christian Mallard this week on I-24 News.
On en avait marre un peu d'avoir des clients qui ne savaient pas où mettre ces matériaux, parce que de les enfouir, ça coûte quand même assez cher. Donc on voulait amener une solution où ces matériaux peuvent être recyclés.
بحوش هون ورد عم اجى يعني من المخيمة عم اجى على الأرض عم حوش الورد يعني وكثير أنا فرحان لأني عم حوش ورد.
We're on the inside of political and religious passions in Jerusalem, breaking down the financial trends shaping the global economy, giving you key context, not just headlines, with the stories from Israel that touch the U.S. and those across the region with impact far beyond its borders. Sunday to Thursday on I-24 News. Catch the rundown, where the Middle East meets the world.
Strictly Security, your weekly look into security, intelligence, and strategic affairs. Our team brings the latest on the major international conflicts, analysis of the major security issues right here in the Middle East and around the globe. Saturdays, only on I-24 News.
The Pixel family continues to grow into the most dynamic mobile hardware portfolio in the market today.
Imagine being able to see into the future.
What innovations will change the world as we know it? Join us as we meet the people changing our planet and discover the inventions shaping tomorrow.
Israel Business Beat, Sundays and Wednesdays, 9:30 p.m. GMT.
Welcome back to I-24 News, special coverage of what's happening between Gaza and Israel. It was a day of shelling in Israel, airstrikes in Gaza, and we have now one person killed, civilian in Israel, and 5 wounded when this building was hit directly by a rocket from Gaza, from the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Here in the studio, we have Eitan Dangot and Fadi Ismail. I want to ask, let's try to look from above. Will anything change after this round? We've seen so many of those, Eitan.
I don't see the great change, but as you see, the last, I think, more than 10 years. It's going from escalation to escalation with the gaps of silence that you have in Gaza. We are in another story now, because if you're looking about all the Middle East area, especially in Israel, you see that the West Bank and Gaza and in Lebanon, Golan Heights are like coordinate now together. Secondly, I think that Israel wants two things. First, to close the circle that has started last week with Jihad Islamic. Secondly, to signal some messages to Hamas and to Hezbollah, especially concerning the targeted assassination that it was used, and also the capacity of the intelligence and what is the meaning in order to create or start to climb in the deterrence that we lost, not only because outside, because what happened in Israel inside. So I believe we'll be quiet. By the way, in my opinion, Jihad Islamic is looking now to achieve some what we called ending pictures that will bring the situation of the movement not to be completely on the ground.
Right. Dr. Ismail?
Here's a question. I think, if I count correctly, this is the 16th one in the last 20 years. Every one of them has a name, by the way. And
right.
I can't recite them, don't ask me. But I think it's the 16th one. It is almost like trench warfare. Or if you will, we're still not at war of attrition, but we're definitely, it's like if you ask something changes, it's like during trench warfare, everybody takes a little every time. So I think we're kind of a little bit stuck in the situation right now. But something that is coming out of this, I still think that something is coming out of this, is the presence of PIJ in the consciousness, at least in Arab consciousness, as a leading force, a leading entity of resistance. Until now, this group was somewhat in the shadows of Hamas and everything else. Although they're a very powerful group and they have been very active in Jenin, in the West Bank. The West Bank is way stronger than Hamas. They're still somehow not very well known even on the Arab street, and to the extent that their own activists, sometimes I fumble around their WhatsApps, even they think that there is a conspiracy to hide them. That everyone's trying to hide. Now I think they have gained some kind of notoriety, which actually can work in favor of other forces in the region, because that gives, again, Hamas some sort of a competition that it will be very interesting to study what's going on here.
Let's talk about Egypt now. Let me bring in Ambassador Itzhak Levanon, formerly Israel's ambassador to Cairo. Thank you very much and good evening. Egypt has a unique role in trying to reach a ceasefire. They've been trying and did this before. How is it being done exactly?
Good evening. Well, Egypt has played a role all the time that we had the round of military operations between us and Hamas or Gaza or Islamic Jihad, etc. So far, the Egyptian has been unsuccessful. In my mind, this is due because of the bad relations existing between Egypt and the Islamic Jihad, not with the Hamas, but the Islamic Jihad, and behind this also with Iran. This is why we see that in the last few hours, the contact between the Egyptians and the Israelis has slowed down a little bit. This doesn't mean that there is no contact. The contacts exist between Egypt, the Islamic Jihad, and Ziad Nakhle, who lives in Beirut. But I think that the slowing down is due to the fact that Egypt has no good relations with the Islamic Jihad and Iran, but they will continue to do the effort in order to reach a ceasefire.
So now, the Egyptians have leverage on Hamas, but not so much on Islamic Jihad.
Yes, but look, they have some leverage, indeed. They have Qatar, who has, helped the Egyptians. You have the United Nations, who has intervened in this case. But I think what happened in the last hours with the fatality, the Israeli fatality, I think that the situation has a little bit, changed. If you put all together the slowdown with the Egyptian intervention, if we see the fatality, if we see what Nakhle is saying in Beirut, and he is pushing the Islamic Jihad not to make any compromise, I think that we are going toward a kind of a strong retaliation to move on into and the objective of the ceasefire.
All right, Ambassador Lebanon, I thank you for this. We're going to move now live to Rehovot, where there was a direct hit, as we've seen before. And as we speak, Nicole Tzedek, in Rehovot, we have more and more rockets fired towards southern Israel.
Yes, and here it is definitely still an active and a very tense scene, as well as we have got confirmation that one person did die in a direct hit to a residential area. We are just about as close as we can get. You can see police are blocking off this area, so this is as close as we can get to the apartment, but our cameraman is zooming in to kind of give you more of a feel of all of the security personnel, the medics, the firemen that are still on the scene here. And where I am, it is just a sea of residents all coming here trying to get some more information. Really a tense time. As I said, I actually have had the opportunity to speak to some residents here in the area, including one man who was inside the building when the hit happened. He said that here in Rehovot, they don't expect something like this. They are in central Israel. They really haven't seen anything like a direct hit. He is still very anxious and very stressed. His hands were still visibly shaking, and that's the feeling that many people are having here, although he will say he's just thankful that he did have those 90 seconds, really a little bit less than that, to run into a shelter, stay in place, because he says it probably saved his life. So he said right now he is just thankful for that, but the feeling of anxiety is definitely very strong here right now. And as you can see, people just kind of gathering around here behind me, trying to get as close as they can to the scene to really experience and see what happened. Now, this obviously is not exactly the scene that you want to see out here after something like that. This is not what authorities or anyone from the IDF is encouraging right now, these large groups of people, but really, especially following such a direct hit with one fatality, many of these residents just want to know exactly what happened, trying to find out more information and coming together, consoling each other during such a tense and stressful time.
Nicole, thank you very much. Right there in Rehovot. Dr. Ismail, I want to ask you, it's going to be another ceasefire, it's going to be another round. Everybody will say we won and move on.
Yeah, why not?
That's the way it is.
Yeah, everybody will claim victory and we'll get along with our lives until the next one, until something basic breaks. That's what happens in these kinds. Even in, you need a little bit of game theory for that. In the end, something happens and it breaks the tie.
But you have experience with the United States. Where's the United States?
The United States is busy now. Oh. We're busy with a lot of things there. I don't think this is something that really bothers the White House right now. There's such issues that go on inside the Beltway, that economic, the internal politics, the people getting closer and closer to the next elections. So this is not playing in the American streets right now. It might if it keeps on going and we see bigger incidents, maybe some huge attacks that will cause many civilian deaths in one swoop, like happened when Shahadi was assassinated in 2002, was it? We had like 11 children killed in one swoop, so all of a sudden the whole world wanted to watch. We hope something like this doesn't happen. As long as it doesn't happen that way, I don't see the West at all getting involved in this.
Huh? All right. Dr. Fadi Ismail, thank you very much.
On the other hand, there is, from the West towards Israel, a lot of, let's say, unsatisfaction because the first strike was eating also.
Hold your thoughts. We'll get back to this. We have to take a break now, and we'll be right back with more live coverage of what's going on. Stay with us.
فاحنا بننافس بعض منافسه حلوه وكلنا بقينا اصحاب على فكره.
cette idée de faire le plus gros bijou du monde il y a une dizaine d'années. J'étais dans un bar avec des amis.
The I-24 News team of talented correspondents are working hard for you. They're in the markets, on the streets, in the battlefields, getting the pulse of the story. Tune in for Beyond the Headlines to see how the top stories of the week are affecting real people. No commentary, no debate, just the best stories presented by our best journalists.
Welcome back to special coverage here on I-24 News. We are monitoring what's been happening in the skies over the Middle East, mainly Gaza and Israel. We're hearing about sirens all the time in the southern parts of Israel. And of course, this is the picture from the city of Rehovot, where a residential building was directly hit by a rocket. PIJ is telling I-24 News in Arabic that the rocket was Iranian-made, and that's the result. One person killed and 5 civilians wounded, and this is the live picture from there. Back to you, Major General Eitan Dangot here in the studio. We were talking about the international community not being very involved in what's happening.
I think they're not deeply involved, but they are bothering. They are bothering from the fact that it can grow to an area escalation, and that concerning the fact that Iran now, with the contact with Russia in Ukraine and the American interest in order to find a way to, let's say, to see what's going with Saudi Arabia relationship with Iran, I think when you connect it together, they are not looking for any escalation in this area. You see much more, let's say, statement by the European Union. And also, I heard now that the Americans are talking with the Egyptian concerning the talks of the ceasefire. But it's the outside circle. The main circle inside is the Egyptian major task in this fact. And this is some kind that Egypt also get its power towards the United States. We know about the sensitivity of the relationship between Egypt and United States. Right. Secondly, I think that Egypt has the main power to balance the situation, because Egypt is the main gate that are using from Gaza to the world, from Jihad Islamic and Hamas.
Which brings me to Dr. Nasir Al-Omari, which with you we'll talk about the Arab world view of what's happening. You know, there was the usual Security Council debate, but not more than that, right?
Well, thank you for having me. Well, the sand in the Middle East is shifting again, and I'm afraid if we think of what's happening today as just a repetition of what happened yesterday, then we would be missing the big picture. And the big picture is that there was an alliance between Israel, the Gulf regimes, and the United States to encounter Iran. And now we have seen these Arab regimes moving in the direction of Iran, and the Iran-backed Arabic-speaking media today, are going at it. They're saying this is a big bad America supporting big bad Zionist Israel, protecting them in the Security Council, and this has an effect in the Arab street and the absence of any real regimes standing in the face of Iran. They're definitely making headway, and what's happening in Gaza today is just a continuation of what Iran has been doing, and that is to incrementally corner the Middle East, the Arab world, and Israel, and eventually probably threaten not just Israel but also the Arab world in its entirety.
Maybe after the Abraham Accords, some Arabic states may see more shades rather than black and white in what's going on here?
Well, they saw American cowardice in the face of Iran. When Saudi Arabia was attacked, the United States and the Trump administration sat around and did nothing. They saw what happened in Syria and how the Syrian regime was able to win the war. So they basically, I think, they backed away from that alliance, which was relatively effective against Iran. And now if you listen to the media, whether Al Jazeera, which is like Sunni Arab, or Al Mayadeen, which is Iran-backed Arab-speaking media, there is, unity of opinion. This is, this is our enemy. This is Israel, and they're killing the Palestinians. Unfortunately, the United States and its allies are missing the big picture, and that is the United States is really losing ground in its war to change the region, to make it a more peaceful region. I think that war is being lost, and we are not paying attention to that shift in the sand.
Interesting. Thank you very much for your insight, Dr. Nasir Al-Omari. Thank you. David Sling is a new Israeli air defense system that saw its first operational use this week while intercepting a rocket over Tel Aviv. Let's hear more about it in the next report.
A military campaign is the perfect playground to try new weapons and new defense systems. The current campaign between Israel and the Islamic Jihad is no exception.
Today, our battalion, including the technicians and our support team, conducted a first and successful interception using the David Sling defense system.
David Sling is part of the multi-layer defense system used by Israel to defend itself from incoming threats. As opposed to the well-known Iron Dome, which deals with short-range threats such as rockets incoming from Gaza, David Sling is meant to take care of medium-range threats, those coming from longer distances. It has been more than 10 years in the making, as Israel understands very well the threats do not begin or end in nearby Gaza.
David Sling defeat all the threat up to very high altitude, very long range. We are talking about more than 160 kilometer range. It's totally different. The footprint that Iron Dome protected and that David Sling protected is huge.
The rockets intercepted by David Sling on Wednesday over Tel Aviv could have been intercepted by the Iron Dome, but this was the perfect opportunity to use the mid-range system.
Our battalion will remain on high alert to do whatever necessary to protect you, the citizens of Israel.
This time, the battalion operating David Sling intercepted rockets from Gaza. The next time could very well be rockets making their way from Lebanon or Syria deep into central Israel.
And today, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, always in campaign mode, advertised a photo op by the David Sling's battery. Take a look.
Behind me is a battery from David Sling missile defense system with its commanders. This system successfully intercepted a rocket over the Tel Aviv area. We will continue to act in defense and offense until the end of the campaign. And I want to thank the soldiers who are doing sacred work here to protect our skies and our citizens.
And by the way, as we speak, all the time, sirens in southern Israel, all the time this evening. Back to you, Major General retired Eitan Dangot. This David Slings. We are talking the next phase of Iron Dome. What's the message?
The message is, first of all, that Israel completed the defense in the sky between the Iron Dome to the Arrow with the David Sling inside. It means we complete the defense from the short, long, and long-range missiles that are threatening Israel. The main message, it passed successfully operational, and this message is signals to Hezbollah in Lebanon, Syria, China and above all Iranian, who are planning to use this kind of area for launching rockets and missiles towards Israel. And I think it means that the readiness of Israel is improved and is now on a high readiness.
Yeah, so Israel is really a world leader in this kind of defense systems. We'll go back live to Pierre Clochandler in the city of Sderot. As we've said before, Pierre, sirens all the time, right?
Right, there was just a salvo of rockets, but not targeting Sderot. Actually, it's targeted one of the localities just north of Sderot. It was intercepted, but, you know, you see them in the sky, you're never sure that the loudspeakers are going to scream red alert, so people are just, you know, their heart is jumping. I'm here next to Barak Shmuel, he's 17-year-old. He lives here, and I'm just going to ask him, how does it feel to live here?
Feels great. Sometimes it can be difficult with everything that's going on right now, but in the end of it, this is my home, and I would not be anywhere else.
You're not afraid?
I think saying that I'm afraid it's very wide. Everyone feels fear, but it just depends what you do with it. And if you're calm, you can make sure you're safe, and I think just keep a smile on your face, everything will be okay.
When a door slams because of the wind, you jump?
Sometimes it could happen. My dogs especially, they got used to the sounds, but you get used to it. You kind of just got to figure out what reality you live in and live in that reality.
You're 17, in a year from now you're going to enlist in the army, right?
Yeah, of course, and we're doing it all the way. We're going into the fighter unit. We're not going to sit at home and cry. This is my country, and I'm going to fight for it. That's just what's going to be.
You might be serving on the security border between Israel and Gaza.
Yeah, and I hope I will. And I'm going to do what I need to do, serve my country, that's it.
Okay, thanks, Barak. Thanks a lot.
Of course, thank you.
You see that determination? You know, he's young. He's very determined, very motivated.
And that's reality. That's reality in Israel.
And that's reality.
Absolutely.
Exactly, Jacob.
All right, Pierre, thank you very much.
But it's not that easy.
Yeah, we know. Stay safe over there. Now we'll switch to Nicole Tzerek at the city of Rehovot. The main story there tonight at this point, after one civilian killed and 5 wounded in a direct hit to a residential building. What's going on there, Nicole?
Well, we are now hearing reports that there could be actually up to 10 people wounded in that residential hit to a building. And as you said, one civilian killed, the first civilian to be killed in this 3-day-long barrage of rockets. And it happened here in Rehovot in central Israel. And so that is really taking residents here in the city, in the town, that's really shaken them up a lot because they were not expecting something like this, especially such a direct hit to a residential building. Now, I want to show you just a little bit of the scene here. We're really as close as we can get. You can see this red tape right here behind me with Israeli police security forces kind of making sure that as many residents do stay safe back here, away from the building. And that's also because not only do they have more work to do, but also we're hearing reports that the building was so badly damaged, they're fearing it could collapse at any moment. So they don't want any residents near that building in case something more does happen. They want to make sure that everyone is a safe distance away if they can be. But you see there's plenty of apartment buildings close by, and that's we've even spoken to many people who live just one apartment away, 2 apartments away, even one person who was actually in the apartment building when it happened. He said he had about 90 seconds to run to his shelter as quickly as possible. He got there with his mother in his safe place and just kind of immediately heard the shock of the building. He said he had never heard something like it. It's not like the usual eruptions in the air, because this was the loudest boom he said he had ever felt because it was hitting his building. He said the damage is still very, very strong, and he's worried about going back there and seeing what is left behind. So definitely a very tense night. You can see plenty of residents right here behind me trying to get as close as they can, learning some information, but really that's where we're at right now, Jacob.
Right. Nicole Tzedek, thank you very much. Live in Rehovot. This would be it for this breaking news edition of Middle East Now. More special coverage coming up on the Rundown with Batya Leventhal. Eitan Dangot, thank you very much to you. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you here on Sunday. Meanwhile, have a good and quiet night from Tel Aviv.
Hello, my name is India Naftali and welcome to our newest edition of Discover Bahrain. Today we are taking you into the world of art as we visit the 3 traditional spots where culture and art meets in Bahrain. Visitors will enrich their understanding of Bahrain's vibrant culture and traditions as they travel through pathways to the various houses of Sheikh Ibrahim Center, 26 mini museums with more to open in the future. Explorers will be satisfied with the magic of heritage on the other side of these doors as they immerse themselves with Bahraini coffee, traditional clothes, and more. Head on back to Bahrain's golden era and discover the most captivating and colorful centuries-old practice that the island kingdom has to offer. Situated west of Manama in the small village of Bani Jamra, visitors are welcome to watch some of the last craftspeople left in Bahrain as they work on the looms and learn about the art and tradition of fabric weaving in the Nasjid factory. Explore all the wonder and mystery that Bahrain has to offer, going to the village of Ali located in the island's north. History and mystery meet tradition and art and are kept sacred until this day by local families. Watch potters hard at work as they mold Bahrain's unique Ali clay and prepare the pieces for the shells. And learn about the deep-rooted connections between pottery making and Ali's famous burial mounds. Pottery lessons are also available and are sure to be the interactive family activity you were hoping for. In Bahrain, every bit of artwork has history woven into it. Thank you for watching this episode of Discover Bahrain. Until next time, I'm India Naftali.
Hey, it's you again. Ready? Let's go. One show, a whole lot of perspectives.
He is part of the problem.
You want to talk about deplatforming? People are losing their lives.
Not just what happened, but why does it matter?
I'd like to finish my point.
You're the one stretching terms here.
You could be a fantastic CNN reporter.
Join us every night, 8 p.m. Eastern on Global Eye. The global conversation starts here.
It's a living, breathing organism that pulsates through millennia. Touch it, listen to it, smell it, taste it. Experience the Holy Land like never before. Holy Land Uncovered, every Sunday, only on i24 News.
This week in Mallard at Large, my guest will be John Bolton, former NSC advisor to Donald Trump, former number 2 of the White House.
And the prospect that if Iran had nuclear weapons that Hezbollah could deliver, that Israel would be subject to a nuclear holocaust. So I don't think the Israelis will allow that to happen.
Mallard at Large with Christian Mallard this week on i24 News.
We will continue to act in defence and offence until the end of the campaign. And I want to thank the soldiers who are doing sacred work here to protect our skies and our citizens. And I ask you, the citizens, to continue to help us protect you. Follow the instructions of the Home Front Command, and together we will win.
That was Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu giving a statement on Operation Shield and Arrow. Hello and welcome to this special edition of the Rundown on I24 News. I'm Batya Leventhal, filling in for Kalev Ben David. It continues to be the storm before the calm as airstrikes and rockets have not ceased between Israel and Gaza. Around 600 rockets have been fired from Gaza into Israel, with many targeting the south of the country. But as evening fell, the central Israeli cities of Rehovot and Ramleh came under fire too. Police say that one person has been killed and at least 5 have been wounded in the rocket strike on an apartment building in Rehovot. The man's body was found under the rubble as medical and emergency workers continue to search for survivors. The strike marks the first fatality on the Israeli side during the latest round of violence. Well, our correspondent Nicole Sedek is standing by in Rehovot. Nicole, this was the first time cities in central Israel were targeted today. How bad is the damage there, especially as there was a direct hit as well as injuries and a fatality?
Exactly, Batya. In fact, we're hearing that the direct hit to the building is leaving it severely damaged, and authorities are worried that it's at risk of collapsing. That's actually why we are not right there. Israeli security has blocked off this section. You can see the red tape right here, and this is as close as we're allowed to get as authorities, firemen, medics continue to evaluate the area, as the attack did just happen a short while ago. As you said, we are hearing reports one person was killed in that direct attack, as well as upwards of 5. We're hearing maybe even reports of 10 people wounded in that residential building. The citizens here, they say they are not used to something like this happening here in central Israel. I actually spoke to one man who was inside. He lives in the apartment that was directly hit. He said once he heard those sirens, he knew he had less than really 90 seconds to get to his safe place. He quickly grabbed his mother, ran there as quickly as possible, and when the rocket actually hit his building, he said he had never heard an explosion so loudly. He says he's still absolutely shaken to his core, but very thankful he did have a safe place to go to. As he says, many of the residents here, you can see many of the apartments here, they are old. They're upwards of 40, even 50 years old. And residents tell me many of them do not have a safe place to go to. And here in central Israel, they don't expect a direct hit either. So when the sirens went off, they did get to their safe place, but no one was expecting something like this, where a building so severely damaged and a casualty to happen. That's why you can really feel the tense energy behind me, with residents trying to get as close as they can behind me here, just try and learn some more information and see exactly what does end up happening to that building just really mere feet away from us here, Batya.
Nicole, and in the last minute that we have you, an Islamic Jihad source tells I24 News that the rocket that hit central Israel was Iranian-made. What more can you tell us?
Exactly. We are still finding out more reports from that, but we do know that for a rocket to get here in central Israel, it's not one of these small rockets that we saw over the past 2-3 days that land right outside of the Gaza Strip or even inside the Gaza Strip in many cases. This one made it all the way here to central Israel, and so that definitely pinpoints and asks the question as how this is escalating. For day 3 of Operation Shield and Arrow, we're seeing this constant barrage of rockets, and that's definitely the main question now, as authorities are still trying to figure out exactly where that rocket came from and how it managed to make it all the way here.
Nicole Zedek, live for us there in Rehovot in central Israel. Thank you so much for those updates. Meanwhile, Thursday's pre-dawn and late afternoon targeted assassinations by the IDF of 2 top Palestinian Islamic Jihad military commanders has further dampened hopes for a ceasefire. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu commented shortly after the assassinations, saying, quote, "We will reach anyone who tries to harm Israel." What is different, however, about this round of fighting is that the rockets fired towards southern Israel and central Israel are not coming from the de facto rulers of the Strip, Hamas, but from a smaller group, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which has been an important presence on the Palestinian scene for decades and now appears to be alone at the center of the conflict. Our senior correspondent Owen Altman tells us more about the group and their ties with Iran.
Funerals in the Gaza Strip for 3 senior figures from Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and civilians killed with them in an Israeli strike. Another chance for the Palestinian Islamic Jihad organization to show its strength. For Palestinian Islamic Jihad, or PIJ, that's the rhetoric. Religious, nationalist, and uncompromising. In a sense, not much different from Hamas or other Islamist groups. But in another sense, Palestinian Islamic Jihad is different, even more focused on fighting and terrorism, and less on governance and welfare, more focused on building a small cadre of fighters, and less on winning broad public support. And with close ties to Iran going back decades, and shown as PIJ marks year in and year out Iran's Jerusalem Day. Iran's 1979 Islamic Revolution was an inspiration for the founding of PIJ. Since the 1990s, Iran has funded PIJ as Iran's main project in the Palestinian arena. And Palestinian Islamic Jihad has returned the favor by praising Tehran. In a Middle East riven in the last decade by Sunni-Shia rivalry, PIJ has straddled the divide, proving that money matters, and ideology does too.
Also joining me to discuss another angle of this conflict is Dr. Rivka Tuval, a clinical psychologist and a faculty member at Bar-Ilan's University Department of Psychology. Thankfully, this time around, very few Israeli casualties, but dozens of people in Israel have been treated for suffering from wounds sustained either while running to a shelter as well as experiencing severe anxiety. Talk to us a little, Doctor, about the psychological wounds of a conflict like this and the difference between the South, where residents are quote-unquote used to this, and those in the center where it's more of a rarity.
Okay, indeed, we in Natal, we see an uprise of many calls. Most of them are from people from the center of Israel, who, as you said, are less used to finding their own mechanisms to cope with the situation. They are less used to the missiles and the rockets in the center, and they are prone to a variety of stress responses like anxiety, fear, difficulty to sleep, feeling lower levels of energy, and more physical as well as emotional responses that we used to see when stress of terrorism is existing.
Now, I know as an Israeli citizen myself, noise is very triggering during a flare-up, but I at least understand where and why that is. For many tourists here before the summer holidays, this must be terrifying. Is this a once-off occurrence, or could this affect these noises have an impact on them even once they leave Israel?
So usually what we see is that these are short-lasting responses. And when things go back to routine, the responses, they slow down, they disappear. But we might have triggers if we go back to similar places, similar events, similar occasions. So it's a question of the repetition and of ongoing exposure. But it's important to note that most of the responses are short-lasting and they will disappear with time.
And just briefly, what advice do you have for those sensitive to the situation or suffering psychologically at the moment?
So the most important thing is to learn how to self-soothe yourself, but also to keep in touch with people who can help you to relax. Don't be afraid to look for help if you need it. We have our hotline in Natal. You can call the hotline and get the help you need. And the most important thing is to try to keep routine as much as possible, especially for children, but to adults as well. The more we can stick to our regular habits, it'll be easier for us to cope with the situation until it goes back to routine.
Dr. Rivka Tuval there, thank you so very much for your analysis.
You're welcome. Good evening.
We're going out now for a quick break, but stay with us. We'll have more on our special coverage of the rundown and of Operation Shield and Arrow when we get back. You're watching I-24 News.
Sometimes it's tough to get past all the noise and get to the heart of the story. even tougher to make sense of it all. And that's where we come in. I'm David Matlin, and each weekday I'll take on the most important topics, breaking down the issues so you can decide for yourself. Zoom in each weekday here at I-24 News.
The Middle East is changing. Old alliances make way for new partnerships.
Bigger threats lead to new relationships, and shared goals mean new opportunities.
We speak to those who know the inside story and are at the heart of the changes.
Don't get caught up with the same old story.
Find out what's happening in Middle East Now.
Middle East Now on I-24 News.
Should I go to Viva Tech in Paris this June?
Viva Tech is Europe's biggest startup and tech event. This is where business meets innovation. Jumpstart business deals with the leaders in tech. Discover cutting-edge innovation. Meet the brightest minds changing the world.
Is it worth it?
Weren't you listening? It's the #1 startup and tech event in Europe. Be there.
Welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. We're talking more here about the Operation Shield and Arrow. Before the break, we spoke a little bit about the Israeli side of this conflict, and before we get to the other side of that, the residents in Gaza, I'd like to bring in our guest here in studio, Colonel Reserves Itamar Yar, the former deputy head of the Israeli National Security Council and a director at Commanders for Israel Security. I want to discuss bigger picture with you. Everyone is focusing on an operation that's been given the name Shield and Arrow, but this is one of many operations that Israel has held in the Gaza Strip over the years. Is there a longer-term plan here, or is this just going to be a consistent flare-up every few years?
We need to remember Israel is in a long struggle with a long list of groups. Some of them are terrorist groups, some of them are others that try to hit Israel in every way that they can. And they try to use every opportunity that they have. And when we don't have rockets or missiles or suicide attack or knives attack and others, it's not because they don't have the willingness, it's because they don't find the opportunity to do it. So from time to time, there is an opportunity, and in many times in the past, these groups, including the Islamic Jihad, use these opportunities and send rockets, and Israel had to respond to that. What had happened last week was that they have done exactly that. Everybody was, or many, were surprised that Israel didn't hit back immediately. Israel didn't hit back immediately because Israel is checking its policy and when exactly and where exactly and how exactly we can implement our operations based on what is the best effect that it will have. And the best effect, as the decision makers realized, was to attack in a surprise, and this is exactly what had happened in the beginning of this week. Now, but all that is only part of the bigger picture. The bigger picture is that we are in a long, long struggle with them. Now, we need to remember that on the table there are many players. The Islamic Jihad is only one of them. The Hamas is much bigger, much stronger, and from the Israeli side point of view, the Hamas is a bigger challenge. Now, I am afraid to say that the Israeli policy, the undeclared policy, in fact, for many years already, is not to hit the Hamas, and in this way, not to strengthen the Palestinian Authority. What this policy have done along the years was that the Hamas became stronger and stronger. People believe that it's the case in the Gaza Strip only, but it's not only in the Gaza Strip, because when the Hamas is stronger in the West Bank as well. When the Hamas is stronger in the West Bank and in Gaza, it means that the Palestinian Authority, or the moderate, if we can call them, are weaker. And the long-term interest of the State of Israel is to strengthen those elements that we can hope that one day we will be able to discuss with them what are the solutions that can come to the table. We hear from the Hamas, not to speak about the Islamic Jihad, that there is nothing to speak about, because for them, Israel will not exist. There are many other Palestinian areas and organizations that they don't like Israel as we don't like them, but they understand that we are here and we are here for good. And with them, we need to open doors and discussions. Now, until we will be able to reach any kind of agreement, we need to try to help them to become stronger and to the Hamas to become weaker. I'm not so sure that what had happened in the last few days had run according to this policy.
Right, Itamar Yar, stay with us, but I do want to bring in the other side of this conflict, being Gaza. According to the Palestinian Health Ministry operating in the Strip, at least 28 people have been killed so far and many others injured in the strikes. And I want to bring in from the Gaza Strip on the phone, Layla, a resident there. Layla, can you give us an update from your side on the conflict? What has it been like in the area in which you live?
Okay, thank you so much for having me today. Actually, the situation has intensively escalated. The three political prominent Palestinians have been killed in their apartment in Hamas City, Khan Younis. And also, a prominent Palestinian figure among civilians, but they were killed by demolishing their home over their heads. Since the early hours of the Tuesday morning, Hello?
Yes, Layla, I can still hear you.
Yeah? Hello?
I can still hear you, Layla.
Yeah, thank you.
Layla, I'm wondering if you can still hear me, and if so, if you can continue telling us what it's been like there. You're saying that there's been an escalation?
I feel like the voice is not that clear, to be honest.
All right, it seems like we are having a little bit of difficulties there, making sure that we can hear Layla there. But I want to move on slightly at the moment to having a look a little bit at mediation efforts. So Egypt often plays a prominent role in mediating between the Gaza-based terror groups Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad in Israel. So much so that this time around, sources indicate that Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi himself and his intelligence chief Abbas Kamel are personally involved in the talks in Cairo, and that an Egyptian security delegation is also visiting Tel Aviv for ceasefire talks. Israel says quiet will be met with quiet, while the PIJ says there will only be a halt to the rockets if Israel puts an end to its targeted assassinations in the Strip. Jerusalem has not agreed to this. And with me now from Washington, D.C. to look deeper into these efforts is Dr. Marwa Maziad, visiting professor of government and politics at the University of Maryland and an affiliate scholar for the Strategic Foresight Initiative at the Middle East Institute. And still with me here in studio is Colonel Reserves Itamar Yar, the former deputy head of the Israeli National Security Council and a director at Commanders for Israel Security. Marwa, Egypt over the years has been a key mediator involved in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, even though the United States and to some degree the United Nations play a role too. Where do their efforts stand this time around, and how come they are such a trusted mediator between the two sides, unlike the United States and the UN that have been accused of leaning towards a particular side?
Well, Egypt, of course, I mean, it's a history. It's since the peace treaty. It's the legacy. It's the diplomacy. It's like, you know, we can talk about 45 years of being able to create a connection with Israel to begin with, and all the Arab different parties, including the Islamic wave that took over politics in the Arab and Muslim world. But I mean, to get to this point, I think Egypt is very frustrated this time around. This full-fledged military operation, you know, is on Israel's decision to do that, and it chose the timing, but that is kind of in contradiction of what Egypt thought it reached with Israel, with the ceasefire, with the truce back in March, with the Sharm el-Sheikh agreement and the Aqab agreement. So there is a level of kind of like, okay, you know, you do whatever you do at this point at your own risks. The confrontation is going to increase. Egypt is reaching a position right now as we speak is that the both sides don't want to reach a truce as we speak, because Israel is interested in testing where Islamic Jihad is at and clipping its wings and seeing the capabilities of Hamas. It seems like both parties are engaging in something that is going to confront and escalate. So while that is a given, Egypt will continue to try to limit the confrontation so that it's not completely out of the hands of both parties. And it will always be on standby if they are ready and willing to do that. But as we speak, I don't think they are. So that leaves Egypt in a kind of frustrated position, I would say.
And Doctor, stay with us. I want to bring Itamar Yara into the conversation. Israel says that it will not agree to cease targeted killings against Islamic Jihad as part of any kind of ceasefire talks. But they've also mentioned that they have dealt a major blow to the terror group. So what could they possibly be waiting for? We were hearing talks of ceasefires last night, and tonight a completely different story as rockets continue flying both ways.
First of all, I will not use the term ceasefire, because when people use it now, they speak about not a ceasefire, they speak about finishing sending rockets from the Palestinian side and stopping attacking targets in Gaza from the Israeli side. It's not a ceasefire, because a real ceasefire will mean that the Islamic Jihad and other organizations will stop any kind of action against Israel and against Israelis. And they don't accept it. And because of that, from our side, we will not accept a real ceasefire. So we speak about stopping the round of sending rockets and hitting targets by ourselves. Now, what are the interests of the players? The answer is very clear. Israel and Egypt have common interest to cooperate on a long list of different issues. And because of that, Israel have an interest to give the Egyptians a position as a mediator. The organization in Gaza have an interest with the Egyptian, because Egypt is the only side where these organizations can go and out and in from Gaza. So this is the reason why Egypt is a key player there. Now, I believe, perhaps it's sad to say it, but I believe that because the Israelis now have one casualty and few people that were wounded, the chances now that the Egyptians will go back and will try again to find a way to stop this kind of confrontation for now is higher and bigger now. Why? Because the Islamic Jihad can claim that they got something very, very important and they win, and it's exactly what they are saying in the last few hours. And from the Israeli side, those that thought that we can do whatever we like without any casualties understand now that there are limits. So both sides now have an interest to stop, and this is the best opportunity for the Egyptians to go into and to try again.
And Marwa, tensions in this volatile region flare up often, and that's what we're seeing now. But what would you believe would be a viable long-term solution, especially as Hamas, the PIJ, Egypt and Israel are all firmly rooted in the region?
I think there is this format that is taking place today. The foreign minister, the Egyptian foreign minister, is with the Germans and the French and the Jordanians, and they're trying to revive that format that goes back to February 2020. So it was before the Abraham Accords, and it's all about the two-state solution and all of this talk. But I think Israel is at a point right now with this government, with the voices that are very right-wing and even just a religious tone. It has a very religious claim of the holiness of the land and all of that. So Israel is going through a moment now that is not talking politics, it's talking almost religion, you know. So I think we're at an impasse because the politics are now religionized on the Israeli side, which wasn't necessarily that much as it is on these Islamic elements within the Palestinian people. So I think there will be multiple routes. Still, people talk about two-state solution as if this is a revival of the secular political path. But there is a recognition that, of course, someone like Ben Gvir and Smotrich and all these characters might be here to stay. They might even outlast Netanyahu. That might be the trend Israel is going. And maybe the region will have to deal with this, which entails annexations and all sorts of things. So I think there's so many routes to be taken. And Egypt will be a constant in all of that because it's in of course, national interest to have be involved with Gaza on its border and Israel on its border. So, and I agree with your guest that perhaps there is an opening now to de-escalate a little bit because both sides are showing their force, and maybe they can call it quits for the time being. But I don't think right away. I think it will take a few more days, if not longer, just to assess really where they stand militarily, the Israeli side and the Islamic Jihad side.
Dr. Marwa Mazia joining us from Washington, D.C. and here in studio, Colonel Reserves Itamar Yar. Thank you both very, very much for your analysis. But we are going out now for a quick break. Stay with us. We'll have more on our special coverage here on the rundown of Operation Shield and Arrow when we get back. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, it's you again. Ready? Let's go. One show, a whole lot of perspective.
He is part of the problem.
You want to talk about deplatforming? People are losing their lives.
Not just what happened, but why does it matter?
I'd like to finish my point.
You're the one stretching terms here. You could be a fantastic CNN reporter.
Join us every night, 8 p.m. Eastern on Global Eye. The global conversation starts here.
It's a living, breathing organism that pulsates through millennia. Touch it, listen to it, smell it, taste it. Experience the Holy Land like never before. Holy Land Uncovered, every Sunday, only on I-24 News.
Imagine being able to see into the future.
What innovations will change the world as we know it? Join us as we meet the people changing our planet and discover the inventions shaping tomorrow.
Israel Business Beat, Sundays and Wednesdays, 9:30 p.m. GMT.
The Pixel family continues to grow into the most dynamic mobile hardware portfolio in the market today.
The I-24 News team of talented correspondents are working hard for you. They're in the markets, on the streets, in the battlefields, getting the pulse of the story. Tune in for Beyond the Headlines to see how the top stories of the week are affecting real people. No commentary, no debate, just the best stories presented by our best journalists.
The Middle East is changing. Old alliances make way for new partnerships.
Bigger threats lead to new relationships, and shared goals mean new opportunities.
We speak to those who know the inside story and are at the heart of the changes.
Don't get caught up with the same old story.
Find out what's happening in Middle East Now.
Middle East Now on I-24 News.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Onto the political angle now, and until the start of hostilities with the Palestinian Islamic Jihad terror group this week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government seemed to be on the brink of a possible collapse. The premier was in a bitter row with some of his coalition partners, with few calling for Netanyahu to resign and others boycotting meetings and threatening to leave the government. Critics of the recent escalation with Gaza have linked not only the conflict but its timing to these political troubles that would appear to now be taking a backseat to a more pressing security situation. Speaking of criticism, there's also been a growing wave of condemnation from many in the international community calling for an end to the hostilities. And joining me now from Hebron in the West Bank is Yishai Fleischer, the spokesperson for the Jewish community in Hebron and an advisor to Israel's National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir. Israel's Foreign Minister Eli Cohen has spoken with 10 foreign ministers since the operation started, some of those counterparts even based here in the region. Just how crucial is it for Israel to protect its legitimacy with regards to its military operations?
I think most people don't have a question about Israel's legitimacy because they understand that Israel has a right to defend itself. And you hear that all the time from so many politicians and world leaders. It's very simple. If rockets are going to be shot at our civilian population, we're going to strike back. And that's one of the ethoses of Zionism, which is we're going to defend ourselves. We're not going to allow people to arm themselves. And with jihadism, with an ideology that calls to erase Israel, let's remember who we're fighting. We're fighting an organization named Islamic Jihad. I think the name says pretty clearly who we're dealing with and what they want, which is the destruction of Israel. And Israel has every right to fight back, and most world leaders understand that perfectly.
Now, with regards to the political side, things seem to be looking up for Netanyahu, and if he can finish the Gaza fighting with public support intact and pass a state budget by the end of the month, he'll be all but unassailable. The question has to be asked, could engaging in a conflict with Gaza be used as a political lifeline?
That's like a wag the dog type of a scenario. I like to believe that our leaders are trying to defend us. I think that we saw 100 rockets flying at us. I don't think that Netanyahu secretly made a phone call to Islamic Jihad and said, can you help me, stay in power by firing 100 rockets at us and therefore allowing me to strike back at you and make myself look good. I don't think that that's the realistic situation. I think that we have bad guys on our borders. And if Prime Minister is the right person at the right time and God has helped him to be here at this moment to defend the Jewish people, then that's that's the leader that we have, and we got to be thankful for it.
Yishai Fleischer, the spokesperson for the Jewish community in Hebron and an advisor to Israel's National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, thank you so very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you, and may God keep Israel safe. Thank you.
And with me here in studio now to discuss this further is Yair Golan, a former member of the Israeli parliament for the Meretz party and a former IDF deputy chief of staff. Yair, I'd like to give you a chance to respond to the last question that I asked Yishai. Could engaging in a conflict with Gaza be seen as a political lifeline or some kind of political tool?
Of course, the question is, the answer is yes. Benjamin Netanyahu is a political figure with much problems as a political figure, and therefore, yes, he's going to exploit this situation behalf of himself. It not necessarily means that, he was the one who initiated this operation, but he looked at the opportunity that was made by the jihadic Islam and told himself, all right, security crisis right now is not so bad for Benjamin Netanyahu, it's not so bad for the right in Israel, and therefore, all right, let's going on. I think that the fact that we attack the jihadic Islam has all possible justification, but at the same time, I think that we can move more forcefully in order to end this operation. I don't see much advantages by continue this mutual shelling on each other.
And the IDF does everything possible to limit civilian casualties in Gaza. However, in their precision strike just a few days ago, and 3 senior Palestinian Islamic Jihad members, women and children were killed. How does Israel and the IDF respond to intense criticism that's coming from the United Nations, different countries, including in the Middle East, people that we have just partners, that we have just re-established relations with? How does Israel deal with this kind of criticism?
I have a lot of experience with that, and I can tell you the following. there are few possibilities. One possibility that it was unintentionally entirely. It was a kind of a coincidence or a bomb that, didn't follow the right track, the right trajectory, and, exploded somewhere else. That's happened, here and there. And this is very unfortunate, and it's a tragedy, but, it could happen. Other opportunity that, there was a kind of permit for, certain level of casualties, but it was over because of, not perfect intelligence. And the last, possibility is that it was under, what was instructed by the Minister of Defense and the Prime Minister. And in this case, this is a problem. So I don't know. I truly don't know. But it needs to be investigated, and we should look at any civilian casualties, our uninvolved casualties, as something that need to be investigated, and all possible professional conclusions and lessons should be erupted out of, each case.
Hey, Eric Golan, thank you so very much for coming to our studios this evening to be with us to break that down.
Thank you.
Let's cross now live to our correspondent Pierre Stechelbach, who is in Tel Aviv. Pierre, rockets coming as far central as Rehovot and Ramle, but not quite Tel Aviv as we saw yesterday. What is the situation on the ground?
Well, Batya, here in Tel Aviv, it indeed is a quite normal Thursday even. You can see that people are out and about in this city. They're sitting in restaurants. They are walking along the beach. Tel Aviv looks like a regular Thursday evening, but the shelters here have been open for 2 days now, as we've seen quite a lot of threats coming from the Palestinian Islamic Jihad targeted at Tel Aviv, kind of preparing the residents here in the central area for rockets. And the shelters here are open, such as this one here. Batya, we are at the Grand Synagogue in Tel Aviv, in the middle of the city, and as you can see, quite the entrance to that public shelter is partially blocked by trash. Only the gate is halfway open. So you see, although the shelters are open, not all of them are really prepared for residents to run. In case of an alert, Batya, people here have about 1.5 minutes to enter a shelter. And as you can see, the way into that public shelter here in the basement of the Grand Synagogue is quite long. We still haven't made it to the safe room. Again, 1.5 minutes in case of an alert. We're now entering the actual shelter in Batya. It also doesn't smell very good here, and as you can see now, the actual shelter room is partially blocked by old furniture that is...
Pierre, it sounds like we're losing connection there from you, but as our Pierre Steckelbach was pointing out, in Tel Aviv, between 1.5 to 2 minutes to get to a shelter. We saw you were at an area outside the Great Synagogue on Allenby Street, which is near a popular restaurant known as Port Said, which gets completely packed in the evening, in particular on a Thursday evening that's known for going out. Very different scenarios that we see both in Tel Aviv, in central areas, and why such an attack, including 1 dead and several injured in a central city like Rehovot and Ramle, is so detrimental to this operation, and why ceasefire, as we've been speaking about here in studio, seems to be pushed further and further on the back burner because of the fact that it is a rarity for these strikes to hit and to disrupt the lives of citizens in the center of Israel. Not necessarily the case in Sderot, in areas just outside of the Gaza envelope, where residents are used to consistent rocket fire from those short-range missiles. We'll do a little bit more of an explanation coming up after the break. The difference between the David Sling and the Iron Dome, both which are used to shoot down rockets, but one obviously targeting rockets that are not necessarily short range, that are more long and mid-range rockets. The first time a successful interception happened with that David Sling. We'll bring you that right after the break. But as you can clearly see, very different situations on the ground in central cities of Israel, where a rocket did make a direct hit earlier this evening, than in Sderot and in other cities in Ashkelon, Ashdod, and all the areas around the Gaza border in the south. Very different indeed for the two. We'll be right back after this break. Stay with us. You're watching special coverage here on I-24 News.
en avait marre un peu d'avoir des clients qui ne savaient pas où mettre ces matériaux, parce que de les enfouir, ça coûte quand même assez cher. Donc on voulait amener une solution où ces matériaux peuvent être recyclés.
محوش هون ورد عم اجى يعني من مخيمه عم اجى على الارض عم حوش الورد يعني وكثير انا فرحان لاني عم حوش ورد.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. As we spoke about just before the break, the David Sling air defense system successfully shot down a rocket over Tel Aviv from the Gaza Strip on Wednesday, marking the first real-world interception for the battery. The medium-range David Sling is expected to fill a hole in Israel's missile defense array, which includes the short-range Iron Dome and the Arrow system number 2 and 3, which is designed to intercept long-range ballistic missiles. I-24 News defense correspondent Jonathan Regev has more.
A military campaign is the perfect playground to try new weapons and new defense systems. The current campaign between Israel and the Islamic Jihad is no exception.
Today, our battalion, including the technicians and our support team, conducted a first and successful interception using the David Sling defense system.
David Sling is part of the multi-layer defense system used by Israel to defend itself from incoming threats. As opposed to the well-known Iron Dome, which deals with short-range threats such as rockets incoming from Gaza, David Sling is meant to take care of medium-range threats, those coming from longer distances. It has been more than 10 years in the making, as Israel understands very well the threats do not begin or end in nearby Gaza.
David Sling defeat all the threat up to very high altitude, very long range. We are talking about more than 160 kilometer range. It's totally different. The footprint that Iron Dome protected and that David Sling protected is huge.
The rockets intercepted by David Sling on Wednesday over Tel Aviv could have been intercepted by the Iron Dome, but this was the perfect opportunity to use the mid-range system.
Our battalion will remain on high alert to do whatever necessary to protect you, the citizens of Israel.
This time, the battalion operating David Sling intercepted rockets from Gaza. The next time could very well be rockets making their way from Lebanon or Syria deep into central Israel.
Our Jonathan Regev and Erica Jackson reporting there. And joining me now in studio to help break down this impressive military mechanism is retired Brigadier General Uzi Rubin, a former director of Israel's Missile Defense Organization and a missile and defense analyst. And also still with us, because we have not yet had enough, Yair Golan, a former member of the Israeli Parliament for the Meretz Party and a former IDF Deputy Chief of Staff. I want to begin with you, Uzi. 2 years ago, rockets were fired from Gaza towards Tel Aviv, and they were shot down by the Iron Dome. This time round, being yesterday on Wednesday, it was shot down by David Sling. What is the difference between the two, and why was this so impressive that it was the first interception from David Sling?
I think that you said correctly, it used the opportunity. David Sling is a different class of system, and it was explained well by my friends in Rafael. It's a heavier system, costlier system, designed not against rockets from Gaza or short-range rockets from Lebanon, but against longer-range rockets like the Iranian Zalzal, Fatah family, short-range ballistic missiles like Scud and Super Scud, against UAVs, against high-flying aircraft. It's also an excellent anti-aircraft system, and against cruise missiles. Now, cruise missiles are today We see it in the Ukraine war. Are the war-winning or maybe war-winning weapons? So it's specialized against cruise missiles too.
I want to just point out to our viewers that we are getting red alerts for the Gaza envelope area in cities such as Nahal Oz. So fire is still being exchanged at this hour. And Uzi, back to the Iron Dome system. When we talk about the cost here, how financially feasible is this for the long term? Every single missile from the Iron Dome is, depending on where you look, anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000. Is this a long-term plan?
Well, what's the alternative?
It's not so costly. We need to remember that the cost is not just about the interceptor. It's also about, to what extent you stop the financial life in Israel. And when you have such an envelope, you can continue all activity in the market. While without something like this, everything is shut down. And therefore, I think that the price should be calculated correctly. And by the end of the day, well, it's a good investment.
I should remind our viewers that a lot of this funding comes from the United States, of which at the moment seems to be sort of butting heads with the Democrats in power, and obviously Joe Biden, who doesn't necessarily see eye to eye with Benjamin Netanyahu or his right-wing government. So what I meant by my question was, can Israel count on funding for their systems in order to be such a precision defense system? Or are we going to have to consider something else in play? Are we always going to be able to rely on the United States?
Well, for the time being, we have a contract with the United States. It's a long-term contract, and it doesn't depend on administrations. So the money comes in. We've got so many hundreds of millions of dollars per year written already in law in the United States, and altercation will come and go. This goes on.
And I think here we have a mutual interest, very strong mutual interest. The problem of ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, UAVs, it's a worldwide problem. The United States of America deals with it, over and over and over again. They have their own systems. But this cooperation, ongoing cooperation, I think contributed a lot to the defense of the two countries. Therefore, I think it's very, very solid.
Now, the IDF keeps vowing to target senior Islamic Jihad commanders, taking 2 out on Thursday today. We're talking about top commanders. So in total, I believe that's now 5. But we're talking about an organization that is being funded by Iran. You mentioned a common goal between the United States. We know the United States also has that joint situation in mind. But from a metaphorical point of view, how important is it for the IDF to cut the head off the snake, so to speak?
It's important, but we should not overemphasize, the importance of this activity. Yes, we know that after you kill someone, well, it will take 2 months or 2 years or, any period of time. Someone is going to replace this person. So therefore, on the one hand, it's a very impressive operational achievement. On the other hand, it's not so important. It wouldn't, change the strategic situation entirely.
And Uzi, a ceasefire. Yesterday we had talks of a ceasefire, last night potentially going into an effect. The hours kept changing. As we're sitting here in studio, there's been more rockets fired into the south, even earlier this evening fired towards central Israel. Now Israel has a fatality on its hands. Do you see a ceasefire in the near future, or do you see that this is going to, as the IDF said in the beginning, continue for several days?
I'm an engineer, not a politician. But let's remember the situation like that happened before. In the last 2 rounds with Islamic Jihad, we had an early ceasefire, but it's not necessarily true. In Guardians of the Wall, it took two weeks.
Do you agree?
It's really hard to predict, the exact time. And there is no, mutual plan of us and the Jihadic Islam, when to end this conflict. But as far as I understand, because the Jihadic Islam is a relatively small organization with very limited arsenal I believe it will take, few more days, but not more than that. It won't, ended like the operations of 2014 or 2009.
General Uzi Rubin and Yair Golan, thank you both very much for being with us this evening. A difficult evening for the state of Israel, but we appreciate your time nevertheless.
Thank you.
And I want to cross now to our correspondent Nicole Tzedek, who is at the moment in Rehovot, in the central city that was hit earlier. And Nicole, what updates can you give us? A fatality, several injured. What can you tell us from the ground?
Exactly. That's exactly what we're hearing right now, Batia. One fatality, and I want to let you hear it from the people themselves who do have the updates exactly at this hour. What can you tell us about the new information? I'm with Lieutenant Colonel Hecht and Dean Elsdon with the Israeli police and the IDF. What can you tell us right now?
A tragic evening. We're here at the scene in Rehovot where there was a direct hit on a building. We have one casualty and 4 people injured. I just looked at the details of how many launches have been into Israel as we speak. More than 800 rockets fired at Israel. We are dealing with a terrorist organization, Islamic Jihad, who are firing sporadically at civilians. And we are focusing only on their targets.
And during a situation like this, how do these different security forces, the IDF, Israeli police, even the fire and rescue, how do you guys all work together in a situation like this?
So my friend here, Dean, we've been cooperating since the Ramadan. I mean, if you look at the context of this event, this has been kicked off already for a few weeks. And we work together all the time in trying to set the narrative and explain to the international world what's happening here in Israel.
I'll tell you, at the end of the day, we have the same goal. It's to defend our citizens, and it's to protect everybody that's living here. We're under attack from a terrorist organization. You see right now, they shot rockets indiscriminately into a residential area, hitting a residential building. One of the victims is a fatality, and we're asking the public and the journalists to please stay away from naming names, because we don't want this to be the way that families find out that their loved one was a victim of a terror attack.
What can we expect going forward through the night? I see still there are teams currently in the building behind us. Any updates as far as the damage to the building and if we expect it to collapse?
So right now we have our home front command. The general was just here. There was a full assessment. There's our search and rescue warriors are here in the building, assessing the situation, the stability of the building, if it's a threat, and if it's unsafe to be there. And we'll know more as the evening goes ahead.
As far as any precautions that the citizens need to take, I know it's not just here in central Israel, it's all throughout Israel. What do they need to know going into the nighttime and the overnight hours tonight?
So we're telling our civilians, first of all, we have faith in all of our security forces. The IDF and the security forces are doing their job to protect us. And here on the inside of Israel, we want citizens to listen to the commands of the Home Front Command as well as the police. Stay close to protected areas such as bomb shelters. Stay clear from rocket impact sites. You have nothing to find there. The police EOD, the bomb squad, they're working diligently to clear the site, to sterilize so that first responders can get in and make sure that any of the explosives that have landed, the rockets that have landed, are not still live and can injure anybody.
Well, thank you guys so much for making sure keeping everyone safe. Thank you for these updates. And as you know, you are keeping people safe, there's still this feeling of anxiety here that we are seeing many residents, even many of them seeking medical treatment because of the anxiety they are feeling. And so I feel like for the international community to realize that, as well as the injuries, the casualties, the fatalities, it's also taking a major toll on people's mental health right now.
So there's a tragedy on both sides. I mean, we're not fighting against the Palestinian people. And when we target Islamic jihadists in Gaza, we go for a specific target, trying to minimize damage. Here, we have organizations just firing sporadically to kill any Jew they can. It's important to understand that. And what we're seeing right now is our Iron Dome has been doing a fantastic job, but when it gets saturated, an event like this can happen. So people have to protect themselves.
Well, thank you guys so much for this update. As you guys can see here on the ground, we do have all of our the different forces, the different security forces working together right now, evaluating the situation, continuing to evaluate the situation as we do go into these overnight hours. But right now, the message is clear. Continue to listen to the Israeli Home Front Command, continue to listen to authorities, and make sure that going into these overnight hours, you do get these alerts on your phone in case anything does happen as we do go to sleep tonight.
Nicole Sedek live for us there in Rehovot in central Israel. And as you mentioned on the alerts, we are seeing that there have been red alert sirens of incoming rockets in the south, in Ashkelon, as well as in the border communities. And we're now seeing more pushes coming through as well, that more rockets are being fired at the moment into the Gaza envelope area. We want to thank our viewers again for making sure to tune into our special coverage here on I-24 News of Operation Shield and Arrow. Be sure to continue following the updates on our website at i24news.tv and right here live on TV.
If you could travel to the Middle East right now without packing and without a plane ticket, would you? We are in Tel Aviv, Israel. Welcome to I-24 News Digital.
Here, we bring Israel and the entire Middle East right to your social networks.
On your phone, on your desktop. Here, I-24 News creates videos especially made for social media. And believe me, we are out there working hard.
Right here.
Israel and Nepal.
For the very first time.
Is how they begin. Making original content. Streaming live, even in the hard moments.
There are literally rockets going off. I'm in a bomb shelter.
And filming docuseries. With us, you will find all the big stories you missed on television. So join I-24 News on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. And discover the Middle East with us.
Okay, muy bien. Well, behind us we have migrants who are asylum seekers, and they don't have access to food or to water.
Today we're making challah bread with poppy seeds. Unlike regular bread, challah is a braided bread, part of Jewish cuisine and baked for ceremonial occasions such as the Sabbath and Jewish holidays. Challah is loaded with symbolism. It's common to bake special challah shapes for different occasions. For the Jewish New Year of Rosh Hashanah, for example, we make a circular challah, symbolizing the cycle of the year. For Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, we make a ladder-shaped challah as a blessing to ascend to great heights. We're in the Abichail Bakery, located in the Mea Shearim neighborhood in Jerusalem. This spot started out in the late 1920s as a public oven for the local residents to use. It was a big brick oven located in the middle of the neighborhood, to which people used to bring their food to bake. In 1932, my father and his father-in-law bought the oven. Because this place was small, they used to prepare the dough at home and bring it here to bake. Over time, the place has grown into what it is today. As a child, I used to come here and learn the job from my grandfather and father until it became my profession. I've been working here for over 30 years, and now so do my children. My secret to success is loving what you do. The recipe is not the most important thing. You have to feel the dough between your fingers to determine if it's made well. It's something about the feeling, the heart. I really don't know how to explain it.
Welcome to the special broadcast here on I-24 News. Operation Shield and Arrow, Day 3. A dramatic escalation this evening. Endless barrages of rockets fired from the Gaza Strip towards Israel's south and center. Several direct hits, one on a residential building in the central city of Rehovot. One person killed, several others wounded, another person injured in an attack on the south. Meanwhile, the IDF assassinations of top Palestinian Islamic Jihad commanders persists. Two senior officials targeted Thursday. The hope for an Egyptian-mediated ceasefire with the help of Hamas seemed to be diminishing by the minute, really. This hour, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant convening the top brass of the security echelon for an assessment of the current state of affairs at the military headquarters in Tel Aviv, with a senior official vowing it will not go unanswered. The storm before the calm, or just the beginning? As always, when it comes to the Gaza Strip, you know how it starts, you never know how it ends. I-24 News teams are on the ground to bring us all the latest developments, and here with us in studio for all the analysis and insight, strategic analyst, Lieutenant Colonel in the Reserve, Dr. Moshe Ben David, Chairman of the Jerusalem Development Fund, Summer Sinjalawi, and former senior staffer at the U.S. Congress, Dr. Fadi Ismail, Research Fellow at the International Institute for Counterterrorism. But before we begin, here's what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had to say earlier today. Take a listen.
We will continue to act in defence and offence until the end of the campaign. And I want to thank the soldiers who are doing sacred work here to protect our skies and our citizens. And I ask you, the citizens, to continue to help us protect you. Follow the instructions of the Home Front Command, and together we will win.
Let's cross now live to the southern city of Sderot. I-24 News correspondent Pierre Clochendler standing by there. Pierre, you've been down south since the operation began 24 hours ago. It felt like the swan song, if you will. Now, different sentiments. What's the current situation?
Well, there are interceptions, but not on Sderot particularly, but around Sderot, and we can see them, and that adds stress on the people, because on Sderot itself there's been 5 salvos, no victims, no casualties, but 4 houses and public buildings who got a direct hit, and there's another one now that one of the rockets, we saw rockets toward Ashkelon. And this one, we don't know exactly where it's going, but we haven't heard the red alert loudspeaker calling us, warning us. So we suppose it's toward Ashkelon and not toward here. But we're surrounded by rocket fire, we could say, from the west, from the north, from the south. We hear some explosions or roar of planes. And I want to talk about the stress that people here are enduring, and I'm next to Ayelet Shmuel. She's the head of the International Center. There is another one. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Yes, this has been the reality there down south throughout recent days. You can clearly see the interception.
You see, Ellie, you see the shrapnels falling. And that's also one of the things which are stressful, because those shrapnels can be deadly. From the interception of an anti-missile to a rocket, it's very difficult. Another one is coming up too. There's 2 more. There's 2 more.
Yes, and this debris you were talking about up here.
There's more.
Yeah. A heavy barrage on Israel south, red alert.
A heavy barrage on
sound in
Sderot
and in Ashkelon, and in the communities along the Israel-Gaza border. Yet another heavy barrage of rockets into Israel south. You can clearly see the interceptions in the skies there, and the shrapnel, the debris Pierre Clochendler was talking about is precisely why the Home Front Command guidelines instruct citizens to remain in shelter for several minutes after the red alert is being heard, to avoid any injuries in the aftermath, excuse me, of such barrages. I-24 News.
Ellie.
Yeah, Pierre, yes.
Ellie, Ellie, can we talk to Ayelet Shmuel? She's the head of the International Resilience Center. As long as we don't have a rocket alert, Ayelet is just next to me. We're gonna. Can we talk to her, or we don't have time this time?
Please, Pierre, until they will stop us. Go ahead.
Okay, Ayelet is exporting the knowledge that Israel has accumulated to countries like Ukraine, to the US. But there is obviously a lot of work here regarding resilience. Ayelet Shmuel, tell me what do you do here in Sderot? People are in stress, you know. Metal bars are falling and your hard jobs.
Right. So it's called hypervigilance, which means that you're going into survival mode and then your whole body goes into stress mode. And that's where people are experiencing all the heart palpitation, right? And the whole body kind of stresses out. In this city, we have a resilience center. It's an amazing resilience center. It takes care of people. We have a lot of intervention teams that go on site and help people. We have hotlines that are open. The whole construction or the whole network in this city is based on helping the community and helping people to deal with all the peaks of stress that we're seeing. Like right now, when we see these rockets, right, we're seeing it right here, and the noise makes people jump, right, and the sights are very difficult. But the idea is that first, a lot of people here are very resilient. They know what to do. They know how to calm down their families and their kids. And we are here knowing all this stuff. So we have people and we have workers and volunteers all over the city that are giving us eyes on the population, so we know where we need to go. We knock on almost every door.
Thank you very much, Ayelet. I'm sorry, we are in very particular circumstances. Be safe. Thank you very much.
Yes, and this resilience, she mentioned, is a double-edged sword, so to speak, and we will have more on that later on in the broadcast. I-24 News correspondent Pierre Clochandler there. Take care. Much more from Pierre later on this evening. Crossing now live to another dramatic arena this evening, the central city of Rehovot. I-24 News correspondent Nicole Tzedek there on the ground. Nicole, you arrived there short hours ago. A direct hit at a residential building. The images really speak for themselves. One person was killed, several others wounded. What can you tell us?
Exactly, Ellie. I feel like those images really do speak for themselves, and the energy out here, the atmosphere, it is one of tenseness and one of really anxiety from what we're hearing from the residents. I want you to see just really the up close that we are seeing right now of this direct hit to this residential building. In fact, authorities, search and rescue teams, the Homefront Command is still evaluating this residential building because they are worried that there is the possibility it was hit so badly it could collapse. So they made sure to evacuate everyone there from there, and right now they're continuing to evaluate the situation. You can see just how really crowded and hectic it is out here with so many different authorities. We have fire and rescue, we have medics, we have paramedics, we have search and rescue teams, Israeli police, IDF. It's really all hands on deck situation right now, and the residents in the area are very scared after such an attack here in central Israel. This isn't
and Nicole, I will stop you for a split second because there is a fresh round of red alert in central Israel, in the central cities of Holon and Rishon LeZion. Actually, we're sitting here in the studios of I-24 News at the Jaffa port, and from the studios we could just hear a boom of an interception, probably right here at the very center of Israel, not far away from where you're at, Nicole. So as you were saying, the Homefront Command still evaluating the situation there. What are the instructions for citizens in central cities, not just down south?
Yes, actually, you can see I'm putting my helmet on right now because we did hear those eruptions as well, and we got the alerts as well, and we are now being told to evacuate, kind of get away from this area right now. So you can see really a tense situation, and right now you just really have to listen to the authorities.
Right.
That's the main message.
Yes,
now.
Nicole, you and the rest of the I-24 News crew there, take care, and we'll get back to you later on in the show. Here with us in studio, Lieutenant Colonel in the Reserves, Dr. Moshe Ben David, Samerson Jalawi, Dr. Fadi Ismail. Thank you, gentlemen, very much for joining us. Dr. Ben David, I do want to begin with you. What we're seeing in recent hours is precisely what Israel wanted to avoid.
I'm not sure about it.
Really?
Not necessarily, no. I think that Iran is building sort of a wall around Israel, and Israel is trying to dismantle this wall. Jihad is part of this wall, not a big stone, but part of this wall. And Israel used the opportunity, the counter opportunity, to dismantle that wall. So, to my best understanding, I think that Israel will not hold its weapons and its attack until the Jihad Islamic, what they call Kharta el Jihad al Islamiyah, will kneel and ask for,
Yes, and that was more or less the situation 24 hours ago, or let me rephrase it. Israel wanted to conclude this round last night, and with every minute passing, there's more to lose, so to speak, by these scenes that we're seeing. What Israel needs to do at this point in time, Dr. Ismail, in order to circle back to the power balance of last night?
Well, prescription. I'm years since I was in a political staff that had, in the policy staffs that we had to figure out.
So not turning back the time, but advancing forward.
I think, since I have a philosopher here, can we step into the same river twice? I don't think so. I think things
not the
change.
Same river, not the same stepper. Yeah.
So no, things change all the time. We do have a change right now. Something happened.
Yeah.
The Palestinian PIJ. This round is the third. By the way, it's the third round under the command of Nakhali, who is the current leader of PIJ. It's actually the first time they are so much in the front. And that does something psychologically. People don't realize, but in a way, if the intent was to bring down PIJ, I think Israel has done, in a way, maybe deliberately, the opposite. Think about this. Now, the message to both organizations, Hamas and PIJ, is, hey, you can...
We're treating you seriously.
And you can be also, they have the sponsor, Iran, who says, hey, to each one of them, we have an alternative. Because no, the relationship, we always talk about Iran as if the relationship between it and those forces, as if it is smooth and everything is fine and they just, no, it isn't. There are also some tensions there. And it's interesting, I sometimes say that in this particular moment, there's almost like an intersection of interest between Israel and Iran, to maintain two forces in Gaza that can be competitive to each other. Although Hamas says, yes, we have one command center, shared command center, the official statements from Hamas say, we share the battle also in the field and so on and so on. But really, there is some internal dynamic that people don't pay enough attention to. I don't think that, respectfully, Colonel, I don't think that this round is weakening PIJ. I think it does exactly the opposite. And maybe deliberately, again, maybe deliberately, that could be the case. I don't feel, looking at how they talk to each other, looking into their WhatsApp groups, okay, I don't feel a sense of weakness there. I think they are excited in a sense, in a wartime sense, not happy excited, they are energetic.
And an adrenaline rush.
And I don't feel them breaking at all.
I would suggest that, if you want to be Machiavellistic, I would suggest that Hamas and Israel are cooperating to weaken Jihad. That's exactly what happens. If Hamas had any interest, to sustain or to back up Jihad, it would do it long ago. So think jihad is threatening the authority of Hamas, and since Hamas is controlling Hamastan, they have. I mean, it's for their benefit that the jihad is, is being bitten and is channeled to its place, being the little and quite enfant terrible, which needs to be.
Yes, but I tell you what, I've read Mr. Dr. Shkaki's book. I've seen a few conversations with Nahali himself. The way they think, I'm not sure they're not going to be able to spin this in their own favor.
And we will dive in further into the quote-unquote victorious image the PIJ needs in order to conclude this round from their standpoint. But Mr. Sinjalawi, speaking about this distinction between Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, something Israel has been emphasizing time and again. Our issue is vis-a-vis the PIJ, not vis-a-vis Hamas. And yet, only short days ago, Hamas was blamed for inciting terror in the West Bank, for being responsible for this string of attacks against Israelis. How come Hamas is all of a sudden, quote-unquote, kosher? And in this respect, is the fact, and befitting our concept of a philosophical conversation tonight, the fact that Hamas stayed out until this point in time doesn't mean that it will continue, referring David Hume, of course.
Well, I think Hamas is using the tools of the master. Since Netanyahu is playing some kind of strategic game with Hamas, keeping them in power, surviving, so as to weaken Abbas. Now they are signaling to him, let's talk a little bit about the day after Abbas. We will prove to you that we are committed to whatever we say. We control things. And if we succeed in our relation here in Gaza, let's expand it to the West Bank, okay? This could be some kind of, undeclared communication between the leadership of Hamas. They are very much opportunists, the Hamas. They know how to use circumstances and to ride the waves. But let me say some general comments.
Please.
He mentioned about it's a war against Iran. We keep listening this. Israelis talk a lot about Iran, and by the end of the day, they attack civilians in Gaza. Hit Iran, if they are your fears, the source of the security problems for Israel. Now, yes, Iran is existing. If you drive your car from Beirut to Damascus, to Baghdad, to Iran, wherever you stop, you will talk Persian with people there. They bought real estate. They are now building a railway. Yes, Iran is controlling you. And you are hitting civilians, killing kids in Gaza, in their bedrooms, and you are expecting to be heroes. This is a source of weakness. If you are a strong, powerful military country here in the region, you want to prove your leadership with the absence of the Americans, prove it. The Arabs built a lot of hopes on you when they signed the Abraham Accords, and now they discovered that not the Americans, not you, are really doing anything against the Iranians. That's why they are getting them into bed. That's why now Mohammed bin Salman 5 years ago said that the Iranian president is more dangerous than Hitler. Now he is inviting him to Riyadh.
Without interrupting you, I'd like to mention a few small facts. First and foremost, remind you that jihad is rocketing us from among the civilians. Namely, from his point of view, civilians are his shelter. Whereas when we want to respond, we need to pinpoint, and try to discover exactly where Abu Emmo or Abu Dunya is hiding in order not to hit his family. While they are trying to family in the flat. No, you don't know. But 2 days ago, 2 days before, he was hidden in his bunker. It was impossible to.
In his bunker, he did not take his 4-year-old kid. It was sleeping in her bed. She
but
was
at
sleeping.
The same time, he shot.
And you know what really?
At the same time, sir,
what really
he shot
shocks me,
rockets towards my grandchildren and maybe even to yours. I mean, if his rockets would reach the Palestinian Authority, then your grandchildren would be, or your children, hope I'm not insulting, would be hurt as well. I mean, the first time in the last years were terrorist organization, please I'm reminding you that jihad was outlawed in all the European community, including the USA, and his militants are prisoned even in the Palestinian Authority. Not only the
if you allow me, if you allow me to conclude, because I did not interrupt you.
Just to end it. A few years ago, the coalition launched an attack on ISIS.
Right.
In order to nil ISIS, to annihilate ISIS, you remember well what happened in Damascus, in Raqqa, in Azor. I mean, they murdered thousands of simple and innocent people.
Who murdered?
The Americans and the Englishmen and the English and the French and the Jordanians and the Arab Saudis who supported them.
It's war crimes.
That was the price of annihilating ISIS. That was the price.
Well,
and we are very careful and we are very sorrow when we are hitting civilians.
Gentlemen, we will continue our discussion in a split second, I promise you that, but we do want to cross now live to Pia Stakelbach, I-24 News correspondent in Tel Aviv, standing by for us. Pia, short moments ago, red alerts heard in adjacent central cities, the cities of Holon and Rishon LeZion, and Tel Aviv on high alert as well, as it is a Thursday night, usually a very busy one in the streets of Tel Aviv. What can you tell us?
Eli, also under these circumstances, it is a very busy Thursday night. People are out and about. Eli, we're standing here in front of the very popular restaurant Port Said in the middle of Tel Aviv. People decided to come out today to have drinks, to meet their friends, to go out for a nice dinner. Here in Tel Aviv, you have about 1.5 minutes in case of an alert. You're right, just a couple of minutes ago, there were sirens in Rishon LeZion and in Holon, very close to here. In fact, we heard one of the interceptions. There have been also 2 alerts in the city yesterday, and there are recurring threats by Palestinian Islamic Jihad to specifically hurt the residents here of Tel Aviv. And I'm here with one resident, Iran, who decided to come out tonight despite of the security situation. In Rehovot, a couple of hours ago, a direct hit, 1 person was killed, sirens in surrounding areas. Aren't you scared? Why did you decide to come out today despite everything?
Okay, so actually I've only heard about it like 15 minutes ago, about the casualty and recovery, because I didn't listen to the news too often. But it's not that like we're used to the situation, but like life goes on, and people in Israel are, they're constantly sad occurrences, and obviously I'm very sad about the situation, also for the Israeli side and also for the Palestinian side. But life goes on, and we're used to it.
Now, yesterday there were 2 alerts here in the city. Take us through what you did in these situations.
Yeah, so actually I was working at this time, and I'm working like at the tallest building in Tel Aviv, so I actually saw the rockets flying just above our office, and everybody was panicking. So was I, and as I said, we're quite used to this situation. This is disturbing at all times, but again, life goes on. We have to deal with this situation on a daily basis, not on a daily basis, but when it happens, it's on a daily basis, but we hold tight.
Thank you very much, Iran. And this is basically what a lot of Tel Avivians who are out and about tonight think. Not far from here, Eli, in the Park Hayakon in the north of the city, a concert of the Israeli very popular artist Aviv Geffen is taking place, with about 40,000 people attending that concert. That has received a permission to take place as it was planned by the Israeli Home Front Command. In case of an alert, these several thousand people are advised to lay on the ground and protect their heads with their hands, because of course within 1.5 minutes 40,000 people would not make it to a shelter. In the rest of the city, the public shelters are open, of course, as well. As an alert might also happen tonight here in the city. As of now, everything looks like a normal Thursday night, Eli, and this is the way Tel Avivians usually deal with the situations. You feel quite disconnected from the areas in the south area when you feel the atmosphere here, Eli.
The abnormal normal, if you will. Pia Stakelbach in Tel Aviv. Thank you very much for this. Back here with our panel in studio, Dr. Moshe Ben David, Mr. Samer Sinjalawi, and Dr. Fadi Ismail. Gentlemen, let's stay on the Palestinian side of things, if you will. the comeback of the targeted assassinations, what are the pros and cons here? Isn't it one head of snake after the other? Who's calling the shots at this point in time when it comes to PIJ after this string of officials that have been assassinated?
So the question of who is calling the shots on the Palestinian side?
Correct.
Well, I assume they have a chain of command. Well, Mr. Nakhala is still in command. He's still there.
Yeah.
He's not in Gaza, but he is clearly the head of the organization, and he has a whole entire chain of command underneath him. So the idea that because some officer was taken out of the picture, there's always somebody else. So right. I don't see that. They have a pretty good command structure in place. We have to remember this is the third time Ziad Nakhala is commanding a confrontation vis-a-vis Israel. Since 2018, he took command in 2018. Yeah. It's the third time he is facing Israel. And so he has already some experience, also worked before with the Shalah and others. I mean, he is a very, very experienced person. I think honestly, people don't pay attention to him enough. I think he's underestimated. I've seen enough speeches with him. The man knows what he's doing from his standpoint. So he's probably have all the contingencies in place. The Palestinian picture in general, we have somebody who's much more qualified to talk about this than I do. But it is really a labyrinth. If you look at the whole, if we talk in terms of game theory, they have such a labyrinth of interests that are not black and white. I mean, for example, Israel wants Hamas in place, but not too strong. For that purpose, they need PIJ in place, but not too strong. Palestinian Authority is not very friendly with Hamas, but the other side, they don't want also PIJ to become too strong, because PIJ has a very strong stronghold in the West Bank. We have to speak. The Jenin area is a stronghold for PIJ. They can cause a lot of trouble there. So I assume from the standpoint of the Palestinian Authority, and I'm not qualified, somebody is more qualified than me, I think they don't want them to get too, I mean, there's a whole labyrinth.
It's divide and conquer
It's a very
policy.
gentle balance. Now you put in the Israeli internal political structure, and then the superpowers, and then the general picture, Abraham Accords, all of that. It's like we can spin. I wish I had a board here to draw all of these connections.
I'm not sure it would clear the map, clutter the map to begin with.
We need a supercomputer for that, like the ones we have in Pentagon.
Maybe next time you're in studio, Dr. Ismail. So
I would refer to that with your permission. Namely, asymmetric war is the toughest war that the Western world has encountered during the last 100 years. It has to do with the fact that asymmetric war is based on the idea that the so-called weak are enabled to do whatever they want, to shoot from shelters, sheltered by children and wives and elders, in order to kill the other side's population. And from their point of view, the more civilians which are being killed during the preventions of these attacks might eventually benefit them, because they are gaining the support and of the Western world, who watches the event from the scenes and is always supporting the weak. From our point of view, we haven't found, neither us nor the Americans nor others in the world, not others in the world, have found any way to face or to combat that way of war. I mean, what else can you do?
And the better you protect your citizens,
I mean, you have to shelter your citizens, you have to avoid, and we are very sorry indeed. Speaking as colonel in the IDF, sir, I want to tell you frankly that I'm very sorry about those children who were killed. But we want to do something. I mean, we want to stop them, and we can't stop them eventually. I mean, what we can do is just delay, and not let them accomplish all the plans. Once you are, as you said, you are hitting the snake's head, then it takes time until they resume the chain of command and they are coming back to their force. And that's what we can do. unfortunately.
Well, before we continue our conversation, gentlemen, I would suggest a tiny bit of optimism, if you will, amidst all the chaos. Optimism with a grain of salt to an extent. Last night, in one of many barrages of rockets towards Israel south, directed at a house in the southern city of Ashkelon. The scope and scale of the damage, as you can see now on screen, to property makes it very clear what would have happened should the homeowner, 79-year-old Miriam Karen, was not following the home fraud command guidelines. Take a listen.
I think that in every home today in the state of Israel, there should be a shelter, because you may think it won't happen to me. It does happen, and this is the second time in my house. The future? Who knows what the future holds for us? No one knows. We live now, and the damage relates to property. That's it. I survived today, and that's what matters. Thank you. You see, this vase flew out of my workshop. It's my ceramics, a remnant.
And Miriam Karen is one of many elderly residents of Israel's southern communities who are, on the one hand, used to this surreal reality, deeming you need to rush to shelter, only a few seconds to do so, in the middle of the night sometimes. And on the other hand, can you really get used to that? So in a bid to offer both physical and, not less important, mental security, the Lev Ganim elderly home in the central coastal city of Netanya is offering to host any older resident who want a home away from home until calm is restored. Before we speak to the CEO of Lev Ganim, here's one of their tenants, Edna Press, inviting her fellow young at heart Israelis for a quieter weekend.
To our friends that live in the surrounding area of Gaza, where the security situation is a bit shaky, we're inviting you to come stay with us at Lev Ganim, the most welcoming place you could come to in Netanya, so that you can relax and be with peace of mind with us.
So let's speak now to Yossi Kaplan, the CEO of Lev Ganim, who is also the chair of the Abba Association, the umbrella organization of all elderly facilities here in Israel. Mr. Kaplan, thank you so very much for joining us today. You've already been down south, personally bringing some of those elder residents into your home. It may sound like a no-brainer. Why wouldn't one prefer peace over war? But for those resilient southern citizens, it's not an easy decision to make, to leave their homes, especially not the older generation.
No, it's not an easy step to leave your home and move to a place that might help you feel a little secure, but the situation is very, very complicated. First of all, I want to say that it's not only Lev Ganim. I want to thank all my colleagues that joined me and our association and opened their homes, their hearts, and were prepared to
to host,
to host elderly from the south that living under missiles attack, and in these times are having a very hard attack on their homes, and they're open their homes and they host elderlies in their independent homes. The situation is complicated. The elderly used to his bed, used to his surrounding area. They find it very hard to leave their homes. I myself was born in the south. My mom is living in the south, and she lives in 7 kilometers from Gaza Strip. She was under attack many times, and whenever I call her and ask her to come to my home, to her net, to her, she find it very hard to leave her surrounding. What we did, we just called the social services in Moatza Azorit Eshkol. And it's me and my colleagues in the association, and we open our homes and host elderly who wants to leave their homes for as long as they need to relax and find shelter place.
Now, Mr. Kaplan, when we're talking about the elderly, the reality of being on alert and rushing to shelter in a matter of seconds poses a greater danger, as on their way to shelter, they're facing both physical and mental risks. Tell us more, and also what the government can do to help.
Yes, first of all, most of the elderly who lives in those places. They don't have shelter in their homes. Even if they'll try to run, they don't have a place to run. You know, most of them lives in an old areas and apartments, and the government didn't build shelters in all the surrounding of, you know, if you live more than 7 kilometers. And I think that the government should do much more in that point of sheltered the homes of the elderly, especially the elderly. They cannot run to a shelter. The risk of fall and break their legs, or it's a matter of life. So most of them maybe stay at bed or maybe move to a secure area in their homes, but they don't go to shelters. If they don't have it in their homes. And it's a very complicated situation. The risk of falls in elderly is a matter of life.
Yeah, and should be high on the agenda of the government. Unfortunately, I'm saying ahead of the next round, not a matter of if, but a matter of when. Yossi Kaplan, CEO of Lev Ganim and chair of the Abba Association, thank you so very much for this interview and for your work.
Again, I would like to thank all my colleagues and all of them who opened their homes. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaplan, for this. Back with our panel here in studio. Gentlemen, we paused our conversation talking about what's happening PIJ. Let's talk about Hamas's double game to an extent, enabling aggression vis-a-vis Israel on the one hand, and on the other hand, enjoying the fruits, if you will, of previous ceasefire agreements, and this is facilitated by Israel. Dr. Ben David.
I'd say that you know, Hamas, and I believe that Mr. Sinjalawi would agree with me to a certain extent, is a mutual enemy of the Palestinian Authority and Israel. I mean, they are fighting to capture the West Bank and take control, and due to the PLO, what they have done in 2005, namely a big massacre, and they treated your activists in a very, very murderous manner. So, I mean, Hamas is, I think Hamas is trying to build, to sustain its force, to build Hamastan, and to find an opportunity to make, you know, by leaps and bounds, capture the Western Bank and take control of the Palestinian Authority. So that's what they are doing. From that point of view, the weakening of jihad, like what Mr. Fadi have just said, I think it serves their cause, and that's why they are, you know, they are looking from a side, watching this, what happens on the scene, and they'll intervene when they want. One point, you know, they are focusing on the mosque. What Hamas is focusing is on the mosque. Within a few days, there's going to be, you know, the
flag march. Yeah.
And if that's not going to pass, you know, quietly, they might draw from the hip and do something. Unless that would happen, I guess that they'll stand aside and watch what happens.
So to that point, Mr. Sinjalawi, short term rather, okay, long term, what is Israel gaining from the differentiation between Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad?
Avoiding negotiation table, simply. Two leaderships, and then Netanyahu says, to whom do you want me to negotiate? To Abbas in Ramallah or to Haniya in Gaza? Let them, first of all, get a leadership that can face me on the negotiation table. He inherited...
Which is a fact, by the way.
He inherited a policy that Moshe Dayan adopted in 1967. He decided not to decide what to do on the West Bank and Gaza Strip.
Gentlemen, let me just note to our viewers, and you too, we're showing now images from a shopping mall in the central city of Bat Yam, few kilometers away from the I-24 studios. Here, a direct hit at the shopping mall in the central coastal city of Bat Yam. Heavy barrages of rockets throughout the past hours towards Israel's south and center, with several direct hits. Please, Mr. Sinjalawi, continue.
There is no military solution to this situation.
Yeah.
Israel could try another 60 years. The only way out of this situation is negotiations. It's political, and Israel needs to accept the fact that it cannot control millions of Palestinians against their will.
But there were so many attempts, Mr. Sinjalawi.
If there were 100 attempts, we should do 101. I'm not responsible on why the negotiation failed between Arafat and Huda Barak, and why did it fail between Abbas, and I want to try again with whoever wants to try now. There is a new generation now, a new Palestinian generation that thinks differently, talk to the Israelis differently.
I really think that Mahmoud Abbas, at his age, with his views, is fresh enough to try
irrelevant. He's irrelevant. We should start with the Palestinian elections that Israel prevented. We should start with it.
No, but you didn't permit the election. I mean, you were afraid.
It's Abbas.
It's Abbas.
Abbas supported by Nadav Erdogan, the head of the Shin Bet, who visited him at his home 29 days before.
I mean, he could roll elections, but he's afraid that Hamas will take control.
Yes, I want to reply to some of your questions. Hamas is not our enemy. Hamas won the election in 2006, and we did not allow them to rule. It's a big strategic mistake of Fatah at that time. Hamas should have been given 4 years of government. They won democratic elections that Jimmy Carter witnessed, and he was the head of the observation team.
At that time it was Bush, if I'm not mistaken.
No. He was the head of the American supervising team. He came as an ex-president.
Yes, we have so many failed past negotiations to address, and more recently the failed contacts to reach about a breakthrough in ceasefire talks. We will get back to that in a split second, but Pierre Chandler in the southern city of Sderot still standing by there for us. Pierre, since the last time we spoke, ongoing barrages of rockets. Non-stop, really.
But since we've spoken, actually, there was no barrage of rocket over that city particularly, but around the city, yes. What can I tell you? It's a tough situation for the people. You remember we spoke with the head of a resilience center in Sderot, and she explained that there is a whole network of employees and volunteers that are coming from house to house in order to check the people, their mental state, their mental condition, and basically trying to help those people to cope with this immense stress that the people are grappling with at this moment. Now, there've been 4 houses hit with a direct impact in Sderot. There's been a house hit in Kfar Maimon, which is just nearby, where a foreign worker was moderately wounded. In Sderot, there are no casualties, only damages to buildings. But given that, there's been also an organized campaign in the whole area to evacuate some people. And if there's no victims in those buildings that were hit, it's probably because these buildings were unoccupied, because the people went to more peaceful places such as the Dead Sea in order to cope with the stress and in order to protect themselves.
Yes, and Pierre, briefly before we let you go, you've been there. It's not your first rodeo, so to speak, there down south. And in recent days, since this operation was launched, there was a sense of slight satisfaction, I would even dare to say, on behalf of Israel's southern residents, that Israel is being proactive, not just reacting to what is coming out of the Gaza Strip. And yet, the current state of affairs, is that still the sentiment there?
I think, yes, they take immense pride in the fact that Israel has been proactive, that Israel took the initiative. On the other hand, you know, there's the realization that this is only one round in a long cycle of violence that has been going on for 22 years in Sderot particularly. So there's no real way out of that right now. But still, if Israel is proactive, they're ready to endure, I would say.
Pierre Chandler, I-24 News correspondent in the southern city of Sderot. Thank you very much for this. Much more from Pierre on I-24 News, of course. Back here with our panel, Dr. Ismail. As we've been saying, not the first rodeo in this respect. From your understanding of the dynamics of ceasefire negotiations, mediated by the Egyptians, of course, but Hamas also getting very much hands-on when it comes to try and restore calm, how can Israel and PIJ get back on track?
And what track would that be?
Track of a ceasefire.
Let me put it this way. Everybody now and the cousin are intervening. So everybody in their own way. I can imagine the phone lines. I can imagine the emails flying between everybody. You have the Egyptians, as usual, are in the front. But you mentioned Qatar. There's Iran. There's the big superpowers that have something to say as well. So at this point, there's a tactical situation. Everybody's trying to get the best pictures that they can get for themselves, and the thing is how fast will the world intervene? And it is interesting how slow it is this time. Notice that we're barely hearing anything. I mean, yeah, a statement from here, statement from there, but it is really slow. I mean, it's like except for the Egyptians, it's publicly. We're not hearing any statements of outrage, really big ones. We'll just call upon the parties to sit down and avoid and escalate. And that kind of diplomatic speech, it means I'm not interested. It's almost I'm not interested.
So how do you explain that?
Biden. It's a case of giving the rope for somebody to just entangle themselves in it. There's a problem between the Biden administration and the current cabinet. We know that. And when people say, well, why do the Americans intervene? In 100% of the cases, and I know that for an absolute fact, and I don't care who says otherwise, every time that the people here why America intervened and stopped us from doing something, in all cases, it was the Israelis who asked the Americans to intervene publicly.
So this perceived extended credit or leeway Israel is being granted is not in its favor?
I'm going to say, not something that many people will be upset with, but it's true, that very soon the Israeli government will wish for the Americans to start screaming so that they can say, oh, those damn Americans have stopped them again. And the worst thing that can happen in this situation when you're locked in that some kind of trench warfare, it's almost like a trench warfare now. It's not still, we're still not in a case of what do you call it? We're not in an absolute. It's not really war what you have now. It's like more of a. In this situation, you want somebody from the outside to come and pick it out, get you out of it. And Netanyahu needs to be able to say they forced us to stop. But also the other side.
Yeah.
The worst thing that can happen when you're caught up in situations like this, that people say, you know what?
Handle it on your own.
Yeah, they will give them a couple of days to do this. I mean, the end, it starts shifting the balance here. But notice, until now, we're not hearing any cries in international. There's no United Nations intervention. The ambassadors are very quiet. Yeah. I'm still waiting for them to talk. Nobody's saying anything.
I'd like to comment on that. I disagree with you, sir. I think that the world views Hamas as a much more responsible organization with a responsibility to the dawah for their population, and in contradiction to that, they look at the jihad as a real troublemaker, and they are not worried about weakening the...
But again, this image of a responsible adult and a bad boy is somewhat serving all those involved. We will continue from this point exactly. Nicole Tzedek still in the central city of Rehovot, where short hours ago a direct hit in a residential building, killing one person, injuring several others. And Nicole, since then, another round of rockets towards Israel's central cities. What can you tell us?
Absolutely. In fact, that another round of rockets, we did hear those explosions overhead here in Rehovot, and it's leaving citizens, residents here definitely on edge as they just begin to clean up from the first attack that hit this residential building right behind me. Really quickly, I wanted you to see just the damage left behind here as authorities continue to look, make sure for the final time that no one is left inside the building, make sure kind of still looking at the structural integrity of the building to make sure that if anyone is in there, they get out as soon as possible and see exactly when residents might be able to return to their home. Right now, the street is really covered in debris, and so right now you can kind of see some of the dirt behind me as they do begin to clean up the street. Now, I did speak to the deputy mayor in Rehovot, and he said that right now, even with all of these cleanup efforts, it's going to take a long time for the residents to mentally get over this. Schools will be closed in the city tomorrow, giving residents really a time to just kind of take in everything that has happened today and could continue to happen in the next following hours.
Nicole Tzedek, 24 News correspondent, thank you very much for this. Gentlemen, we are nearing the end of our discussion. Dr. Ben David, where are we heading next? How do you understand the current dynamics?
You know, Niels Bohr, the Nobel winner, said that prediction is quite hard, especially when you want to predict the future. So I don't know exactly, but I assume that Israel, I mean, from the Israeli point of view, there is an opportunity, as I mentioned earlier, to bring the Jihad Islamic to his knees and make him think twice or maybe three times the next time they prepare to launch something against Israel with regard to what happens in the West Bank, you know, to their supporters in the West Bank, etc. So Israel, taking into consideration the fact that the world is not intervening and that the Arab, not only the world, the Arab world itself, the Jihad Islamic is outlawed even in many Arabic countries. So it's a very good opportunity from the Israeli point of view, you know, to knock the head to the wall as much as possible. From the Jihad, I think they want to bring some trophy. You know, just present hope. We have withstand a long battle against Israel, and we have done it. You know, they don't need too much just to demonstrate. One of those killed citizens might be enough, maybe two, but they would say, oh, that's enough with us. So these are the 2 points. And I don't know exactly how it's going to end.
Mr. Sinjalawi, was the equation, as it is being dubbed on the Israeli side, was it indeed changed? The operational, the intelligence capabilities of Israel demonstrated very clearly, without a doubt, on the tactical level. But in terms of deterrence, is it enough to change the reality vis-a-vis the Gaza Strip?
60 years of same strategy proved that no, it's not enough. And I think who initiated this escalation, this round of escalation, because I believe we are now in the middle of the third intifada, and the third intifada is a series, waves of escalation between Gaza and Israel and a continuous attacks in the West Bank. This is the third intifada. We are in the middle of it since a long time. But who initiated this is Israel by letting Adnan Khadr die in the prison, and they know that this is a sensitive issue. I don't believe that Netanyahu needs to cut this short. I think he wants to make it go on until the day after the flag parades. Because why to do now a short break and then he knows that there will be escalation? Let's do whatever we can do now. It's boiling. Let's try to hit as much as we can from our targets list, and then there will be escalation on Thursday. We'll take this into this, and then we will start calming things down on Friday and Saturday. I think, and this helps him because now he's very confident. He gained back his relation with Gallant, and he has turned this page of uncertainty of the relation between the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense. And then he has gained back the problematic figures in his government that were shouting, always asking for escalation against Hamas. He is now very in a very in his comfort zone to pass the budget and then to go back to the judicial reforms. Strong, more controlling everything. So it pays him very well, and he knows that maybe it's okay that some 50-60 Palestinians will die and 2-3 Israelis will die. Now we have one casualty on the Israeli side, which is something remarkable. This could be a game changer. Yes. He's managing the things. He's the master of what's happening here. He can stop things and he can continue the game. Because why does he need mediation? He can just stop the operation and jihad eventually will stop. And I think the mediation process, the mediation system is collapsing. We have seen that the meetings in Aqaba and Sharm el-Sheikh collapse because whatever they have agreed they couldn't impose on the ground. And now everybody is fed up from the mediators because they don't control Israel. Jihad themselves, why do they need to listen to the Egyptians? And they know that Israel does not really commit to what they confirm to the Egyptians.
Lack of trust on behalf of all those involved. Dr. Ismail, before we conclude our broadcast, is there a solution for the Gaza Strip?
Look, it has only been 16 such operations in the last 20 years. Only 16.
Only.
Magically, they all end up more or less the same. They start more or less the same. They end up all the we have the same. We could actually play. We could have actually played a recording from previous. That's one way to save money, maybe. And so no, this. What I'm worried about is that in the end it will turn into some sort of a war of attrition. And this is not something that
some would suggest this is already the case.
Gaza should be integrated with the West Bank under one leadership. And that's
well, gentlemen, not our discussion, and I'm afraid nor this current round of violence will solve the Gaza problem, if you will. Dr. Moshe Ben David, Samerson Jalawi, Dr. Fadi Ismail, thank you very much for this. We continue our rolling coverage at the top of the hour. Thanks for watching.
فاحنا بننافس بعض منافسه حلوه وكلنا بقينا اصحاب على فكره.
J'ai eu cette idée de faire le plus gros bijou du monde il y a une dizaine d'années. J'étais dans un bar avec des amis.
This week in Mallard at Large, my guest will be John Bolton, former NSC advisor to Donald Trump, former number 2 of the White House.
And the prospect that if Iran had nuclear weapons that Hezbollah could deliver, that Israel would be subject to a nuclear holocaust. So I don't think the Israelis will allow that to happen.
Mallard at Large with Christian Mallard this week on I-24 News.
dishes we're making today, it has a very long name. It's called kolokithokeftedes. It's zucchini balls, fritters, with feta cheese, with olive oil, all kinds of different spices and greens. The second version of it is tomato and leek. Same style. This is food that is served as appetizer in a Greek tavern or in a Greek family lunch or dinner, and it refers to the old days when Greeks were more poor than today. They didn't have meat, so they would substitute it with tomatoes and leeks or zucchini and make fritters like balls, like kefte. So that's where it all comes from. Born in Athens, Greece, and I've been to Israel many times as a journalist in the past, because this is my morning job, and that's how I met my wife Natalie, and then I moved to Eilat, and a few months ago we moved to Yafo. For the past few months, I'm hosting here in our house and in other venues in Tel Aviv this event. We cook a meal of 12, 13, 14 dishes. Sometimes it's a big, a Greek meal should be big. This is basic. If it's not big, it's not Greek. And then we also had musicians with us, a guitar player. The Greek dream is to be a tavern owner and have your friends over eating every day. This is the basic dream of every Greek person. And that's what we want to give here, the atmosphere of a family tavern. That the wife and the husband are the only workers there. They cook and serve and sing and do everything. I love my culture. I love this part of Greek culture, which is music and food and entertainment. And I'm trying to bring it here, and I enjoy it very much.
This is I-24 breaking news. I'm Albert Lewitton at the I-24 News headquarters in Tel Aviv, continuing our live team coverage of Operation Shield and Arrow. 3 days of intense fighting between Israel and Palestinian Islamic Jihad in Gaza. Hundreds of rockets have been lobbed into Israel. The barrage has not stopped. Israel in precision strikes targeting the top members of Islamic Jihad. At least 5 top leaders have been killed. And in Israel, 1 person has been killed, dozens injured, when a rocket slammed into an apartment building in Rehovot. I-24 News has live team coverage of the exchange of fire. We begin first with Nicole Zedek, who's on the scene at the direct hit in Rehovot. Nicole, what's the latest?
Well, Albert, you can actually see the damage right behind me. I'm going to step out to give you a better view of the damage that we're talking about to this residential building that did kill 1 civilian and injured at least 5 others. Really, the atmosphere ever since then, it has been very tense as cleanup efforts are just beginning to get underway, because look at all that damage that this building took. In fact, many authorities are evaluating it. Right now, you can see some people still walking around inside, firstly making sure that no one is still left stranded or trapped in the building. Secondly, evaluating, because after all of this damage, authorities are worried that there is the potential that this building could collapse. So they want to make sure that residents are continuing to stay away, as they also clean up the street from all of the damage that has been left behind. Now, as far as what we're seeing here in the city of Rehovot, as I've told you, it is definitely a very tense atmosphere. In fact, we spoke to the deputy mayor, who kind of explained everything that is happening right now and how he's helping his citizens handle such a devastating aftermath.
Now we make a round to see if we left someone in the building. We make a last round. We find until now we have 14 people in the hospital and 1 people have died. It's difficult, but all the government is coming now, to help us to think together what we are going to do in all the next day. But we are a strong community. We're going back to work and we're not worried.
certainly a strong community here. And as the deputy mayor said, it has been a team effort during not only the cleanup here, making sure that everyone is safe. We've seen fire and rescue units, search and rescue units, medics, paramedics, police, IDF, really all of them on the ground right here. As far as what residents in the area can expect going into tomorrow, schools have been closed, as well as events. They want to make sure that no more large gatherings are taking place here in Rehovot tomorrow, and really making sure that children are staying safe, staying out of the educational facilities. As far as work, buses, all of that, that's all going back to normal, as unfortunately this is something that here in central Israel we don't see often, but this feeling of anxiety they are unfortunately used to. And so the deputy mayor tells me that life goes on. They are a strong community, and they will come back from this devastating aftermath.
Nicole Sedek joining us live from Rehovot at the site of a deadly missile attack. Thanks so much for joining us, Nicole. I'm joined now in studio by Major General Eitan Dango, the former military secretary to 3 defense ministers and former coordinator of government activities for the Palestinian territories for the IDF. And I'm also joined by international security analyst Martin Hemmel. First, Eitan, if I talk to you a little bit about these barrages, these hundreds of rockets that have been coming this way. It's as though there's no let up there, and here we are like 10 o'clock at night. It's going to continue through the night.
It looks like 2 things. First, we don't see any new way of arm that in this case Jihad Islamic is using or trying really to make something to threat Israel besides what we are aware to with those rockets. These rockets is a weak point for us. It's on the stomach, because all about the underground tunnels and all the other kind of activities also by Hamas were closed, and Hezbollah were closed by Israel with high technology and with high intelligence. What's going now, it looks to me that it's a sensitive evening. It can be for the coming 12 hours. In my opinion, as it's coming to a situation that Hamas is not participate physically in what's going, I think that the situation of Jihad Islamic is coming worse and worse. Their activity are in a narrow place. They are trying now to signal after what happened that Israel succeed to target the heads of the rocket structure. I think it's already the 5th person in a senior position. Jihad Islamic was hidden by Israel as a part of what started a week ago. So now we are maybe coming to 2 opportunities, or coming to close it under Egyptian discussions with Jihad Islamic, but don't think that Hamas is not there with the Egyptian. And on the other hand, it can be taken more days, but I think that we already have faced such circles, and this is the first part by Israel to react about something higher than it. It's strategic way that Israel has to continue on its way to see what it should be done against what has started at the middle of Pesach holiday, right, while rockets were launched from Lebanon and after that from Gaza. This is another story, the cooperation of the arena terrorism against Israel, and this is much more serious.
Now we'll talk about Egypt in 1 second with Martin. I just want to go back a little bit so the IDF targeted the top 5 military commanders of Jihad. They went down the list and took one out one by one. At one point, does Islamic Jihad get back to a corner and they turn to Hamas and say, you got to help us out here?
I think from the beginning, the first attack that I think ended less than 1 minute was the main goal of this operation. But it's not depend on one side. It was clear you are taking a calculation risk, like the launch of rockets, etc. And we are waiting. I think that Jihad Islamic were expected from Hamas to join them physically, because Hamas is signals like a kind of leadership towards the arena circle of terrorism by the headquarters. They are sitting together in Gaza, etc. And I think that there is even a high tense can be in Gaza between Hamas and Jihad Islamic, kind of disappointment. And I would like to emphasize another point. Inside the Jihad Islamic, I know it, there is also tense between the outside leadership, what you can call the foreign leadership that are locating in Damascus, Nahale and Ajuri, and between those that are in Israel. It's a different movement. It's not a conventional terror that have their structure very clear.
There's no hierarchy, you think?
It's very narrow, the hierarchy. And in Gaza, this is the effect of what Israel achieved by targeting those 5. The other 2, it's another intelligence way of achievement, because during such a circle of violence, people are hidden. It's very difficult to get the intelligence where they are, and it come few hours one after the other in the area of Khan Yunis where they were targeting.
Let me ask you. Let me go back to Martin for 1 second about Egypt. And now Egypt has said that they were signaling that they would want to get involved in some sort of a ceasefire agreement here. What is it? What's in it for them?
Well, they need regional stability. If there's trouble, serious chaos in Gaza, that's on their border. That affects their side of the border as well. And so they want regional stability. That's the most important thing. Apart from that, though, I'd just like to emphasize that this war, the statement, as the general said, is that the first minute showed there's a new ball game. There's a new rules, new ball game, and the leadership of Islamic Jihad in Damascus, the leadership of Hamas in Gaza, they're all thinking about it. That can happen to me. They have ways of getting to us, and that's really the message of this whole operation right now.
In 30 seconds, I know it's tough to do that, but in 30 seconds, what does Prime Minister Netanyahu do today, right now? Does he continue the fight? Does he continue the drops, the strikes?
Well, I think it depends if he's got other targets that are really open and could embellish the point. If he does, he might continue, and if not, he might look for a way out.
And it looks as though the barrage hasn't stopped from Islamic Jihad. So it's not as though they're waiting to hear whether there'll be anyone coming to the table. They're just going to keep going.
Well, they can keep going only for a short while because they're a small terrorist organization. They don't have the logistics and depth of a big army. There's only so much time they can go without sleeping.
Great. Thank you both very much. We'll be right back right after this. Live team coverage of Operation Shield and Arrow continues right after the break.
Hey, it's you again. Ready? Let's go. One show, a whole lot of perspective.
He is part of the problem.
You want to talk about deplatforming? People are losing their lives.
Not just what happened, but why does it matter?
I'd like to finish my point.
You're the one stretching terms here.
You could be a fantastic CNN reporter.
Join us every night, 8 p.m. Eastern on Global Live. The global conversation starts here.
Sometimes it's tough to get past all the noise and get to the heart of the story. Even tougher to make sense of it all. I'm David Matlin, and each weekday I'll take on the most important topics, breaking down the issues so you can decide for yourself. Zoom in each weekday here at I-24 News.
Imagine being able to see into the future.
What innovations will change the world as we know it? Join us as we meet the people changing our planet and discover the inventions shaping tomorrow.
Israel Business Beat, Sundays and Wednesdays, 9:30 p.m. GMT.
In case you're just joining us from around the world, thank you. This is I-24 News continuing coverage of Operation Shield and Arrow. There has been a strike, a direct strike on an apartment building in Rehovot that killed one person and injured about 12 people. This comes as hundreds of missiles were lobbed at Israel from the Gaza Strip. I'm joined now by Jonathan Rottenberg. He's a medic with United Hatzalah. They were the first to arrive at the scene in Rehovot. Jonathan, welcome. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So you when you first arrived at the scene, what did you see?
First of all, there was a lot of smoke, and we heard the people that calling for help and running out of the building. The building was devastated, so we tried to figure out how to get in. When we managed to get into the building, we climb up to the second floor, and we understand that it actually was totally destroyed. And then we try to figure out where are the people inside, and we help them to go outside slowly. And it took some time. And afterwards, in a few minutes later, we understand that we actually have one person that died, unfortunately.
Was the person who died, were they in the mamad? Were they in the protected space, or were they in their apartment?
They were in the apartment, probably not in the mamad.
Right. And so I guess that's the issue with the fact that when the sirens go off, the fact that you need to get into the mamad, but you need to get into the protected space within 90 seconds. It appears that person did not make it in time.
Yeah, so probably, as you can see right now in the image, you can see that the apartment is actually destroyed totally, and it was a direct hit. So I cannot tell you if actually if they were in the mamad or not, if it could help them. I don't really know.
Now, there was also a report earlier, maybe you can help us confirm that some people were trapped, that were unable to leave their protected space. Were you able to see that when you arrived?
There were a few people that were trapped, but the fire troops helped them to get out, and afterwards the IDF soldiers from Pikud HaOref, they came by and they managed to take them out.
Great. And Jonathan, as far as you know, most of the injuries were what, minor in terms of bleedings and of broken bones and the such, or what kind of injuries did the others sustain?
All kinds of trauma injuries, but not severe trauma injuries. All of them were evacuated very, very quick to the hospital. We managed to help them. There were like around 10 people that we took out of the building, and all of the other persons were not injured.
Great. Jonathan, thank you very much for joining us. Jonathan Rottenberg with United Hatzalah, joining us live from Rehovot, Israel. I just want to get our viewers up to date. There are continuing to be some sirens going off in the southern part of Israel, more about Ashkelon and Rehovot area. And now I'm being told we have Pierre Kloschender, who's joining us live from Sderot. Pierre, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi.
Hi, go ahead. Tell us what's going on where you are.
Well, 15 minutes ago, there was another red alert. It means, a salvo of rockets, about 3 or 4 rockets, I don't remember, that were magically intercepted by the Iron Dome anti-missile system. And, a spread of sparks in the dark night. And then the bad wind went over to another direction, and that's the way it's going on here. And people are just, you spoke with a rescue worker about the protected areas. The problem is in Sderot and in the old city of Ashkelon, for instance, there are tenements that don't have these protected rooms in their own apartments simply because these buildings were built before the First Gulf War. And only after the First Gulf Gulf War in 1991 did the Israeli government decide to, in any new building, to have a protected room in apartment. So in Sderot, you still have people that are not protected, so they have to go downstairs and they have to calculate exactly how long it takes them to go to the next public shelter. You have only 15 minutes. We're a few kilometers away from the Gaza border, from the rocket launching pads. So the distance is measured in time, crucial time. And that crucial time, you need to calculate it in advance. You need to go to a bakery to buy bread. You need to calculate where is the next protected area. Are there any obstacles on the ground that you need to avoid? If you're an old person, you need to avoid them. You need to watch the ground. You need to be careful, because if not, you're going to wound yourself. You're going to you're going to fall, and then you're going to be vulnerable from the debris of the interception if the rocket has not crushed in Sderot. Now, Sderot is really, in a sense, an epicenter of that rocket fight that has been going on for already 22 years. I just spoke to a young boy, 17-year-old earlier, and he was born in Sderot. He's going to the army next year. He's going to be 18, and he wants to go to a fighting unit. He's very resilient. He's very determined. And his dream is to protect his family who lives in Sderot, where on the border, which is only 5 kilometers away from here. So that's the complexity of the situation here. Now, of course, there is the magic Iron Dome, but that's not enough. And there is also immense pride in the fact that Israel was proactive, took the initiative, but then there's also the realization that it's only a round of fighting, and maybe on the 15th of May, when the Palestinians commemorate their Nakba catastrophe, the creation of the State of Israel, or on the 18th of May, when there's going to be a Jerusalem commemoration of the reunification of Jerusalem after the Six-Day War, when right-wing Israelis are going to march in Muslim neighborhoods in the old city of Jerusalem, and that's, the sacrosanct Jerusalem for all three monotheistic religions. If we go over this hurdle, how long will the quiet stay? How long will we have to wait for the next round of fighting? That's the question they ask themselves.
And that's a question we'll be following all through the night. And Pierre, thank you very much. Come back to us as things continue through the night. Let me go now to Martin Hemmel. Let me ask you a question about that, about where Pierre is right now. A lot of the residents there said not enough was being done in advance, as over the past months, they were getting barraged by rockets. What changed?
Well, I think local leaders see that the rules of engagement have changed. They've assassinated top jihad leaders, and they've made it clear to the Prime Minister that if you need more time to keep up this new engagement, to get more aggressive about it, they'll give him all the time he wants. What they don't want to see is, okay, you score a few points here, you've got a new rule of engagement, but then it goes quiet until the next time. I think they're going to be somewhat disappointed because there's no panacea, no all-inclusive solution that's going to solve this with just might. It's a political, military work in progress, basically.
Yeah, but if I can go to General Eitan, the last night, at this time last night, the Prime Minister, there was talk the Prime Minister would announce some sort of a ceasefire, and then all bets were off at the last minute. Why take that tack and come out and say, no, we're not going to have anything like this?
I really don't know what was personally the reason of making this kind of statements yesterday, because the day before, when it has started, there was another kind of statement by the Prime Minister, Chief of Defense Staff, Head of the Interior Security Service, and also Minister of Defense. Yesterday it was like a sign that something is preparing for kind of ceasefire. It can be because I've been there. You start two activities that are not touching each other. One is the escalation. The second one is immediately what will be achieved by the policy or the political level, like is done by Egypt. Probably, maybe they got a positive signs and it was disappeared during the evening. And meanwhile, Israel continues with its very responsibility way of heroic targeting the Jihad Islamic people and being very careful to divide between Hamas and Jihad Islamic. Meanwhile,
a very important distinction.
And what was achieved by Israel, it was a great, again, a second surprise to Jihad Islamic, that now they demand kind of revenge or kind of the end of the game, like to have some pictures that they succeed to launch rockets and they succeed to wounded people, etc. I don't know if it's going to end tonight. I don't think it needed more statement, not by the Prime Minister, not by anybody, just to make it patient and to work. From my experience, the Egyptians are working. I think that if it will be closed under the parameters that are now in this kind of area, I believe that in the coming 12, 14 hours can be achieved something, but everything I'm saying it carefully, it can be moved dramatically to the other side if you have any kind of tactic event that cause casualties, or you have also interfere with Hamas that decide to change their concept.
We'll talk a little bit about that in just a moment. I just want to let our viewers up to date know that what's happening in the past few hours. There have been some alerts from some sirens going off that there were some missiles headed towards the southern part of Tel Aviv. Holon was hit. There was a missile that attacked. That struck a Bat Yam mall, and not too far away from Bat Yam. Bat Yam is about 15, 20 minutes away from Tel Aviv. In Tel Aviv, in Tel Aviv itself, that's where we have Pia Stechelbach, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Pia, there was a very big concert tonight in Hayarkon Park, 40,000 people there. That concert still went on, despite the fact that you could hear booms out front of our studios here in Yafo.
Exactly, Albert. Well, that concert, in fact, only started a few minutes ago. It's the concert of the popular Israeli musician Aviv Geffen. As you mentioned, 40,000 people attending that concert. They got still permission to go through with it, although also from there they could see the interceptions from the rockets that were targeting the area. As you mentioned, Rishon LeZion and Holon, two cities not far away from Tel Aviv. Those 40,000 people received the instructions to lie on the ground or protect their heads with their hands in case of an alert. Also here in the city, Albert, it is a regular Thursday evening, at least that is what it looks like here. People are out and about. We're here standing in front of the popular restaurant Port Said in the middle of Tel Aviv. As you can see, those people here in that line are still waiting for a table. People are meeting friends for dinner, for drinks. Now, there are also public shelters here in Tel Aviv. We have about 1.5 minutes to run to one in case of an alert. And I want to show you how this shelter close to where we are here right now looks like. It is in the basement of the Great Synagogue in Tel Aviv. In fact, it is blocked by a car right now. You see some trash also partially blocking the entrance. So although the city of Tel Aviv opened its shelters already 2 days ago, not all of them are prepared. And here in the atmosphere, you can really see that it is very different from what people are experiencing right now in the south. It feels quite disconnected, although the rockets came quite close to Tel Aviv.
Great. Pia Stechelbach joining us live now from Tel Aviv, where people are out and about late at night. Thanks so much for joining us. I have about 10 seconds to each ask of you. I'm sorry, you wanted to jump in there for a quick second, but I wanted to ask you very simple, is that do you see this ending tonight? You said you have
my estimation.
Yes or no?
That it will be ended in the coming 14 hours.
Great. Thank you very much. I-24 News continues with live team coverage of Operations Shield and Arrow. And we'll have more after the break. I-24 continues.
The Pixel family continues to grow into the most dynamic mobile hardware portfolio in the market today.
Somos la voz de los que no están y representamos en cada uno de sus rostros la vida, la imagen de nuestros hijos.
It's a living, breathing organism that pulsates through millennia. Touch it, listen to it, smell it, taste it. Experience the Holy Land like never before. Holy Land Uncovered, every Sunday, only on I-24 News.
Shalom and welcome to Jewish World Weekly. I'm Caleb Ben-David, and each week we're going to bring you the latest from the Jewish world. From politics to religion, entertainment to the latest trends, and everything in between. Don't miss Jewish World Weekly only on I-24 News.
The Middle East is changing. Old alliances make way for new partnerships.
Bigger threats lead to new relationships, and shared goals mean new opportunities.
We speak to those who know the inside story and are at the heart of the changes.
Don't get caught up with the same old story.
Find out what's happening in Middle East Now.
Middle East Now on I-24 News.
This is I-24 Breaking News. I'm Albert Lewitton at the I-24 News headquarters in Tel Aviv, continuing our live team coverage of Operation Shield and Arrow. 3 days of intense fighting between Israel and Palestinian Islamic Jihad in Gaza. Hundreds of rockets have been lobbed into Israel. The barrage has not stopped. Israel in precision strikes targeting the top members of Islamic Jihad. At least 5 top leaders have been killed. And in Israel, 1 person has been killed, dozens injured when a rocket slammed into an apartment building in Rehovot. I-24 News has live team coverage of the exchange of fire. We begin first with Nicole Zedek, who's on the scene at the direct hit in Rehovot. Nicole, what's the latest?
Well, Albert, you can actually see the damage right behind me. I'm going to step out to give you a better view of the damage that we're talking about to this residential building that did kill one civilian and injured at least 5 others. Really, the atmosphere ever since then, it has been very, very tense as cleanup efforts are just beginning to get underway, because look at all that damage that this building took. In fact, many authorities are evaluating it. Right now, you can see some people still walking around inside, firstly making sure that no one is still left stranded or trapped in the building. Secondly, evaluating, because after all of this damage, authorities are worried that there is the potential that this building could collapse. So they want to make sure that residents are continuing to stay away as they also clean up the street from all of the damage that has been left behind. Now, as far as what we're seeing here in the city of Rehovot, as I've told you, it is definitely a very tense atmosphere. In fact, we spoke to the deputy mayor who kind of explained everything that is happening right now and how he's helping his citizens handle such a devastating aftermath.
Now we make a round to see if we left someone in the building. We make a last round. We find until now we have 14 people in the hospital and 1 people have died. It's difficult, but all the government is coming now, to help us to think together what we are going to do in all the next day. But we are a strong community. We're going back to work and we're not worried.
Certainly a strong community here, and as the deputy mayor said, it has been a team effort during not only the cleanup here, making sure that everyone is safe. We've seen fire and rescue units, search and rescue units, medics, paramedics, police, IDF, really all of them on the ground right here. As far as what residents in the area can expect going into tomorrow, schools have been closed as well as events. They want to make sure that no more large gatherings are taking place here in Rehovot tomorrow, and really making sure that children are staying safe, staying out of the educational facilities. As far as work, buses, all of that, that's all going back to normal, as unfortunately this is something that here in central Israel we don't see often, but this feeling of anxiety they are unfortunately used to, and so the deputy mayor tells me that life goes on. They are a strong community and they will come back from this devastating aftermath.
Nicole Sedek joining us live from Rehovot at the site of a deadly missile attack. Thanks so much for joining us, Nicole. I'm joined now in studio by Major General Eitan Dango, the former military secretary to 3 defense ministers and former coordinator of government activities for the Palestinian territories for the IDF. And I'm also joined by international security analyst Martin Hemmel. First, Eitan, if I talk to you a little bit about these barrages, these hundreds of rockets that have been coming this way. It's as though there's no let up there, and here we are like 10 o'clock at night. It's going to continue through the night.
It looks like 2 things. First, we don't see any new way of arm that in this case Jihad Islamic is using or trying really to make something to threat Israel besides what we are aware to with those rockets. These rockets is a weak point for us. It's on the stomach because all about the underground tunnels and all the other kind of activities also by Hamas were closed and Hezbollah were closed by Israel with high technology and with high intelligence. What's going now, it looks to me that it's a sensitive evening. It can be for the coming 12 hours. In my opinion, as it's coming to a situation that Hamas is not participate physically in what's going, I think that the situation of Jihad Islamic is coming worse and worse. Their activity are in a narrow place. They are trying now to signal after what happened that Israel succeed to target the heads of the rocket structure. I think it's already the 5th person in a senior position. Jihad Islamic was hidden by Israel as a part of what has started a week ago. So now we are maybe coming to 2 opportunities, or coming to close it under Egyptian discussions with Jihad Islamic, but don't think that Hamas is not there with the Egyptian. And on the other hand, it can be taken more days, but I think that we already have faced such circles, and this is the first part by Israel to react about something higher than it. It's strategic way that Israel has to continue on its way to see what it should be done against what had started at the middle of Pesach holiday, while rockets were launched from Lebanon and after that from Gaza. This is another story, the coordination, cooperation of the arena terrorism against Israel, and this is much more serious.
Now we'll talk about Egypt in 1 second with Martin. I just want to go back a little bit so the IDF targeted the top 5 military commanders of jihad. They went down the list and took one out one by one. At what point does Islamic Jihad get back to a corner and they turn to Hamas and say, you got to help us out here?
I think from the beginning, the first attack that I think ended less than 1 minute was the main goal of this operation, but you know it's not depend on one side. It was clear you are taking a calculation risk like the launch of rockets, etc., and we are waiting. I think that Jihad Islamic were expected from Hamas to join them physically, because Hamas is signals like a kind of leadership towards the arena circle of terrorism by the headquarters. They are sitting together in Gaza, etc. And I think that there is even a high tense can be in Gaza between Hamas and Jihad Islamic, kind of disappointment. And I would like to emphasize another point. Inside the Jihad Islamic, I know it, there is also tense between the outside leadership, what you can call the foreign leadership that are locating in Damascus, Nahale and Ajuri, and between those that are in Israel. It's a different movement. It's not a conventional terror that have their structure very clear.
There's no hierarchy, you think?
It's very narrow, the hierarchy. And in Gaza, this is the effect of what Israel achieved by targeting those 5. The other 2, it's another intelligence way of achievement, because during such a circle of violence, people are hidden. It's very difficult to get the intelligence where they are, and it come few hours one after the other in the area of Khan Yunis where they were targeting.
Let me go back to Martin for 1 second about Egypt. And now Egypt has said that they were signaling that they would want to get involved in some sort of a ceasefire agreement here. What's in it for them?
Well, they need regional stability. If there's trouble, serious chaos in Gaza, that's on their border. That affects their side of the border as well. And so they want regional stability. That's the most important thing. Apart from that, though, I'd just like to emphasize that, this war, the statement, as the general said, is that the first minute showed there's a new ball game. There's a new rules, new ball game, and the leadership of Islamic Jihad in Damascus, the leadership of Hamas in Gaza, they're all thinking about it. That can happen to me. They have ways of getting to us, and that's really the message of this whole operation right now.
In 30 seconds, I know it's tough to do that, but in 30 seconds, what does Prime Minister Netanyahu do today, right now? Does he continue the fight? Does he continue the drops, the strikes?
Well, I think it depends if he's got other targets that are really open and could embellish the point. If he does, he might continue, and if not, he might look for a way out.
And it looks as though the barrage hasn't stopped from Islamic Jihad, so it's not as though they're waiting to hear whether there'll be anyone coming to the table. They're just going to keep going.
Well, they can keep going only for a short while because they're a small terrorist organization. They don't have the logistics and depth of a big army. There's only so much time they can go without sleeping.
Great. Thank you both very much. We'll be right back right after this. Live team coverage of Operation Shield and Arrow continues right after the break.
This week in Mallard at Large, my guest will be John Bolton, former NSC advisor to Donald Trump, former number 2 of the White House.
And the prospect that if Iran had nuclear weapons that Hezbollah could deliver, that Israel would be subject to a nuclear holocaust. So I don't think the Israelis will allow that to happen.
Malar at Large with Christian Malar this week on I-24 News. Discover I-24 News Radio. Now you can listen to I-24 News anywhere, anytime, for free. I-24 News Radio is the audio live stream of the television network with world headlines every 30 minutes starting from 7 a.m. Tune in for top news, magazines editions while in the car, in your office. Join us from your smartphone, tablet, or desktop to stay connected in the Middle East and around the world. Don't wait any longer. Head to our website or mobile application and click on I-24 News Radio to subscribe.
In case you're just joining us from around the world, thank you. This is I-24 News, continuing coverage of Operation Shield and Arrow. There has been a strike, a direct strike on an apartment building in Rehovot that killed one person and injured about 12 people. This comes as hundreds of missiles were lobbed at Israel from the Gaza Strip. I'm joined now by Jonathan Rottenberg. He's a medic with United Hatzalah. They were the first to arrive at the scene in Rehovot. Jonathan, welcome. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So you when you first arrived at the scene, what did you see?
First of all, there was a lot of smoke, and we heard the people that calling for help and running out of the building. The building was devastated, so we tried to figure out how to get in. When we managed to get into the building, we climb up to the second floor, and we understand that it actually was totally destroyed. And then we try to figure out where are the people inside, and we help them to go outside slowly. And it took some time. And afterwards, in a few minutes later, we understand that we actually have one person that died, unfortunately.
Was the person who died, were they in the mamad? Were they in the protected space, or were they in their apartment?
They were in the apartment, probably not in the mamad.
Right. And so I guess that's the issue with the fact that when the sirens go off, the fact that you need to get into the mamad, but you need to get into the protected space within 90 seconds. It appears that person did not make it in time.
Yeah, so probably, as you can see right now in the image, you can see that the apartment is actually destroyed totally, and it was a direct hit. So I cannot tell you if actually if they were in the mamad or not, if it could help them. I don't really know.
Now, there was also a report earlier, maybe you can help us confirm that some people were trapped, that were unable to leave their protected space. Were you able to see that when you arrived?
There were a few people that were trapped, but the fire troops helped them to get out, and afterwards the IDF soldiers from Pikud HaOref, they came by and they managed to take them out.
Great. And Jonathan, as far as you know, most of the injuries were what, minor in terms of bleedings and of broken bones and the such, or what kind of injuries did the others sustain?
All kinds of trauma injuries, but not severe trauma injuries. All of them were evacuated very, very quick to the hospital. We managed to help them. There were like around 10 people that we took out of the building, and all of the other persons were not injured.
Great. Jonathan, thank you very much for joining us. Jonathan Rottenberg with United Hatzalah, joining us live from Rehovot, Israel. I just want to get our viewers up to date. There are continuing to be some sirens going off in the southern part of Israel, more about Ashkelon and Rehovot area. And now I'm being told we have we have Pierre Kloschender, who's joining us live from Sderot. Pierre, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi.
Hi, go ahead. Tell us what's going on where you are.
Well, 15 minutes ago, there was another red alert. It means, a salvo of rockets, about 3 or 4 rockets, I don't remember, that were magically intercepted by the Iron Dome anti-missile system. And, a spread of sparks in the dark night. And then the bad wind went over to another direction. And that's the way it's going on here. And people are just, you spoke with a rescue worker about the protected areas. The problem is in Sderot and in the old city of Ashkelon, for instance, there are tenements that don't have these protected rooms in their own apartments simply because these buildings were built before the First Gulf War. And only after the First Gulf War in 1991 did the Israeli government decide to, in any new building, to have a protected room in apartment. So in Sderot, you still have people that are not protected. So they have to go downstairs and they have to calculate exactly how long it takes them to go to the next public shelter. You have only 15 minutes. We're a few kilometers away from the Gaza border, from the rocket launching pads. So the distance is measured in time, crucial time. And that crucial time, you need to calculate it in advance. You need to go to a bakery to buy bread. You need to calculate where is the next protected area. Are there any obstacles on the ground that you need to avoid? If you're an old person, you need to avoid them. You need to watch the ground. You need to be careful, because if not, you're going to wound yourself. You're going to you're going to fall, and then you're going to be vulnerable from the debris of the interception if the rocket has not crushed in Sderot. Now, Sderot is really, in a sense, an epicenter of that rocket fight that has been going on for already 22 years. I just spoke to a young boy, 17-year-old earlier, and he was born in Sderot. He's going to the army next year. He's going to be 18, and he wants to go to a fighting unit. He's very resilient. He's very determined. And his dream is to protect his family who lives in Sderot, where? On the border, which is only 5 kilometers away from here. So that's the complexity of the situation here. Now, of course, there is the magic Iron Dome, but that's not enough. And there is also immense pride in the fact that Israel was proactive, took the initiative, but then there's also the realization that it's only a round of fighting, and maybe on the 15th of May, when the Palestinians commemorate their Nakba catastrophe, the creation of the State of Israel, or on the 18th of May, when there's going to be a Jerusalem commemoration of the reunification of Jerusalem after the Six-Day War, when right-wing Israelis are going to march in Muslim neighborhoods in the old city of Jerusalem, and that's, the sacrosanct Jerusalem for all three monotheistic religions. If we go over this hurdle, how long will the quiet stay? How long will we have to wait for the next round of fighting? That's the question they ask themselves.
And that's a question we'll be following all through the night. And Pierre, thank you very much. Come back to us as things continue through the night. Let me go now to Martin Himmel. Let me ask you a question about that, about where Pierre is right now. A lot of the residents there said not enough was being done in advance, as over the past months, they were getting barraged by rockets. What changed?
Well, I think local leaders see that the rules of engagement have changed. They've assassinated top jihad leaders, and they've made it clear to the Prime Minister that if you need more time to keep up this new engagement, to get more aggressive about it, they'll give him all the time he wants. What they don't want to see is, okay, you score a few points here, you've got a new rule of engagement, but then it goes quiet until the next time. I think they're going to be somewhat disappointed because there's no panacea, no all-inclusive solution that's going to solve this with just through might. It's a political, military work in progress, basically.
Yeah, but if I can go to General Eitan, the last night at this time last night, the Prime Minister, there was talk the Prime Minister would announce some sort of a ceasefire, and then all bets were off at the last minute. Why take that tack and come out and say, no, we're not going to have anything like this?
I really don't know what was personally the reason of making this kind of statements yesterday, because the day before when it has started there was another kind of statement by the Prime Minister, Chief of Defense Staff, Head of the Interior Security Service, and also Minister of Defense. Yesterday it was like a sign that something is preparing for kind of ceasefire. It can be, because I've been there. You know, you start two activities that are not touching each other. One is the escalation. The second one is immediately what will be achieved by the policy or the political level, like is done by Egypt. Probably, maybe they got a positive signs and it was disappeared during the evening. And meanwhile, Israel continues with its very responsibility way of heroic targeting the Jihad Islamic people and being very careful to divide between Hamas and Jihad Islamic. Meanwhile,
a very important distinction.
And what was achieved by Israel, it was a great, again, a second surprise to Jihad Islamic, that now they demand kind of revenge or kind of the end of the game, like to have some pictures that they succeed to launch rockets and they succeed to wounded people, etc. I don't know if it's going to end tonight. I don't think it needed more statement, not by the Prime Minister, not by anybody, just to make it patient and to work. From my experience, the Egyptians are working. I think that if it will be closed under the parameters that are now in this kind of area, I believe that in the coming 12, 14 hours can be achieved something, but everything I'm saying it carefully, it can be moved dramatically to the other side if you have any kind of tactic event that cause casualties, or you have also interfere with Hamas that decide to change their concept.
We'll talk a little bit about that in just a moment. I just want to let our viewers up to date know that what's happening in the past few hours. There have been some alerts from some sirens going off that there were some missiles headed towards the southern part of Tel Aviv. Holon was hit. There was a missile that attacked. That struck a Bat Yam mall, and not too far away from Bat Yam. Bat Yam is about 15, 20 minutes away from Tel Aviv. In Tel Aviv, in Tel Aviv itself, that's where we have Pia Stechelbach, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Pia, there was a very big concert tonight in Hayarkon Park, 40,000 people there. That concert still went on, despite the fact that you could hear booms out front of our studios here in Yafo.
Exactly, Albert. Well, that concert, in fact, only started a few minutes ago. It's the concert of the popular Israeli musician Aviv Geffen. As you mentioned, 40,000 people attending that concert. They got still permission to go through with it, although also from there they could see the interceptions from the rockets that were targeting the area. As you mentioned, Rishon LeZion and Holon, two cities not far away from Tel Aviv. Those 40,000 people received the instructions to lie on the ground or protect their heads with their hands in case of an alert. Also here in the city, Albert, it is a regular Thursday evening. At least that is what it looks like here. People are out and about. We are here standing in front of the popular restaurant Port Said in the middle of Tel Aviv. As you can see, those people here in that line are still waiting for a table. People are meeting friends for dinner, for drinks. Now, there are also public shelters here in Tel Aviv. We have about 1.5 minutes to run to one in case of an alert. And I want to show you how this shelter close to where we are here right now looks like. It is in the basement of the Great Synagogue in Tel Aviv. In fact, it is blocked by a car right now. You see some trash also partially blocking the entrance. So although the city of Tel Aviv opened its shelters already 2 days ago, not all of them are prepared. And here in the atmosphere, you can really see that it is very different from what people are experiencing right now in the south. It feels quite disconnected, although the rockets came quite close to Tel Aviv.
Great. Pia Stechelbach joining us live now from Tel Aviv, where people are out and about late at night. Thanks so much for joining us. I have about 10 seconds to each ask of you. I'm sorry, you wanted to jump in there for a quick second, but I wanted to ask you very simple, is that Do you see this ending tonight? You said you have
my estimation.
Yes or no?
That it will be ended in the coming 14 hours.
Great. Thank you very much. I-24 News continues with live team coverage of Operations Shield and Arrow. And we'll have more after the break. I-24 continues.
On en avait marre un peu d'avoir des clients qui ne savaient pas où mettre ces matériaux, parce que de les enfouir, ça coûte quand même assez cher. Donc on voulait amener une solution où ces matériaux peuvent être recyclés.
بحوش هون ورد عم اجى يعني من مخيمه عم اجى على الارض عم حوش الورد يعني وكثير انا فرحان لاني عم حوش ورد.
We're on the inside of political and religious passions in Jerusalem, breaking down the financial trends shaping the global economy, giving you key context, not just headlines, with the stories from Israel that touch the U.S. and those across the region with impact far beyond its borders. Sunday to Thursday on I-24 News. Catch the rundown, where the Middle East meets the world.
Discover I-24 News Radio. Now you can listen to I-24 News anywhere, anytime, for free. I-24 News Radio is the audio live stream of the television network with world headlines every 30 minutes starting from 7 a.m. Tune in for top news, magazines editions while in the car, in your office. Join us from your smartphone, tablet, or desktop to stay connected in the Middle East and around the world. Don't wait any longer. Head to our website or mobile application and click on I-24 News Radio to subscribe. It's a living, breathing organism that pulsates through millennia. Touch it, listen to it, smell it, taste it. Experience the Holy Land like never before. Holy Land Uncovered, every Sunday, only on I-24 News.
Imagine being able to see into the future.
We can take you there. What innovations will change the world as we know it? Where can you get the most bang for your buck? I'm Natasha Kirchuk, journalist, traveler, and the host of Israel Business Beat. Join us as we meet the people changing our planet and discover the inventions shaping tomorrow.
Israel Business Beat, Sundays and Wednesdays, 9:30 p.m. GMT.
This is I-24 breaking news. I'm Albert Lewitton at the I-24 News headquarters in Tel Aviv, continuing our live team coverage of Operation Shield and Arrow. 3 days of intense fighting between Israel and Palestinian Islamic Jihad in Gaza. Hundreds of rockets have been lobbed into Israel. The barrage has not stopped. Israel in precision strikes targeting the top members of Islamic Jihad. At least 5 top leaders have been killed. And in Israel, 1 person has been killed, 5 injured when a rocket slammed into an apartment building in Rehovot. I-24 News has live team coverage of the day's events. We begin first with Nicole Sedek, who's I-24 News correspondent, joining us from Rehovot. Nicole.
Yes, it's been actually just about 3 hours since the attack on this residential apartment behind me here. And although crews are beginning to really clean up the damage, there is still a lot to be done. And they continue to look and evaluate the building behind me. Crews are in there right now, making sure no one is left in the building, but also really doing an assessment of all of the damage, making sure that any residents who are surrounding this area are okay, because they're not sure as far as the structural integrity of the building, if it is at the possibility of collapsing. And so that is why crews are still actively working here. There's still just debris covering the ground. In fact, a street sweeper just came through, and now the road is back open surrounding this residential apartment building because people are trying to get back to their apartments right now. It's kind of a back to this sense of tense calm that we have been experiencing. But as far as what the residents in the area are feeling right now, they're saying they're just shocked that this area in central Israel was struck so heavily. A lot of them are very, very shaken up right now. Many of them had just barely enough time to run to their safe place, their shelter, if they even had one. Many people just had to either lie down on the ground or just stay in the staircase wherever another safe place is, because they don't actually have a shelter in their home. Right now, we also spoke to the deputy mayor here, and he said that as far as tomorrow, what residents can expect following this tragedy is schools will be closed and events will be prohibited. But other than that, as far as public transportation, businesses, those are all allowed to be up and running as far as tomorrow. But there's definitely this feeling of anxiety right now, and the deputy mayor wants to make sure that everyone can kind of come together following this tragedy. He says Rehovot is a strong city, a strong town, and people are going to come together following such a tragic event, and also with no end in sight. They don't know if this could happen again. We haven't heard any explosions overhead for the past about 45 minutes to an hour now, but as residents go to sleep tonight, especially following an attack quite literally in their home, so close to home, many of them are sleeping on edge tonight here in Rehovot in central Israel. I want to emphasize we're not near some of those southern cities right near the border. This is central Israel, where many people don't expect an attack like this to take down an apartment building as it did today.
So Nicole Sedek, who's in Rehovot, let me ask you a question in terms of I hear a lot of noise behind you. I suspect a lot of the residents of the city are coming to take a look at the damage. Has it turned into a site for people to see?
That is exactly what we've been seeing all day today. I'm actually going to have you pan the camera about a 180 all the way around here so that you can see what we're experiencing here on the streets. As you can see, still plenty of security officers out here, but also if you kind of look down this residential street, as people are gathering, people are looking, cars are, as I said, beginning to be allowed. That's only been in the past 20 or 30 minutes here, but people are coming out of their building, taking a look, kind of gathering and also comforting each other. As I said, this is a tight-knit community. You know, it's a good city, and so all of these people are coming out here. This is something that we have seen for the past 3 hours. I want to say exactly when it did happen, and when we showed up, the crowd was even larger. But we have still continued to see people as now this road is fully open. More and more people are coming, Albert, and definitely taking a look at the damage, seeing it firsthand. It definitely does impact many of the residents here once they can see it with their own eyes for themselves.
Great. Well, great. Nicole Sedek, thank you so much for joining us from Rehovot, and you keep us updated as things progress there. Thanks again. So now the latest volley between the two sides comes after the killing of the commander of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad's rocket brigade. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu made comments earlier today. Here now, the Prime Minister.
Early this morning, we eliminated the commander of the rocket array of Islamic Jihad in Gaza. An hour ago, we also eliminated his deputy. I repeat, anyone who comes to harm us will be doomed, and his replacement will be doomed as well. We are in the middle of the campaign, both on the offense and on the defense. Behind me is a battery from David's Sling missile defense system with its commanders. This system successfully intercepted a rocket over the Tel Aviv area. We will continue to act in defense and offense until the end of the campaign. And I want to thank the soldiers who are doing sacred work here to protect our skies and our citizens. And I ask you, the citizens, to continue to help us protect you. Follow the instructions of the Home Front Command, and together we will win.
So I'm joined in studio right now by international security analyst Martin Hemmel. Martin, thanks for joining us. We were talking a little earlier about it. The Islamic Jihad says that they're not going to come to the table unless the Israelis stop attacking the top leadership. Why are they so adamant about not doing that?
Because they don't want to get killed. The ones that are conducting the negotiations are frightened that they're going to die. And they want to be able to sleep at night and take care of their families. And so that's a pretty existential place to be. And that's why they're fighting so hard to try to get some sort of guarantee. But I don't think they're going to get an ironclad guarantee from Israel. Maybe they'll get hints saying, well, if you behave, we'll behave. But I don't think it will go anything more than that.
In terms of hitting the top leadership there, I mean, it doesn't seem like they have a hierarchy that's set up for the next level to move up to the next level, up ahead.
I don't think it's as rigid, disciplined hierarchy like a military or even Hamas, which has a much bigger infrastructure. It's smaller. It's a military asset for Iran. It's financed by Iran. It certainly couldn't finance itself. And once you are engaged for several days and take out their top people, fatigue is going to settle in, and that's why we'll probably see a ceasefire sooner rather than later.
And we're seeing a lull as it is for a couple of hours here. Right. I mean, that's probably reasoning behind it, between manpower and technology.
Yes, and last night they didn't fire at all. They have to sleep. I'm sure they have people who go on the night shift, but I'm sure it's not as extensive. And they're not sleeping very well. They're probably sleeping with one eye open because of what's been going on.
You know, there was mention overnight that Egypt was going to try to negotiate some sort of a deal here. Egypt wants to see things as it was 110 hours ago, not as it is today.
It does. It wants stability because Egypt doesn't trust what happens in Gaza. The radical Islamic movements there are a threat to this government. Let's not forget that they had Morsi, who was a Brotherhood Islamist, and that's what Hamas is. So they don't want to see a return to that. They don't want to see those kind of spirits whipped up. Not long ago in Sinai, ISIS was a dominant force, so they want quiet on that border.
And in terms of the regional players here, I mean, I'm sure everyone's looking at what's happening, and they're doing the calculus. How does it play in the regional world?
Well, I think for Iran, this was a trial balloon to see how well its military asset, Islamic Jihad, holds up. And I don't think they're very impressed right now. Yes, they fired some rockets. They didn't shut down Israel. Talking about it in cold numbers, firing 800-plus rockets and extracting one casualty is not very impressive. And even a rock concert took place, so they're not really getting into the Israeli psyche. And on top of that, 5 of the top leaders there were taken out. So I think that it hasn't gone too well for the Iranian impression of what's going on here.
And then with a minute and 30 seconds left in terms of the international community, it seems as though the U.S. is not taking an active role in trying to negotiate some sort of a truce here.
I don't think so. I think that they're letting that for the Egyptians who have the real influence on all sides.
Great. Well, live team coverage of the missile barrage in Israel continues. You know, I-24 news crews are all fanned across the region. There have been no alerts as of now within the past hour. Just to recap our viewers around the world, there have been about 700 missiles that have been lobbed into Israel since the past couple of days. The skies over Gaza and the skies over Tel Aviv and through southern Israel are quiet at this time. Live team coverage of the missile barrage into Israel continues right after the break.
East is changing. Old alliances make way for new partnerships.
Bigger threats lead to new relationships, and shared goals mean new opportunities.
We speak to those who know the inside story and are at the heart of the changes.
Don't get caught up with the same old story.
Find out what's happening in Middle East Now.
Middle East Now on I-24 News.
This week in Mallard at Large, my guest will be John Bolton, former NSC advisor to Donald Trump, former number 2 of the White House.
And the prospect that if Iran had nuclear weapons that Hezbollah could deliver, that Israel would be subject to a nuclear holocaust. So I don't think the Israelis will allow that to happen.
Mallard at Large with Christian Mallard this week on I-24 News.
Hey, it's you again. Ready? Let's go. One show, a whole lot of perspective.
He is part of the problem.
You want to talk about deplatforming? People are losing their lives.
Not just what happened, but why does it matter?
I'd like to finish my point.
You're the one stretching terms here.
You could be a fantastic CNN reporter.
Join us every night, 8 p.m. Eastern on Global Eye. The global conversation starts here.
We're on the inside of political and religious passions in Jerusalem, breaking down the financial trends shaping the global economy, giving you key context, not just headlines, with the stories from Israel that touch the U.S. and those across the region with impact far beyond its borders. Catch the rundown where the Middle East meets the world.
I'm Albert Lewitton in the I-24 newsroom in Tel Aviv, giving you an update as to the breaking news that's been occurring all through the night. A direct hit by a missile into an apartment building in Rehovot has killed 1 and injured 5. We now go to Avi Marcus, who's the Deputy Director of Medical Division for United Hatzalah. He's joining me now from Rehovot. Avi, thanks very much for joining. You were there right as it happened. Tell us, when you arrived there, what did you see?
So once I arrived, the scene was hectic. People running around, screaming, trying to understand what happened, what was at scene, if people were injured or killed, or the building looked like as if it was bombed, and you can see in the videos right now. So the first few minutes we're trying to understand in the building, searching through all the floors, if there are any injured people, and helping people come out of the building.
Now, Avi, there's an issue in terms of the building stability. I mean, you went in there risking your own life to try to get the people out, because the building could have collapsed on you.
Exactly. So we didn't go in straight away. Number one, we waited for people that understand and told us we can go in, which is the fire brigade here in Israel that arrived at scene together with us. And of course, the other safety issue we had was all the things of maybe having more bombs coming down. So all the people that went in at the beginning had helmets on and anything that could help them in order to, if there's another shooting, it would be safe.
Now, Avi, one question in terms of where did you find the people who were injured the most? Were they in the mamad? Were they in the protected space, or were they outside the building?
So the people that were injured were in the building, but not in the mamad. People that were one flight up in the mamad, nothing happened to them. All they heard was the shattering of the windows. But the people most probably that were the women were killed, and other people were most probably not in mamad. But we arrived so quick at scene, so we still had smoke and dust, etc. around.
Now, in terms of the people who are injured, can you talk to us about what kind of injuries they sustained?
So it looks like most of them were cuts from glass or falling down when they tried to run away from the bombing. So that was one aspect. The other aspect was psychotrauma, that we started straight away giving psychotrauma therapy to the people at scene, family members and people that lived over the street or maybe a door away that heard the bombing and understood it as a catastrophe. So our psychotrauma unit of United Hatzalah, we arrived at scene within 10 to 15 minutes and started giving psychotrauma therapy.
What does that entail? So for people who are not familiar with that, what does that entail? Because people would think that something like this happens. It's such a trauma. How do you help that?
Because it's a trauma and it's something you cannot prepare to. What we try to do is when we arrive at scene to stabilize the situation, let people know they're in a safe place, connect them with family members, or give them things to do in order not to feel the feeling when you have the bomb coming down. Usually the feeling of not being in control is the worst thing. Once you bring people back into control and show them and make them understand that they're in a safe place, everything's okay, usually the trauma relieves and they feel much better straight away afterwards.
Great. Well, hopefully they're getting their treatment now, and they're trying to do what they can to lessen their trauma since the moment happened a few hours ago. Avi Marcus, the Deputy Director for the Medical Division of United Hatzalah, thanks again for joining us from Rehovot. Thank you again for all the work.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So we continue our live team coverage of this event. We now go to Pierre Kloschlander. He is the I-24 news correspondent joining us from Sderot, Israel. Pierre, there's been a lull, so to speak, for the past hour or so, but that's not to say that everyone's guard is down now.
No, our senses are very awake, even though we are very tired, and I think that the residents of Sderot are very, very tired. And for instance, we heard the engine of a car, the roar of a car, and everybody jumped. And then we heard jets, and about 15 minutes ago, or 20 minutes ago, there was a huge explosion emanating from Gaza, and it seems that they were targeting a launching pad in this direction, which is exactly the direction from where most of the rockets we've seen earlier were magically intercepted by the Iron Dome anti-missile system. So, that's the routine right now. We hope that there's going to be a prolonged lull, just like yesterday night when, at some point the rocket fire stopped, and people had a quiet night. But there is no guarantee at all. There is no guarantee, and nobody seems to be talking about a ceasefire anymore. Yesterday, we were told we are on the brink of a ceasefire. Not anymore, and it seems it's just a lull.
Now, Pierre, are the streets behind you deserted, or are there people out? It is a Thursday night in Israel, which means that people do go out. Are they out at all, or is everyone just at home?
There's something quite incredible, because on one hand, the road just in this direction is closed because it goes along the border, and there's been instances in previous rounds of fighting of anti-tank Kornet, Russian-made missile fired at vehicles, which provoked fatalities. So this road is closed. The road in this direction, the backyard of Sderot, I would say, is open. There is traffic. The trains are not functioning, but there is traffic. And there was a guy here who came out of curiosity, believe me. He's from Yerucham, which is a very small city in the midst of the Negev desert, a city which has never been bombed by rocket fire because it's, for the Palestinians, it seems insignificant as a target. And the guy came here, and we're talking, and he tells me, what should I do if I'm in an open space? Because, when you're in an open space, the Iron Dome doesn't intercept the rockets, because in principle, there is no habitat there. There is nobody living there. So he says, I'm going to drive home to Yerucham. What am I going to do? My car is fueled with diesel. Diesel is not a flammable liquid, he says. You see the kind of calculation that the guy has. And, okay, no diesel. So I'm telling him, listen, but the car is made of metal. You're going to have metal from the shrapnels, and then you're going to have metals from the car on your body. You'd better be safe and follow the instruction of the Home Front Command. Get out of your car, go on the ground, protect your head, and let it go. And that's the thing. Everybody is in the middle of a calculation. How do I negotiate my way to the closest shelter? Are there any obstacles? How many steps do I need? 15 seconds. Is that enough? You know, that kind of thing.
Pierre Kloschender, stay safe out there and let us know if anything happens out there. Give us a ring when it happens, okay? Thanks again. Stay safe. Have a great night.
Okay.
Pierre, thank you very much. International security analyst Martin Himmel is staying with us in studio. He talked about calculations.
Right.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had a calculation also, political calculation in all of this. Talk to us about that.
Well, I think he's scoring points here. I think he knows he's scoring points. He was being criticized for not being tough enough and assassinating 5 top Islamic Jihad leaders surely shows that he's being tougher. He's taking some chances, and he's winning right now on that front. And I'm sure he's scoring points, and he's trying to capitalize that with the regular press conferences and by showing that he's overcoming his own fighting with the defense minister over political issues by being a real team. So he's trying to repair the damage to his image, and in some ways he is.
Martin, stand by one second. I just want to continue our team coverage. We have live team coverage from reporters all over the region. Pia Stachelbach is now joining us. She is in Tel Aviv right now, in the heart of a city that is vibrant. People are out. They're about. Talk to us about that.
Exactly, Albert. As you can see, we're here in the middle of the city. We're standing next to a very popular restaurant, Pot Said, in an area where there's lots of bars and restaurants. And you're right, people are out and about, because here in Tel Aviv, you feel quite disconnected from what is happening in the south, because it feels so normal. It feels like any other Thursday evening. Although about 2 or 3 hours ago, earlier this evening, there were rockets as close to neighboring cities such as Rishon LeZion and Holon, which is really not far away from here. Also here in the city, not far from here in the north, there is a concert from the famous Israeli singer Aviv Geffen taking place, with about 40,000 people attending that concert. It is taking place outside in the Park HaYakon venue. 40,000 people, of course. When there is a rocket alert, you have about 1.5 minutes to go to the nearest shelter. 40,000 people won't manage to do that. The instructions from the Home Front Command for those people are, in case of a rocket alert, lie on the ground and cover your head with your hands. Now, the city of Tel Aviv has opened its bomb shelters already 2 days ago. There are many throughout the city, but as you can see here with this example, not every shelter is really prepared. What you can see here is the shelter at the Grand Synagogue in the middle of Tel Aviv, but it is blocked by a car and by some trash here, partially blocking the entrance. So in case of a rocket alert, all these people that you can see here sitting in the bars and restaurants, they would have to gather in that shelter that is blocked by a car. So although the shelters are open, it's not really made sure that they're indeed also accessible. Now, we haven't had a red alert here throughout the day, but there have been quite specific threats from the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, warning residents of specifically Tel Aviv that this is what might happen as a retaliation.
Yeah, in fact, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad sent out a video that had Tel Aviv on a crosshairs, as if it was something like a warning that, hey, we're coming for you.
Exactly. This is what we've been seeing in videos and photos from the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. They also ranged videos from their long-range rockets, which could even reach further than Tel Aviv, further to northern cities in Israel. So Tel Aviv often is seen in the Israeli security establishment. When Tel Aviv is reached by rockets, this is a new level of escalation. Now, when this recent military escalation began yesterday, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad was very quick to send rockets to the central area here. There were 2 red alerts in southern East Tel Aviv yesterday. Also, the rockets came very close to cities like Holon, Rishon LeZion only a couple of hours ago. This night is not over yet, and this military escalation for sure is not as well.
Great. Pia Stachelbach is joining us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you again. But let me go back to Martin Himmel on this. You mentioned earlier in the evening that you don't expect this barrage back and forth to last much longer. You expect it to end within the next couple of hours. Why do you say that?
Well, as long as Hamas doesn't decide to join the fight, then Islamic Jihad doesn't have the resources, the manpower, the missiles, the logistics, and the resources to keep this going for days on end.
Is the fear that Hamas says, okay, you know what, we're big brother, we're going to help you out here?
Yes, that is a fear. That is a calculation, because they don't want Islamic Jihad completely decimated. They wanted to show that it withstood the brunt, and by that being seeing a victory. So Hamas is in an anxious point right now.
And imagine that Hezbollah is looking at this. Hamas is looking at it from the West Bank perspective as well.
They are indeed. Hezbollah is looking from a Lebanon area. Let's not forget that Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, has been living in a bunker for the last 16, 17 years. He's worried about assassinations. Now I think he's even more worried about it. And I think Hamas leaders are worried too. If they launch offensives or they strike too hard in the West Bank, maybe a rocket will come through their apartment window as well.
Security analyst Martin Himmel, thank you very much for joining us tonight. I just want to give everyone an update. There have been about 500 rockets that have been sent over in the past 3 days. One of them struck a building in Rehovot that killed one person and injured 5. You can keep up to date on what's going on air and online on i24news.tv, on the i24 News app. From everyone here at i24 News, I'm Albert Lewitton in Tel Aviv. The news continues after the break.
Today we're making decorated gingerbread cookies. They're the perfect treat for wintry Christmas, since they're made with spices like cinnamon and ginger that keep you warm. I first made these cookies for my grandchildren, so I wanted to get just the right recipe that would be child-friendly. Not too sweet, not too spicy. We're in Fasuta, an Arab Christian village in northern Israel. Fasuta is one of the very few places in the country that celebrates Christmas in a big way. We decorate the village streets and run a Christmas market for outside guests to visit. For me, Christmas is the most important and beloved holiday of the year. In past years, I've decided to combine it with another love of mine and opened my own baking business. I get a lot of support from my family. We all do it together. Every Christmas, we prepare decorated cookies and run workshops for adults and kids. I love hosting, and Christmas is a great time for that. When I have visitors in my house, whether it's groups of people, friends, or family, I want them to enjoy generous portions of good food. Alongside Christmas treats, I serve sweets from the Arab cuisine, such as date cookies and pumpkin dessert, because I want to expose them to elements from my world. Doing that brings me a lot of happiness and joy.
Your weekly look into security, intelligence, and strategic affairs. Our team brings the latest on the major international conflicts, analysis of the major security issues right here in the Middle East and around the globe. Saturdays, only on i24 News.
Hey, it's you again. Ready? Let's go. One show, a whole lot of perspective.
He is part of the problem.
You want to talk about deplatforming? People are losing their lives.
Not just what happened, but why does it matter?
I'd like to finish my point.
You're the one stretching terms here.
You could be a fantastic CNN reporter.
Join us every night, 8 p.m. Eastern on Global Live. The global conversation starts here.
The Middle East is changing. Old alliances make way for new partnerships.
Bigger threats lead to new relationships, and shared goals mean new opportunities.
We speak to those who know the inside story and are at the heart of the changes.
Don't get caught up with the same old story.
Find out what's happening in Middle East now.
Middle East Now on I-24 News.